Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have your attention, please? First of all, we are really sorry for the delay in the program. But with this, let's begin the program now. So, it's an absolute pleasure for us to welcome you all to our high-impact conference on navigating VUCA world, an era defined by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. In today's rapidly shifting landscape, and the ability to adapt, lead with clarity, and drive innovation between chores has never been more critical. So with that, I think we have people over here who can talk about VUCA better than any of us at PhD can. We have experts here today. So I think I would begin by telling you more about the chamber, because I see new faces over here and people who might not know what chamber does. So PhD Chamber of Commerce has a history of 120 years, and it is the oldest chamber in India. Plus we have approximately 50 to 60 committees, and we have our presence in almost every state. So with that, I would want to begin the program, and I think understanding about VUCA would be a delight for us, PhD members and the people present here. Right, so with that, I would request people to come on stage so that we can start the lamplighting. I would like to call Dr. C.S. Hiramat, Mr. Tanmay Haj. Sir, are you here? Yeah, sir, please come on the stage. We will have to start with the lamplighting. Dr. Madan Gopal, Dr. Rajiv Chibbir, Dr. Ravi Gaur, and most importantly, our chair, our co-chair, Gaurav Agarwal sir, and the mind behind the program, Manish Stogi ji, and Jatin sir, Jatin Nagpal sir, the joint secretary. Thank you, everybody. So today our day will revolve around VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So before starting with it, I would request everybody to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Now I would like to welcome on, now we have a pre-recorded video of our conference chair, Dr. Karthik Ramesh, who is the Chief Transformation and Innovation Officer, UBM, Abu Dhabi, and also the Director of Dr. Hiramat Hospitals. Please play the video.
A very good morning A very warm welcome to one and all who have actually made it here today. Good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world you are watching this live from or listening to the recording later. The first ever VUCA collaboration conference on healthcare. I want to specifically thank our organizers, the various associate partners, PhDCCI, the CEO of PhDCCI, Dr. Ranjit Mehta, and 9 Publishing CEO, Mr. Manish Rastogi, who is also coordinating the Healthcare Continuum Thought Leadership Forums. Special thanks to our associate partners, including several companies, and I want to specifically welcome Dr. Sudhir Srivastava, who is the founder CEO of SS International Robotics, which is India's indigenously developed, made in India cardiac surgery robot. Huge and a very proud moment for all of us as Indians that such state-of-art medtech technology is actually being manufactured and developed here in Delhi. So welcome, sir. Very warm welcome to our social impact associate partner, Sri Madhusudan Science Institute of Medical Science and Research. We have Mr. Tanmay Hegde, who is the Chief Operating Officer. We have Dr. C.S. Hirimath, who is the Chief Cardiac Surgeon, Director, Heart Valve Bank and Academics, and who has been inspiring people to donate a heart. You'll hear more about it on the Heart Valve Initiative. Setting the stage for VUCA, understanding how preempting, mitigating, and managing the potential VUCA challenges in healthcare is going to help. Let us analyze the word VUCA. VUCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. No brainer. But it's a concept, a paradigm. I can tell you as a professor of practice and off-campus professor at many institutes of eminence. I've been teaching VUCA for the last 20 years myself, but the concept has existed almost for the last 40 years. In 1987, born during the US war with Vietnam, where Vietnam had resorted to guerrilla style of warfare. US was actually losing the war, and then they came up with this framework of how to navigate and how to conduct warfare in a volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous environment such as forest in Vietnam. Eventually, of course, I think Vietnam went on to win the war, but the true victory was the arrival of this concept in the management world, which is so relevant. In fact, I remember when this conference topic and this conference was a brainchild of Mr. Manish Rastogi, and we were talking about this casually 2 months back when I met him by chance. I asked him, why did you not talk about Barney? Brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. And that is the future. That is what COVID has left us with. Because COVID has put us through this tremendous experience of forced and accelerated digital transformation. And we have seen industries being wiped out in seconds. We have seen newer technologies like, the Zoom call, which I'm using today to record my talk, telecommuting to the next level, and collaboration, cross-collaboration across the world happening at scale. Why did we not talk about Barney? The fact is, while Barney highlights a lot of this brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible concept, the state of fragility and the emotional strain that we are experiencing, especially during and post VUCA, the fundamental relevance of VUCA still remains. The healthcare sector is constantly under flux. We have a lot of transformation, complex regulatory landscapes, global interconnectedness, global supply chain, distributed supply chain, and the ethical dilemmas which technologies such as generative artificial intelligence, quantum learning powered artificial intelligence, especially with the use of AI in diagnostics and genomics. Some of the pressures which we are facing to make this accessible, affordable use of healthcare using the latest and greatest of technologies when we operate among such global situation. I would say institutes which are in the social sector, therefore, like Sri Madhusudan Science Institute of Medical Science and Research, which incidentally was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister as the world's first free rural medical college. You'll hear more about it by Mr. Tanmay and Dr. C.S. Hirimath. But they are revolutionizing the quality care being provided free of cost across multiple hospitals. You have hospitals in Nigeria, Fiji, in India, and also multiple primary healthcare centers in the form of telemedicine. A lot of organizations doing this, but what is unique about SMS IMSR is not a single penny, not a single paisa is charged by anybody, and it is addressing quality, accessible, affordable care to the last individual who is literally at, I would say, a rural setting area. So VUCA is not just about industries thriving, industries growing, industries learning from their mistakes, but how non-profits such as these can innovatively disrupt status quo and set new standards, not just for social impact, but providing quality, affordable healthcare in an equitable manner. So today, along with our esteemed partners, our co-organizers, several advisory members, so many people who burned the midnight oil to make this happen. Thank you for everybody who has come here once again. This conference is not just an exchange of knowledge. It is not just a thought leadership session. It is about fostering a new journey, sharing the best practices, and I'm sure it is going to lead to a collective resilience strategy where we implement VUCA strategies across the spectrum of policy, astrology, and analytics, business sustainability, VUCA leadership mantras, mapping, mitigating, managing disruptive innovations, de-risking supply chain, corporate jugalbandi at boardroom, and ESG and climatized supply chain. I would like to sign off here from Mexico City. I was invited here by the United Nations to represent India and present focus of efforts which we have been putting in the space of anti-corruption and anti-bribery. A country which is as vast and diverse and as advanced technology as India is also in a constant state of VUCA, and to bring in the stability to the country in such a VUCA environment, the efforts of the United Nations Global Compact have truly been formidable and worthy of great appreciation. And that's the reason I could not be. Once again, I apologize to one and all. I would have loved to be here with all of you, but I'm sure that there'll be further opportunities where this dialogue is going to translate not just as thought leadership sessions, but walk the talk, rubber meet road kind of action plans and action items. I'm sure you're going to see a melting pot of fabulous technologies, business models, thought leader sessions. Godspeed, good luck to everybody, and I look forward to receiving the conference proceedings from Mr. Manish Rastogi post this event. And I'm sure this is the first step of a long odyssey of tackling VUCA challenges in healthcare. Thank you once again. Have a great session.
Thank you so much, sir. And I think it has been really insightful for all of us. Without wasting more time, I would like to call Dr. C.S. Hiranath, Chief Cardiac Surgeon, Pediatrics and Director, Hartwell Bank, to please come on the stage for his special address.
Good morning. At the outset, let me thank the PhD team for inviting us to New Delhi to deliver this talk. A brief introduction about myself. I am Dr. C.S. Hiranath, the Senior Chief Cardiac Surgeon at Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Science and Research, Bangalore. I have been working in Sathya Sai Institute for the last 20 years. Currently the Director of Hartwell Bank and Academics Cardiothoracic Surgery, and the sitting Vice President of Indian Association of Cardiothoracic and Vascular Surgeons. Well, we do have one cardiac surgeon sitting among the crowd here today, Dr. Varun, my colleague from Apollo Hospitals. I was happy he came and just met me during the meeting. And I think the rest, I do not know many. Maybe in the next couple of hours, I'll be knowing all of you. The journey of cardiac surgery in anybody's life is quite challenging, and I'm a hardcore trainer. I focus more on training of cardiac surgeons. In fact, the first rank in NEET examination come down to the place where I am working because of the training, and that's where I'm focusing across the country. I think Varun knows about it, and with that brief introduction, I'll take forward. My gurus, my mentors are here. I do not know how many people know about him, but Sathya Sai Baba and his own student Madhusudan Sai, who is leading the show right now. Well, this journey started 9 years back. I started picking up this challenge of training doctors in the country, how we can make quality cardiac surgeons. I don't know how many are aware of Next 10 years, if you want to have a good heart surgeon to mend your own heart, not your heart, even to my heart also, you won't have good heart surgeons. That's the status today in the country, which I am going to break this ice shortly. That's where I am taking you across. So I thought of starting the center called as Center of Academic Surgical Excellence and Research and Homograph Bank, called as KSR HB. Future-proofing India's cardiac care, the road ahead. Well, what is the problem of cardiac surgery or the concept at present in our country? Mainly because of escalating patient load and poverty. Homographs, I'll come to that, what is a homograft? Insufficient research and training of surgeons. Well, if you see this, India harbors 60% of the world's heart diseases. And we Indians and Asians have 4 times more risk for this heart disease. And at present we have 60 million plus cardiac diseases in the country, and it's growing day by day. And the number of cardiac surgeons in the country currently are 1,860. When it comes to congenital heart disease, that is babies born with heart diseases, the total number has gone up rapidly. In 2011 we had around 36 million cardiac diseases, and in within 10 years span it has gone to 62 million. And the rate of child being born with the heart disease, if you have 100 children born every minute, you have minimum 1.4 to 1.6, nearing to 2 children being born with heart disease. And this is going to increase by 5-fold in the next 5 years. That means with every 100 children born, you have minimum 10 children born with congenital heart diseases. That's a huge number in the country. Why? A number of reasons are there, and post-COVID we are noticing the number of congenital heart diseases are increasing, the number of complexity of congenital heart disease are increasing, the number of heart attacks are increasing post-COVID. Reasons, research going on, a number of reasons have been put forth, still we do not know, but this is the observation study what we are going through. Now what is a homograft? Each heart has got 4 chambers. Your heart, my heart has got 4 chambers. There are animals which have 1 chamber, 2 chambers, 3 chambers. A human heart has 4 chambers. And our heart closely mimics pig's heart and cow's heart. So it so happens that in the congenital heart disease, child will be born with 3 chambers, sometimes 3.5 chambers or 2.5 chamber. And how it is compatible with life, it is difficult. That time what we can do is, we can donate our heart. If I die right now, I have got 24 hours to donate my heart. This is not heart transplant. This is a cadaver, a dead body, where in 24 hours we can take the heart out, and in a single heart we can have at least 2 to 3 valves, depending on the type of disease which he has died. And that is processed, I will show a video also of that. That is processed in a period of 7 to 10 days and stored in a liquid nitrogen storage tank. And as we know, we have blood banks across the world. Every second either a blood is given or taken currently. In the similar way, here we have 7 heart valve banks in the country. That's the heart valve bank which I am looking at to start world's first free heart valve bank at our institute. India started off its heart valve bank in All India Institute, New Delhi, AIIMS. The plan was, according to Government of India Transplant Act 1994, it should be given free of cost for the recipient. Unfortunately, because of its maintenance cost, blah blah, whatever reasons, they charge 40 to 60,000. A country like Canada, UAE doesn't have a heart valve bank. They import heart valves from USA, charging 6 lakhs. Country like Australia has got 3 heart valve banks. Recently I had a meeting with one of the directors of heart valve bank from Australia, and is ready to collaborate with our institutes how we can take it forward. Insufficient research. If you ask me, even today we have cardiac surgeons sitting here, we read textbooks written by American governments and UK governments. Why? Because India does not have statistics. We don't have stats of our own patients. We follow the stats of the American and the UK government. They are the ones who are leading today. And we treat them according to their terms and conditions of the diseases what they see. Rheumatic heart disease is a condition where India is the global leader in that. Global maximum cases, India and Africa has a rheumatic heart disease. In America you don't see them, but they write guidelines how to treat them. Why? This made me to take it as a challenge, and as a secretary of the association for the last 6 years, I took it a point to make our own database. So in the year 2021, started off the first database of heart surgery in India, inaugurated by the then Health Minister, Government of India, Dr. Harshavardhan, during the COVID times. In fact, the Prime Minister was supposed to come down because of his commitments. He did not come, and we got it inaugurated by Dr. Harshavardhan. And today we have got more than 45,000 plus data collected. Research are going on. And I happen to make this database templates studying 7 countries and made a separate database for India separately. And which takes about 4 to 6 minutes to enter a data. As the surgery is done, the dressing will be putting, and it's mobile friendly, it's laptop friendly, system friendly. The assistant can just enter the data into the system. Shortly, I am going to make it compulsory for all the institutes across the country so that the hospital will be de-recognized if data is not entered. That's how the American and the UK government do it. This is a challenge where we face today in the country, and many Indians refuse to enter data because they don't want to let go their weaknesses. Suppose a patient dies, it's a reputation for them. If it dies, yes, it dies. We can't do that. We are doing our best. That data has to be entered. Based on that background only we can take it forward, and slowly we can write our textbooks and come up with our own guidelines. Today, Indian Association of Cardiothoracic Surgeons have reached a stage globally. During the COVID times, I took a strike wherein conducted master classes. 252 plus master classes were conducted during the COVID times. Even different associations across the globe came on the platform. And in fact, Dr. Mark Moon, who was the president of the American Association, made a comment in one of the Zoom meetings telling that even America has failed the way Indian Association is taking forward the teaching programs of various levels on these Zoom platforms. Even in fact, the British government has asked for a copy of these for the British Library. Robert Anderson is a pioneer in the world for pathology. I think if doctors are there, they will know Anderson. He is a pioneer wherein I had conducted a sitting series with him, and even he wants a copy of that in the British government libraries. Decreasing cardiac surgeons, as I mentioned, 80% of the seats in NEET examination, super specialty examinations go vacant. Why? Because the learning curve is more, nobody is ready to train. Suppose you have a heart problem today, you come down to me or to go to anybody and you go with the trust with that particular surgeon. He can't allow somebody else to operate on a heart because the margin of safety is very less. A single bite matters a lot. Margin of safety क्या होता है? It is only life and death. Heart surgery is only life and death. So you can't end up killing patients. So no killing and learning, that's what I teach. But in our institute, I see that I train people, stand next to them, and if they do any problems, I take over, rectify, and see that the patient goes home. That's how the training happens, where hardly any people do this. On this context, we are establishing training centers one by one. In fact, Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences, we are working on to make it the world's best training center. So people from abroad also are coming down to get trained. So all these things are happening step by step. And hardly any people are there in the rural part of India to serve. Some of them are in the urbans, and very good people just fly abroad to work there. The current requirement is 64,000 cardiac surgeons for our country, which is a huge number. Hopefully one day we can achieve that. There are only few centers in the country, about 38 centers in the country, which are called as high volume centers. What is a high volume center? More than 1,000 cases per year. Ours is one of them. Similarly, remaining centers of 178 centers in the country operate around 100 or between 200 to 300 cases per year. They can never become a training center. So that's another challenge what we notice. So what we can do together as a model and benefit, what we can come together is this, which I thought of naming it as Case HB, where it works on these 3 verticals. One is the heart valve bank, training and research part. As I mentioned, it will be the world's first free heart valve bank. Anywhere across the country, if required, or outside the country, I am ready to supply a valve to them, free of cost. Of course, advanced training skills, simulations, operations. Today, as I mentioned, we can't start training on a beating heart surgery for a live patient. So we have got modules. Japan has come up with modules. Each module costs you somewhere around 6 to 7 lakhs. With that module, it's a simulator. A beating heart will be there. We teach them on the beating heart first, and then go to the operation theatre and train. That's how it is today, number one. In congenital heart diseases, we have something called as polycarbonate modules or silicon modules. Each module costs you 60 to 70,000 rupees. We have been conducting workshops on that. So if a child is born with 3-chamber, with the help of CT scan, we create that 3-chamber heart in the lab on silicon module and make the trainee to do the operation on that silicon module and create a 4-chamber, then take him to the operation theatre and start training him. That makes a huge difference. It's a 3D reality. Similarly, robotic cardiac surgery. Dr. Sudhir Srivastava was supposed to come down. In fact, I had a long meeting yesterday. We are planning to have even robotic training across the globe. We are having north, south, east, west centers, and in South India, next 2 months, he is implanting a robo for training for cardiac surgeons. And our institute goes totally free of cost, because the concept of Satya Sai is education, healthcare, nutrition is the basic right of any human born on this earth. That's my concept, and we are for it. So, research, of course, and database register already in place, library and museum, industry collaborations which is already happening, academic research we look at. What does it make an impact on the country? Of course, the number of patients can be addressed many more, better quality of heart valve banks, cardiac fatality increasing, national research, and reduced economic burden of disease in India. We partner with a number of centers. In fact, I am working on a vaccine for rheumatic heart disease with Indian Institute of Science. This is in progress, and many other centers in collaboration working with Satya Sai institutes. This is a plan of action. As of now, my heart valve bank machine has been ordered. The only one country which produces these heart valve bank machines is in USA. Already the machine has come. In the next 1 or 2 months, I think the valve bank will be inaugurated, and it's been requested for the Prime Minister to come down, and it's in process. So, the mission of our institute, of our founder, is one world, one family. Vasudhaivam Kutumbakam, that's where we are looking at. Dear friends, I keep resonating every moment wherever I go that you don't have to be a cardiac surgeon to touch 1 billion hearts. Thank you. I have got a video. I have got 2 videos of 3 minutes each. I'll show it. Second video. This is a video showing how a homograph bank works. That's also called as a tissue wall bank, where once the heart is procured, what all needs to be done. I will also take you through the various equipments used for the homographed bank. The first one, as you see here, is a laminar flow hood. It's available in most of the microbiology departments, and it provides contamination-free air circulation to the HEPA filter for dissection of homografts from the cadaver. The next machine, what you are seeing here, is the high-powered plastic sealing unit, which is required for sealing of plastic bags. The third unit, what you see here, is the freezer, which enables us to freeze the homografts and bring to a temperature down from 4 degrees to minimum of minus 150 degrees. It's a completely computerized unit. Then we use the liquid nitrogen tank, and this is the major equipment which is produced by Minnesota Valley Engineering. This is directly connected to a large liquid nitrogen tank and automatically maintains the temperature between minus 150 degrees centigrade to minus 190 degrees centigrade. This tank is in turn connected to a 500-liter liquid nitrogen tank, which continuously supplies liquid nitrogen to keep the wafer phase of temperature to minus 190 degrees centigrade. There are also 2 ordinary kitchen refrigerators that are useful for antibiotic preservation of homografts. By this technique, we can use the homograft for about 45 days. After that, it cannot be used. The cadaver heart is brought in 2 sterile plastic bags containing sterile saline. The heart is removed from this ice-cold saline solution and put in the basin containing ice-cold ringer lactate solution. As we see now, we start dissecting the heart with a few available instruments in the laminar flow cabinet. The pulmonary artery and the aorta are completely separated from each other. Care is taken not to injure the coronary arteries or the aortic valve. All excess fibrofatty tissue is dissected away from the right and left pulmonary arteries. And the pulmonary artery is
dissected in such a way without damaging any of the pulmonary valve leaflets or the surrounding structures. Coming to the aortic valve, the left atrium is opened in its roof beginning from the left atrial appendage. With this incision, the mitral apparatus comes into view clearly. The chordae of the mitral valve and the papillae muscles are divided, and the entire aorta along with the coronary buttons are taken so that it maintains its contour and also not damaging the coronary ostia. That are very important to identify the normal aortic sinuses based on the origin of the coronary arteries. So once the fat is dissected and surrounding tissues are free, we take it out, wash them with saline, and for sterilization and antibiotic preservation, we use Hank's balanced salt solution. This solution contains mainly salt, lincomycin, polymycin, amphotericin, and ceftriaxone are the various antibiotics at different concentrations. This is mainly done to see that the pH is maintained around 7.4 using soda bicarbonate solution. We also take blood from the cadavers during dissection itself so that other tests like blood grouping, HIV, HPSAG and other communicable diseases. Normally it takes 7 to 10 days to obtain all the bacteriological, hematological and other fungal investigations. Once that is available, these heart valves are preserved in sterile plastic bags with aluminum foil packs. A separate medium is prepared for cryopreservation. This contains RPMI 1640, which is the Rose Park Memorial Institute medium, through which it is preserved into the liquid nitrogen tank for the next 21 years. They are stored in separate aluminum foils with 4 different colors. The red color is used for aortic homographs, the blue color for the pulmonary homographs, the green color for mitral homographs, and the yellow color for other dissected tissues like pericardium. Whenever we require a valve, these valves have to be thawed from minus 190 degrees centigrade to the room temperature through this freezer only. If we end up doing it faster, we have valve fractures, then the valve will not be used. Hence these equipments are required to thaw the valves before usage. And if we are going to ship to any other place, either within India or to other countries, there is a separate shipper called as liquid nitrogen storage tank shipper, in which it is sent to different places across the globe. This is a concept first of its kind initiated by Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, making it as world's first free heart valve bank, a part of the project of Kesar HB.
Thanks. I have another video of 3 minutes.
Love without duty and serve without expectations, says Sri Madhusudan Sai. In the last 12 years, the Sri Madhusudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission has established various service projects in 60 countries, providing all services completely free of charge. Millions of lives around the globe have been transformed through these service projects in the fields of nutrition, education and healthcare. The Annapurna Morning Nutrition Program provides nutritious breakfasts to 10 million school-going children across 25 states and 4 union territories in India, as well as several countries overseas. Children start their days with warm, nourishing breakfasts served as either cooked meals or the Sai Sure multi-nutrient supplement. The mission has established a private university, Sri Satya Sai University for Human Excellence, and 28 Gurukulam campuses in India, along with a school in Nigeria, offering free education from grade 6 to doctoral studies. Over 3,600 students are now receiving values-based education and are being empowered with the skills and knowledge necessary to contribute to society. The vast majority of students come from rural backgrounds and 40% of our students are girls. Additionally, over 6,700 scholarships have been given to rural children in primary schools. Sri Madhusudan Sai's vision for accessible medical education became a reality when Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi inaugurated the Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, which offers free medical education. To protect and preserve the health of children, the mission has established 5 Sri Satya Sai Sanjeevani Child Heart Care Centres in India and 2 overseas in Sri Lanka and Fiji, which have performed over 32,000 life-saving procedures to date, all completely free of charge. Free medical services are also offered through 5 mother and child hospitals, 18 Sai Swasthya Wellness Centres, Sri Satya Sai Arogya Vahini Mobile Hospital Services and 2 multi-specialty hospitals. So far, these initiatives have provided outpatient consultations to over 2.2 million patients. Over 40% of these patients live below the poverty line. To promote harmony by serving humanity across the globe, 11 centers for human development have been set up across 10 countries for conducting various service initiatives and spiritual activities. When an individual prospers, the society prospers. When the society prospers, the nation prospers. And when the nation prospers, the whole world prospers. After all, we are one world, one family.
Thank you. This statistics is of 24 August. The current statistics is the number of children. It's the world's largest morning nutrition program for children. At present, it was 10 million in 24. Today, right now, we have crossed 14 million. The target is to reach 80 million children having a nutritious breakfast morning for each and every child. The rule dictum or the theme is, let no child go to school without breakfast. The second dictum is, let no child reach his first birthday with a congenital heart disease. That's where we are looking at. Not only that, we have reached 60 countries today. The current statistics as of now, today, right now, we have crossed 81 countries. By 23rd November 2025, on the 100th birthday of Satya Sai Baba, the Prime Minister is coming down, already he has committed to inaugurate the world's largest free hospital. A new hospital is coming up, which is in the design of Washington DC White House building and totally delivered free of cost. There are many philanthropists across the globe who are coming in and supporting this vision, but he is coming and inaugurating about 750 bedded world-class super specialty hospital with robotic cardiac surgeries in place. And we'll be reaching 100 countries by 23rd November, already 80, another 20 countries approaching and starting cardiac centers or a basic mother and child center. Abroad today we have centers in Fiji, running centers in Fiji and Sri Lanka. Africa we have 2 centers. In Mississippi, a country like USA also is poor, for your kind information, where Mississippi we have a center of mother and child where even cardiac center is going to start. As country like Turkey, we are starting a center there. In India we have 6 centers. In fact, Delhi, Palwal is the nearest place of having a cardiac center. And the statistics, they say 32,000 cardiac surgeries. We have already crossed 36 till date. Hopefully, the day by day, the numbers are increasing. I request all of you to join hands for this noble mission, to come forward and see that we make a difference to the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for taking us through the process of homograph bank. Indeed, it's one of its kind, and we would also like to congratulate you for your upcoming center, right? And it's 750 bedded. That means it's going to be a great one. Now, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Tanmay Hegde, the COO of SMSI MSR, Introduction to Sadhguru's Healthcare Mission. So please come on the stage.
To my Guru Bhagwan Satya Sai Baba and Sadguru Madhusudan Sai, august audience and respected members of PhD, thank you for inviting us here. I am Tanmay Hegde, CEO of Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research from Karnataka. This is a beautiful, wonderful and powerful statement from our Vedas where they say, Sarve Santu Niramaya, which means may all be free from illness. You may have hundreds of crores with you, but if you don't have health, I think you'll not be having anything. So, Bhagwan said that Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu. That means may all beings in all the worlds be happy. We just look at only earth, but there are many dimensions to it. Now we talk about 3D, 4D, and the nations now are going up to the 12th dimension, which means more than what we think and what we see. So we say for our potential dreams, sky is the limit, but actually we should know the difference between need and greed. So we define for our dreams and potentials the limit, but for greed there is no limit. So here is one of the institute where we provide healthcare, educare and nutrition free of cost to all the deserving. The ancient idea was lost over a period until Bhagwan Satya Sai Baba breathed a new life into the dying ideology by liberating healthcare and education services from the financial clutches of the modern system. The mission is taken ahead by his student, Sadguru Sri Madhusudan Sai, based on the same philosophy, which says in a world consumed by commerce, this one of its kind medical model will unite the strangulation knots that bind healthcare services with financial obligations and change the way healthcare is taught and learnt, given and received. This is India's healthcare gap, where 55 million people are pushed into poverty annually due to healthcare costs. Our mission is to deliver the foundational needs of nutrition, healthcare and education to undeserved communities at no charge, empowering them to pursue their dreams. And if you see, this is the cycle where we take care of the maternal health, nutrition, holistic infant care, child heart care, pediatric health care, as Dr. Hirimat just gave us an info about this. The girl education, nutrition, then the adolescent health, then secondary and tertiary and medical education. This is how we are transforming the rural lives. We have the pediatric cardiac care. The adult cardiac care is taken care by most of the hospitals here, but the pediatric care is known as poor man's disease. So not many are bothered about it. So this is where we touch the lives of the children. We have one in Fiji, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, Turkey and USA. And this is the first of its kind model, the medical college, the first in the world free of charge, where you don't, it's given, the education, medical education is given free of charge to all the students, deserving ones. These are some of the statistics now. 3 lakh children are born every year with congenital heart disease. Sad state is only 10% receive the treatment and 25% won't make to their first birthday. And the surgery cost goes 3.5 lakhs or the US dollars 5,000, which has become inaccessible, unaffordable and unavailable. So the mission, what we are going through, or we want to take it as, make it accessible, make it affordable and make it available. And this is the holistic approach. We have Sanjeevani Heart Center, which majorly is concentrated on the pediatric or the child health care. We have the world's largest chain of hospitals focused on congenital heart. So pediatric cardiac centers are hubs for research, innovation, teaching and training centers. We are coming up with the Heart Valve Bank and the genomic research with large number of tissue samples. I thank my brother and friend Mr. Karthik Ramesh, who has been taking this genomic research lab ahead, which will be helping the nation. These are all the hospitals which we have at present in Raipur, Chhattisgarh, Palwal, Navi Mumbai, Telangana, Fiji and Batikola in Sri Lanka. These are the mother and child hospitals. This is the work done so far. So we have 3 lakh plus pediatric cardiac consultations, 35,000 plus pediatric cardiac surgeries, 3 lakh 30,000 outreach screenings, 1,61,000 plus pregnant women served and 9,000 plus childbirths. This is about the crisis, affordability and the access, what we are going now. 2 million students compete for 1 lakh undergraduate medical seats with 40,000 being government funded. Education has become very costly. Educational imbalance, you can see 2,22,000 students compete for just 46,000 postgraduate medical seats with varying standards of training. India's population, 1/3 is urban and 2/3 is rural. The intake of students is exactly vice versa. 90% is urban and 10% is rural. And there is a huge debt that comes along with the receiving a medical education. So, and in that, the sad state, 95% of the doctors have no family ties to the rural areas. We are looking into the problems and then just we have come up even to the solution. The one is Sadhguru has taken ahead with making India's first free medical college. Then, of course, we are always in the rural village location, free education for rural service. And as Dr. Hiramat said and our Guru says, education, nutrition and healthcare should be given free of cost, or it can be said as the birthright of a human being. We have diverse course of offerings, that is MBBS, BSc Nursing, DNB and paramedicals, state-of-the-art facilities. The thing is, we serve to the poor, that does not mean that we give a poor service. And we have free multi-speciality teaching hospital, and of course the most important is compassionate healthcare professionals. This was Honorable Prime Minister inaugurating our medical college. The salient features now, outpatient visits is around 9 lakh, now we have crossed 10 lakhs, inpatient admission around 45,000, surgeries more than 25,000, this is the stats of February 25. As of now, we have crossed much more than that. The newborns 5,000 plus. We have state-of-the-art 7 operating theatres, 42 ICU beds and 360% beds. And now we are coming up with a 600-bedded multi-speciality, the largest chain of charitable hospital. This is the one, the structure of the building you can see. Approximate 6,50,000 square feet. We have 11 operation theatres, 600 beds, and going for NABH and JSI standards. With 5 floors, around 100 ICU beds. The probable and the inauguration date is November 23rd, 2025, and having an infrastructure ready for PG. We have come up with, Sadhguru always says, for having a sustainability, we need to follow the model that it's dependent on 3, Samaj, Sanskar, Samaj, Sanstha and, the institution. So the government, Samaj, Sanstha and Sarkar. Sarkar, we get help from ABRK. Then as institutions, we have collaborations with AIMS, BAPIO, Star Health, Healing Little Arts, Kalzais. And society, we look up to Rotary Club, Lions Club and people like you all to support this mission. These are our institutional partners. We come up with this one, there are many people, the corporates are existing, but for human beings to touch human hearts, I think we should all work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We also had Dr. Sudhir Srivastava, the founder and chairman of SS Innovation, but as he's not keeping well, so we'll have to skip him this time. But we have his good wishes with us today. And with that, I would now want our co-chair, Gaurav Agarwal, sir, of Medical Device Committee to please come on the stage, sir, and felicitate our inaugural guest, Dr. C.S. Hiramath. So please be on the dais, sir. Dr. Tanmay Hegde, sir, please be on the dais. I would like to thank Dr. C.S. Hiramath, Sudhir Srivastava sir, though he is not here, and Karthik sir for his video remark that he gave. And other than that, I would also like to thank Mr. Tanmay Hegde. With that, I would request all the people in the inaugural session to please come on the dais for a group picture. Gaurav sir, please be on the dais so that we can take a group picture. Manish Rastogi sir. So please be on the dais. Madan Gopal sir, if you're here. Jatin Nagpal sir, please be on the dais. We are taking a group picture. Rajiv Chhabbar sir, we would also want you on the stage. Thank you everybody for sparing time and coming today to the conference. Even though it's a Saturday, we have you all here today. With this, let's move to the second part of the conference and the most important and awaited part of the conference. Now we will be starting with the coffee table book launch, Corporate Jugalbandi at Boardroom. For that, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Ashwini Shukla ji. Sir, please come over stage.
Am I audible? Yeah. A very good afternoon. I'm Ashwini Shukla from Navam Publishing. We are basically a journals and research publisher, and very soon we have recently published this Global South Healthcare Journal, and recently we are coming up. Very soon we are coming with a coffee table book, Corporate Jugalbandi at Boardroom, and which is under process. And the editor of book, Mr. Shaili Vishwajit sir, I would like to invite him to give a small talk on that. He is an author, bestseller, The Indigo Story, co-author, Super Brands India, and earlier media associations with Business India and Star Television Network. Over to you, sir, for your small talk on the book. Please, sir.
Should we show the book first? or something. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shelly Vishwajit, editor of the proposed coffee table book, which is titled Jugalbandi at Boardroom. Now, this may sound very unique name, a very different name, but we have to realize, and this is set against the VUCA background and concerning the healthcare sector. See, healthcare, to my mind, is the most, is a sector which is most affected by VUCA scenario compared to any other. But the learning in the healthcare sector has not been collaborated or catalogued in the manner it should have been done. See, in the management schools and other places, you have diverse examples of corporates, global corporates in various sectors, but you will see very, very few examples from the healthcare sector. And we feel there is a great learning from the healthcare. Healthcare, whenever it has made a mark, it has made headlines only for the crisis situations, not for the learnings that it has given us. So we thought, why not have a book in a coffee table manner, not a very serious kind of book, but not a shallow book, but with lot of depths and lot of learnings and lot of outcomes, lot of takeaways. So what we thought, let's have the best of the minds of healthcare segment. So this book will have almost 75 people, the leaders of the healthcare segment from various verticals, who will be sharing their thoughts, their learnings in this book, which should prove very, very helpful to the coming generations or even to the emerging leadership, middle class leadership, and also to the top leadership. The book is going to talk about the various scenarios, various learnings which the healthcare or their corporates have given it. And I'm really surprised why such an initiative had not been done. So maybe we are lucky. Mr. Manish ji, thank you very much, that we have collated this experience. Otherwise, you see, in the last 2 to 3 decades, healthcare sector has undergone a metamorphosis. I will not go into the detail, but today, there are at least 2 companies or medtech platform, not medtech, hospitals. Apollo and Max Healthcare, their market valuation has crossed 1 trillion rupees. That's 1 lakh crore. I mean, that's something unimaginable that we could have learned. Yes. So, I will, since Sir has to go, what I'll just say that this book is still in a work in progress, but we want to have a very credible book with many profiles, many learnings, many management lessons, and this will be a wonderful opportunity for also healthcare leaders, captains, management, top management to participate in this book. So with this, I will invite Shukla, please come, kindly come to unveil a sample of the book. Please come. Where's the book?
Call everybody.
Please. Ashwini ji, aap bulaiye sab.
Thank you, Manish sir. Thank you, Ashish sir, for this kind opportunity. Now, I would like to invite the contributors on the stage to launch the first cut of the coffee table book. Dr. Ankur Lat, we would like to have you on stage, please. Dr. Mukund Kamath, Mr. Ashish Rohila, Dr. Vishal Khanna, Mr. Shelly Vishwajit, so please. Dr. Rajiv Chibber, Mr. Gaurav Agrawal, Group Captain Anup Chibberwal, Mr. Amit Bhandari, Dr. S.V. Prasad, and of course, Mr. Manish Rastogi ji. Ashish sir, please.
Just to share our post-lunch second session, we have a discussion on this topic. Thank you.
I request you all to please unroll the coffee table book.
We would like to start with the first panel, Policy, Astrology and Analytics. So for that, I would like to call our moderator, Dr. Rajiv Chibber, Joint Forum Coordinator, AMID, Healthcare and Healthcare Policy Expert, to please be on the dais. Then we would like to call Dr. K. Madan Gopal, Advisor, Public Health Administration, NHSRC, National Health System Resource Center, Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and also a former Senior Consultant of Niti Aayog. So please come on the dais. Dr. Ravi Gaur, Founder and Director of DRG Path Labs, Chairman Medical Advisory Committee. So please be on the dais. Mr. Neeraj Jain, Growth Director, Asia, Middle East and Europe Path. Dr. Gayatri Vishwakarma, PhD in Statistics, MBA Quality Management, Principal Scientist at Zydus Life Sciences Limited. Over to the experts over here now. I think now the discussion would get more intense and we'll learn a lot from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi. Good morning, everyone. It was really a very, very enlightening session in the morning, and thanks for the insights that you really gave. While looking at this, I really thought that it so resonates with VUCA. I mean, and we started talking about it almost like a couple of months back. But yes, this has been VUCA has been something theoretically while it was in the combat systems, but then now if you look at it, each and every sector kind of like has VUCA embedded into it, with what volatilities growing day by day. It's something that is unimaginable. Healthcare absolutely is not untouched by VUCA, and I think what we're seeing in the last almost 2 decades plus, especially for the last 5 or 6 odd years, we've got a sea of a change that healthcare has actually taken forward to. In fact, when we were looking at the entire presentation on how newer technologies are actually going to be a game changer, I was thinking, and then this session actually is from policy, astrology to analytics. Look at astrology. It really comes from not only the spiritual part of it, but something that India embedded into it. Om se genome ka jahan janani hui hai. That is something what we can actually look at when we talk on VUCA. So I've got I've got a illustrious panel here, and people who have been policymakers, people who've actually been game changers in innovation, and then we've got someone who's taken the entire public health conundrum to a very different shift altogether, and now leading it on sustainability also. And Madam, with innovation also, when we talk about how newer technologies and vaccines are going to be available. This panel will actually enlighten me more, and I'm hoping that everyone gets the nuggets that really cheers you for the next sessions that are really planned well. I think thanks to Manish ji and the entire team, the kind of sessions that are planned, it's very unique in its own way of talking about VUCA, in its own way of understanding how healthcare needs to really take forward this entire juggernaut on tackling certain ambiguities and issues that can really otherwise be sanity for humanity. So the first session kind of like took a lot of time, but let's go into the basics of this question. So sir, I'll come to Madan Gopal sir first, and you've got an illustrious career which has actually seen how policy has changed in the last couple of years, and you yourself, Niti Aayog itself has been an area which can change the entire landscape when you look at each and every sector. But post pandemic policies in healthcare, especially with respect to public health, has seen a sea of a change, and these need to be strengthened into a PPP mode. And when I talk about a PPP mode, and I learnt it from a very senior professor of mine, that PPP should not only be embedded as a public-private partnership, it should be a partnership for a public purpose, and that's possibly something which you have traded while in your entire stint. So how would you emphasize on developing flexible strategies and fostering more innovative solutions when it comes to looking at VUCA in healthcare?
Thank you and good morning, and first thanks PhD Chambers and Manish for getting me here. And you have mentioned about the astrology. Because the COVID time we have seen many astrologers. Everybody was predicting which direction the pandemic is going, which direction the virus is moving, as if the virus is taking the consultation of the astrologers and behaving right as it is. It was doing like that. But you have rightly pointed out that during the COVID times, it was a volatile situation. Had it not been a resilient infrastructure, it would have been a catastrophe, very, very big catastrophe in the country. But how we can talk about the volatility and how the private sector was roped in during the COVID times, as you have mentioned that we need to build the partnership further. But we have to see from the traditional approach to the partnership to a very more pragmatic way of partnership, that we have to, though the common nomenclature is public-private partnership, as we have rightly mentioned, and I've been also propagating that it's a partnership for public provisioning, because it's for a public good, which we are already talking about. The partnership has to build from that. Otherwise, the moment you talk about partnership between private and government, the issue of trust and others, misconceptions, miscommunication will come in. We have to always talk about the partnership for public provisioning and how we can achieve a public good from that perspective. So traditional partnerships have been between the, if you look at the hospitals, you have been outsourcing the kitchen services, housekeeping services. Now if you look at the National Health Mission, we have been outsourcing the pre-hospital care, that is 108 ambulances, around 30,000 ambulances are there. If you talk about the mobile medical services, mobile medical units for reaching the untouched population, that's also a public-private partnership. And if you look at the other ways, that means the diagnostics, in many of the places, diagnostics have been outsourced. But COVID has taught us that how a partnership with the private sector can be a win-win situation for all the things, so that we can address the volatility and other aspects of that. Take the example when the COVID started, in 2020 we were having only one lab, that is NIV Pune, which was having the kit for diagnosing COVID. Then you see how the partnership was leveraged, how the diagnostic kits and other were made, and how the private sector came in, and the partnership evolved. And when the COVID was declared as a disease of not a public health emergency, at that time we were having 4,000 laboratories equal in the private sector and the government sector. That means how the volatile situation with this partnership we are able to relate to that. Another opportunity, how we have been able to allay this volatile situation during COVID time, because it was a very complex situation. All the things were there. It was very uncertain. We didn't know how the virus would be behaving. We are not clear about the complexities associated with that. One aspect was that how to detect it. The other aspect was to provide treatment to so many number of people, population. You see that how collectively we have been able to handle this situation. It was an opportunity because volatility always gives an opportunity to innovate, an opportunity to leverage on whatever leaderships and other things are. It's an opportunity also. When the COVID, during the first lockdown, what has happened that so many complex and uncertain period was there. And there was a dilemma of how to provide care to the people who were stranded in the homes. Because it was a continuum of care for the people who are under treatment for the chronic conditions, hypertension, diabetes. It was not for treatment of COVID. We have leveraged at that time, all teleconsultation, all WhatsApp consultation, though it were done rampantly, but were all illegal, and the honorable courts have taken cognizance of that, and they have punished and passed orders against the doctors and the treating professionals. It was that situation. And we have made enabling thing in the form of having the telemedicine practice guidelines, and now you see how a partnership has been created, and you have see how the command centers and other things, the private sector, they have partnered with the government and they have helped us in overcoming that situation. Had it not been the partnership with the aiding of the diagnostics, the point of care devices, the diagnostics, and the enabling this telemedicine, can you imagine treating a 4 lakh patient, 4 lakh COVID patients in a day? At that time it reached up to 4 lakh, second wave. And if you look at the hospital beds, and if you look at out of this 4 lakhs, at least 10-15% would be requiring hospitalization. 40,000 intensive care. At that time the intensive bed capacity was 35,000. That means we were having ICU beds with the ventilator was around 35-40,000, including private, government both. That was our capacity. Now you see how the partnership has allowed us to treat the patient at the home, and we were very selective in triaging the patient at the home and bringing the patient to the, and we took the complexity, uncertainty, and we have been able to manage that thing. The ambiguity which was there, we were able to handle. That was another thing. Now going forward, what we can do is we have to see that how in partnerships we have to build in innovations. One of the biggest partnership which the government is having is this health insurance schemes across the country. You call it PM Janman, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, or any other state insurance schemes. They are having a partnership with the private providers. Previously in the RSBY there was a lot of innovation when the partnership happened, and that's why you have seen how the empanelment, enrollment, and other things, they flourished and other things. Innovation concept also. But for having this partnership to thrive, you have to see and build in an innovation concept, innovation as a part of your key performance indicator when you are entering into a partnership. So that was missing. I think we should focus on building in key performance indicator, and the innovation should be a part of that. If you are allowing the people to innovate, you see the results. You see how the smart card industry, they thrived when the RSBY was rolled out. How so many transaction software, they have taught us how the transaction software they evolved, and we could at least now know how to administer this scheme of this magnitude. We are administering this scheme to around 700 million people. That means 70 crore population we are covering. It is not possible without a technology, and here the partnerships and other things are coming. The other, before closing, another thing which is driving these partnerships is the ABDM space, the Ayushman Bharat digital mission space. You see how things have been taken care with the use of these partnerships and other models. There are many models. But if you look at the way things have evolved. But it is quite comforting, but we stop calling it as a public-private partnership, we start calling it as a partnership for public provisioning. Because both the people are working for the same people. कोई बस जाती है, तो private and government both are there. But if the bus खराब होती है, what happens? Both the people come out and they, in the country, both have to work together. It's not that the only government will be doing, private and government both have to work together. So that this all from my side.
No, absolutely. I think you summarized how the healthcare went into volatility and what were the kind of solutions that we had. But then, I bought a couple of newspaper articles over the last couple of weeks that we've been looking at, and amazingly, what has happened is because of these frugal innovations and because of this very tight-knit, as you said, public partnership and provisioning that we are actually looking at, has really made India reach a landscape where we are now globally recognized. I don't want to go into the $5 trillion or $7 trillion economy that we are envisioning into, but yes, before maybe a $5 trillion or a $7 trillion economy, what India has now made its self clear is that we are at least solution and service providers in healthcare. And I'll just, if you just look at what I've got, we are trying to, as a country, also offset a lot of VUCA, and the government is doing it. I'll just show this. So, we're working on China. The first article you see is how we are trying to mediate on select drugs that come into China. And these are just a couple of weeks that we've been talking about. Even each and every big report, whether it's a McKinsey report or whether it's any other top big fours that are talking about India, today talk about healthcare and travel sector as one of the big things. EU-India focus on fast-tracking FTAs. Again, minimum import on China to curb inputs. You talk about a very great article that the McKinsey just came out in Business Standard was on how India should be the next leveraged strategy for everyone in the world. We've got these free trade agreements not only happening in EU or not only happening in the with the United States tariffs and all that. It's in ASEAN, it's with the Quad alliances, it's with even the BIMSTEC countries and all that. That's pushing us. And further, if you talk about it, each and every publication is now talking about how we are progressing into it. So these free trade agreements have given India the leverage to actually dispel any volatility that possibly could reach VUCA to a part. How do you, from the government angle, visualize India taking it to the next level where possibly we could be not only the pharmacy of the world, but also the correct solution providers with the right technology? And in fact, in the morning we were just discussing about how India traditionally had that embedded into it. We were chatting about how Harappa was actually defined, and I saw that video commentary for over 2.5 hours where they talked about not only solutions provided towards healthcare, solution provided towards our own drainage systems, the way defense systems were actually created to create some sanity within the society. So is this going to be a reality in the next, by 2047, that we would take it forward? I mean, I'm talking about VUCA prediction and astrology, and this is something we should not be able to miss.
Because if you look at the astrological aspect, astrology are a map to where you would be. But you have to make efforts to reach to that map. It's not that things are there in store, it's a goody thing, because previously also during the king's time, they used to have courtesans who used to be soothsayers. That means they will say only the right things, that this is going to be right, this is the right time. Yes, I agree that in 2047, things are in place, because COVID has taught us, because initially the response to any of the situation was a siloed response. If it is the Ministry of Health work, it's a siloed response. But you have seen the COVID, how the forecasting and the astrological aspects are been built into that. One of the important thing, they used to ask, the Ministry of Pharmaceutical, Department of Pharmaceutical used to ask, what would be the situation in the coming 15 days, 20 days, 1 month. These used to ask. And based on that they used to sell feelers to the manufacturer that okay, these would be the requirement, this would be the forecast. And that's why you have to prepare accordingly. That kind of mechanism is not. But we have to see that from that kind of approach, it has to be a very convergent approach. I think things are moving in the direction when the convergence and the intersectoral coordination for this kind of forecasting is happening. Now you would be seeing increasing because you have seen the One Health. One Health has been led by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, so as to bring in the interministerial coordination. But otherwise what happened, the health would be doing, animal husbandry would be doing, the agriculture ministry would be doing something, and the other ministries would be doing something. Now to bring all the things together, now you are having the PSA office to steer all these things. That kind of convergence is happening. So that you can forecast that what is the status of that. Immediately what happens whenever there is a scare of COVID, a coordination mechanism sets in now to saying that what would be the requirement, what would be the forecast, what would be the requirement of, take the example paracetamol requirement, what would be the requirement of that, what would be the, how the disease would be progressing, so that this forecast is available to the industry and so that the industry can start the manufacturing. Otherwise they can't be stockpiling all the things. And similarly for the vaccine also you have seen how the things have improved. And to integrate the technology and bringing the technology into the health stream, you see you are having a health technology assessment division at the Department of Health Research. Apart from that, NIPERs are there, you see how the industry, academic collaboration, other things are coming up and shaping up. Because we have to sustain our position as pharmacy of the world. For that you require a lot of industry, academic collaboration. But I have been always saying that what kind of academics we are bringing to the industry. Are our academic institutions able to bring any vaccine, any breakthrough in any molecules? We have to ask that question because if you talk about the COVID vaccine, it was 2 universities which have brought that vaccine and we all know that everybody might have taken a jab of that vaccine. It was university, academic bringing the knowledge where out to the industries and the collaboration there. That means things are in place, the forecast is very optimistic, but the steps which we have taken and the infrastructure and the intelligence which we are building, I think we have to collectively work and take it as towards this vision of Viksit Bharat. We have to set our benchmark very high. We should not be complacent in saying that ki ho gaya, theek. No, we have to set our benchmark. We have to have great aspiration to reach that mark. But that mechanisms are already set in. We are trying to push for innovation. We are trying to focus on research. Research grants are there. But first time you have seen that too much emphasis has been given on research. So too much emphasis on, we see the Gati Shakti also. So that the coordination between the ministries and other things are all happening. In fact, our health institutions are also there on Gati Shakti so that everybody knows that which institution is where. So that kind of mechanism and other things are happening. You see the forecast is very good and the forecast is contributed to the policy so that the volatility, the uncertainty, the complexities and the ambiguity which we have seen during the COVID time, I think in the coming years we are well prepared to address this volatility. The another thing which is happening is the PubMed fund and other thing. They are trying to reduce, they are reducing it so as to hamper our the research and other thing. That kind of forces would be there. But we have to prepare ourselves and see that how we address this volatility.
Excellent points. I think we've addressed a couple of things which were very, very important. And 2 things that you really talked about was how to forecast, the market. And, someone who's actually been following the markets and I've been following him also, Dr. Gaur, when you looked at, the entire pandemic striking us, and now even before the pandemic there were certain issues. Climate change has been one of the bigger issues that we're dealing with, heat waves and other things which led to a lot of healthcare issues that came in. Apart from that, we had, the response post-pandemic also, that how quickly and fastly we could be innovators and lead an industry where people are are not only understanding the dialogue on healthcare, but also are being partisans or with the healthcare, fraternity. And that's where, we saw unpredictable market conditions coming out. So how would you term that in terms of the last, possibly post-pandemic, and if I could stretch it a bit, last 1 decade, where, your experiences as not only at the helm of, as a board member or as a CEO and a managing director, but also advising a lot of, industry bodies look at it?
Well, this is good afternoon and good morning is still there. Very, unique discussion. But when sometimes the topic, the VUCA, when Manish and Ajit spoke to me about like VUCA I was wondering, like, in healthcare, VUCA always existed. I mean, it's like what, in fact, I have probably tried to redefine what we talk about VUCA, probably with the V is like, vitals usually change at any time. That's basic. I'm sure the surgeon sitting here with all medical, moment you walk out, it's all okay, patient is fine, and 10 minutes later, sister calls the patient has collapsed. This happens. And this is typically, healthcare was always prepared for it. They need to prepare for it. But I think one of the important, like an example probably, we forward, like one of my colleagues, in fact, I was talking to him some time back when the topic came to me, and I said, like, he said, what are you talking about, VUCA? I said, yes, this is the biggest problem. Yes, we should, the policymakers have to understand what is behind this. He says he works somewhere in the primary health center, somewhere in Ayodhya, remotes of Ayodhya, somewhere. And their monkey bite and dog bites are pretty common. He said, for me, we would have anti-rabic vaccine or injections were supplied, but for 9-10 months there were no bites. Probably the precaution, whatever it is, it happened incidentally. Then the district CMO said, no, the vaccines are getting wasted, withdraw them. And they were not issued. They were only issued like quantum 10 every month, sort of giving like, stock maintained, just to forget it, we'll supply you. He said, moment the very first month, the 10 were withdrawn. One rabbit dog and a monkey came, like 10 people. They walked into my chamber. What do I do now? This is what I'm saying. The VUCA, we actually phrase the primary level, healthcare, anywhere for that matter. But of course, I think one of the fundamental things is VUCA beat was like, it did not weaken us. I think especially VUCA is, it basically makes us wiser. That's the fundamentally I have to say. And COVID, I think, when you put in the same concept, COVID was something like, VUCA is always the air for the healthcare guy. It's probably, COVID broke that wall. You just feel the air now, you be ready for it, this is going to hit you, and be prepared for that. So I think when I just go back and, we were very complacent kind of a thing, and in fact, one of my colleagues is sitting here, Colonel Parth Roy, in fact, he was heading that time, the mobile container labs of Spice Health. We did almost 70 lakhs RT-PCRs in containers. And within 48 hours was told, like, move the container to Allahabad or Kumbh Mela, 48 days, to Guwahati, and they did that. It was, that is how preparations were made. That's how the NABL came up. There was no concept of audits of NABL at mobile labs. There was nothing, no virtual audits of the lab was there, but 2,000 plus labs were accredited during the COVID. COVID taught us that remote, wherever you are, you cannot raise your hands. In fact, I come from Indian Army background. We can see Colonel Parmar sitting here. I think we know we can fight at any point of time, and that's, I think, the mindset the VUCA is industry should adopt, and that's how I think we learned hard way in the COVID. And I think everybody has moved from there. The fundamental thing from the diagnostic industry, when I'll say the VUCA for me was like there was like first thing when you just sitting in the boardroom, well, now this has come, what do you do? We was like we have variable numbers and value wars. Today they were like very first day we had 10 patients, okay fine, 10, 20, how much you can think, 100? Next day we had 400. After that suddenly within a week it went to 3,000 patients RT-PCR a day. How do we cope up for that? Now that's one big challenge, that's one. Same thing the value war. We started with 4,500, within a month it was made 2,400. After 2 months it was made 1,200. Right? How do you justify that investments? It doesn't work. Now, number 3 then came, like the, I think, the unpredictability, and that's another issue. And the patient preferences. We don't know what is going to be ours, because initially there was RT-PCR. In fact, the whole turn happened that way. Normally, as a healthcare provider, we were used to prescription. Doctor will write a prescription. I'll go to the diagnostic center. I was used to that. Patient will come with the test written. We'll do the testing. But totally turn the table. First, patients were coming straight to us, calling us. So I want an RT-PCR done. If it is positive, I'll go to clinic. Now, how do you handle that? We never had this kind of situation. Pathology became the first point of contact, and then second point of contact. What do I do now? I think we need to prepare our customer care team, everything for that matter. Then in the newer test range, suddenly people start talking vitamin D, IL-6 and all kind of a thing. I mean, I remember a situation which came like sitting somebody from the leading hospital, government hospital, topmost in Delhi, calling up, we don't have IL-6, can you help us get a kit somewhere from outside? And it was a Roche kit, market was closed. How do you do that? Somewhere we managed to invest in one kit, and then how things started. And then of course within that, innovation happened. We developed some alternate technologies, various algorithm systems, and we work out. Same thing, the complication, compliances and competition. The compliances were changing every day.
Yeah.
This is I'll surprise, within 1 month they said all the COVID positive patient has to be listed and in a portal has to be entered. And we have a LIS software system, all barcodes are there, but 4,000 entry in a separate COVID portal. How do you do that? Do you have a team of people? And no, you must be knowing many of the bigger labs had tough time, because what they did was, okay, the aim was very nice, to make positive cases hotspot containment. So they started putting positive first, negative. So they were debarred. You said, no, that means your reports, 90% positive reports are wrong. That is what has happened. The districts, the CMOs were getting a panic kind of a thing. So we had to address. Then of course, the government came to help. We got hold of various training centers, ITIs and all. These people came, even digitalized center. We even had trained our small basic housekeeping guy, just upload. That kind of a thing. That worked actually. Then came the competitions actually. The competitors was like, we had people coming from anywhere. They were non-corporate, non-serious providers. From 2,000 labs, suddenly we had 4,000 labs. Now, then how do you handle that? Non-serious players were always corporates, non-corporate, unstructured, everybody wanted to enter COVID testing. I think this has actually happened in diagnostics, similar to healthcare also probably. Yeah. And the lastly was automation, we start analytic and automation start talking about. Now, how do you justify that ROI in automation? Because will it go to work? Because from 4,500 to 800, today it's a 500 rupees, a test, the same test. Equipment justification is not there. At that point of time, things change afterwards a lot. And then so a lot of hype to hope. I think that's where we keep fluctuating. That situation we had, during the board member, we used to keep, what do we do? And that is situation was happening across healthcare. Like the one we sat in the boardroom and thought about, like many things we thought about. And ultimately we started talking about, post-COVID things get streamlined, better. For us today, what it means is, it's like earlier we were obsessed with machines and automation. Today we think about obsessed about meaning. What is the meaning of that? How does it work? That's one. How do you make hubs? Can we go to this? Why should a basic test from periphery to come to center? Why can't we have point of care devices? The point of care devices have its own challenges, we realize. There's a quality control. Can we integrate them? One glucometer can be integrated to my lab. Across, wherever is one of the POC devices, can be integrated into one center and centralized call center, regional centers. Have a look at this. This is the quality results coming out. Develop regional EQAs, local quality control programs. So at least, it's like a comprehensive quality testing centers in regional labs, local labs, create kind of a thing. That was help, because this actually happening now. A lot of POCTs are being given, point of care, whether it's a blood gas or even CBC or even your urine testing or even CRP testing, even it's a cardiac biomarkers, everything is getting, cholesterol, even that's kind of a thing getting automated. So probably this is the newer thing that's got integrated into our system. And then another important issue what we realized was like, we need to be, earlier the labs was pathologic centric. Pathologist has to be good, that's fine today. But I think the mindset has to change, patient centric. What patient needs. Pathologists became invisible but indispensable, that's behind that. More was what is there, but trust, because patient-centric lab centers have to come up with healthcare for that matter. And I just did a small comparison, what we like, kind of a thing we did. Like, little example, revenue drop post-COVID. The post-COVID, about 30% of the revenue dropped down. And I'm sure, I still remember, we don't know the exact number of the labs, but pre-COVID we had about 2,200 NAB-accredited labs. Immediately, during COVID, number went to 4,500. But now, 1,500 labs are shut down. And this is, I have also opened a small COVID lab in Guwahati, it doesn't work. Now what do we do about it? So this is the example, the revenues went down. But then, shifted to more creating awareness of preventive health. Health checkup, how does your health matters? Wellness, immunity, more focus, more awareness. So the healthcare facilities or centers has to be more trained to that kind of awareness programs. That's one thing. And we're done regularly, giving camps, focusing on health, good part of health. Secondly was the price wars. Now, at that point of time, today we have, people realize all the labs were shut down, I'll say, or many of them are still there, 399 rupees full body checkup. Does it work? I don't know, because they have nothing problem, they're losing everything. Let us do something, something might come a volume war. But actually speaking, for sustenance, this is not going to work. For that kind of a thing, okay, let's move from value-based diagnostics to, say, we created a professional-based health checkups. Earlier it was the male, female, age-wise, that's what it is. What kind of profession you are you a sedentary worker or a high-end worker? And then risk scores to be calculated. 10 people have the same values, but who's more risk for cardiac disorders? I think that's what we adopted. That's where the wisdom we already had, data we already had inside. Then too many, you can say artificial intelligence, LIS tools were there. Too many in the market today, so many of them. But I think that's not. I think we need to, which can be integrated, which can be actually, get some value add. That is what is to be done. Otherwise, we don't want to. And lastly, the trust deficit. I think that is something which need to keep building trust. For being trust, you have to be standing with the patient right there, because amongst them, talk to them. Otherwise, a lot of people again lose trust in healthcare. And this is what we learned in the boardroom. We need to be seen, we need to be heard, we need to be physically there. Otherwise, I think with the VUCA, I think VUCA was there. Maybe VUCA will come with a higher degree and keep coming. So I probably see VUCA was there, and various degrees of VUCA will be there. But I think we need to be, we are ready for that, and we should be. And here, what's lastly important is, I think the policy makers, I think they need to be real-time policy. When the petrol prices changes every day, and so much automation, so much digitalization, so much new technologies, everything is coming, every day something is happening. Can't we have a similar revision? Don't have to revise health policy after 5 years. No, go back, have a consortium, collaborate, come together. Because you don't have to have an automation, you should know your technology, how you can integrate the technology. Same conventional technology can be used for newer things also. Integrate, make use, multiple use optimization, using the policy makers, make them understand this is not like closed wall. I think we can put, and the real-time policy making should also be part of the.
Excellent, sir, excellent. Thank you very much. I think my next question was a few nuggets on solutions, and I think I didn't interrupt your flow because it was right from, your summarizing VUCA as, vitals usually change on an everyday basis to, the last part which very, succinctly talked about, how patient centricity, trust, financial stress, and last was, the price wars have actually led to really creating a new war room against VUCA. With this, in fact, the last part of your entire solution is something which, I would take to Neeraj ji. Because these things are the very core to when we look at something which needs to make a societal change. if you don't have trust, the last part that, Gaur Sahab talked about, if you look at the entire, equitable access of resources that needs to be made available for quality health care and the continuum of health care that needs to be provided, and right from, areas where snake bites and dog bites are available, galore to even, when we have heat bites or the frost bites that can actually be taken forward. So as PATH, and I've known PATH for almost like several years, right from my PHFI days that I've been following PATH, and in fact, for everyone's benefit, the acronym PATH is just not PATH. It's not the way forward that possibly everyone was looking at. It's like Program for Appropriate Technology in Health. That was how PATH was really looked at. So looking at the challenges that from a policymaker you heard, or from me and from Ravi Gaurji, how would you actually look at PATH now, or not only PATH, but as civil society members really mitigating VUCA?
Thanks, and thanks a lot for having me here. I will try and hurry up because I think we are now a little over time, or quite a little over time. So I'll be very quick. I think, firstly I want to just say that we've come a long way since the Vietnam War. 2 weeks ago, when Iran got bombed, it was like, whoa, what's happened? We started another war. A week ago, we heard the war's over. I don't know when it's going to start again. So the wars are continuous. We've seen that happen. We've seen a long war in Ukraine. So the world is changing really fast. Geopolitics has just taken over, and it has a huge impact on health. Okay, I must tell you that. We have been working in Palestine for many, many years on vaccination. We have been working in Ukraine for many years on TB, etc. We are seeing this play out. And every day we have to sit down and think about what's going to change. I'll just quickly go to, we've talked a lot about the pandemic. While it's good to chest thump about the diagnostic piece, because I think we did very well, but how many of you believe that we did well on the therapeutic? Anybody? You think we did well on the therapeutic? I mean, my opinion is that we kept changing the goalposts. At the end of the day, I think finally, we had ivermectin which came in, we had all kinds of drugs which were coming in. I remember some people were paying 80,000 rupees for a dose of something, I can't even remember the names anymore. Yeah? That's right. So there was this whole game that was playing out. I believe we could have done better on the therapeutic side, and I think we could have done much better on the oxygen piece. Because already we knew when we had the first, bout of pandemic of COVID, we knew that oxygen would be required. We didn't really prep ourselves probably. When the second round happened, we did, all guns blazing. So we could have done better. Having said that, are we prepared for the next pandemic? I'm not sure. I think there is a lot to be done. Maybe we are sort of just happy about how we came out of it. We are all happy. But we did lose a lot of lives. Could we have saved those lives? Probably a lot of them. So how do we think about that as we go forward? So I just want to put that little bit of a thing that this change is real, volatility is real, it is evolving very quickly. It also, I come from an organization that focuses on health equity. Please remember also in terms of inequity, it is increasing every time something changes. I can afford it. But there are many out there who can't. And that inequity is a huge issue. I think with RT-PCR, what we did was absolutely fabulous. We brought it down to a cost where everybody could afford it, it was easy to access, etc. With vaccines, again, we did a very good job eventually. Initially, I think we struggled a bit, but eventually I think India came up right on top in terms of vaccines. The world didn't do too well. Africa did not do too well. And I'm trying to take a larger worldview rather than just focus on what we're doing here. Oxygen, so for us as an organization, I think, VUCA is the new normal. It's every day. Every morning we wake up and say, okay, now who's fighting with who? What is required where? What is going to fail? Is polio finally going to leave this earth or not? It's starting to show up in Pakistan. I don't know if you're aware of that. So, we've got this. Every morning we are waking up and saying there's some new thing which is like monkeypox. Any of you were involved in monkeypox? Yeah, there you go. So, you know how it just suddenly flared up, and where's the diagnostic, and where's the vaccine, and the whole world was reeling. WHO is reeling by itself. I was at the World Health Assembly in Geneva. WHO, we're not sure whether it's going to be left to half of what it started off as. So we don't know where it's going. Gavi just didn't manage to get $3 billion they're short on their fundraising. So this is a VUCA moment. We are going to see this for the next few years, which means new models have to be thought of, new partnerships have to come in. I think there is a role for everyone to play, but really we need to rethink our strategy. In terms of our challenges, one of the big challenges that we've been seeing recently is the geopolitics. And the geopolitics has a huge impact on health systems. It has a huge impact on what we can do, what we can't do. We were thinking of a global, a global health world. The global is gone. It's fallen off the health world, and now it's nationalist health world. So every country is thinking for itself. I can tell you, I went and met the Minister of Health in Nepal, and they said, hey, you guys failed us. You didn't give us the vaccine, right? Rightly so, because we had to think about our people first before we gave it to Nepal, and their system went down. China came in, so China created that whole relationship with Nepal in that process. Then the US came in. So, those kind of things are playing out. We are having, countries have military coups, like I work in Myanmar. They've got a military coup on one side, they've got, all kinds of political issues going on, and the health system is failing. So, I just wanted to, so I don't know if you noticed, but I'm the only non-doctor on this panel, okay? So I was feeling very inadequate when I started. I said, okay, let me talk about the geopolitics and the non-medical side of it, and that's what I did. But I think it's important for us to remember that this world is changing very fast. Health is at the center of it. We have realized the importance of health, which is great, and that is why now we get invited to panels. I think 4 years ago, nobody invited me to a panel, right? So we realized that health is at the center of our life. We need to make sure we do it, but I think there's a lot of work to do. Back to you, Rajiv.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. I think the geopolitical perspective that you gave is really something that's put India also on the focus. We've also become geopolitically correct, if that is a word that I can talk of India on. Coming to my next panelist and probably the last one right now, Gayatri ji, I mean, the pharma industry, everyone has been alluding to how vaccines have actually taken forward the entire thing, how even right now Sunil ji, Neeraj Jain just talked about, monkeypox being talked about, and polio, now again Pakistan becoming the flag bearer of taking polio. Things have actually started to move on a good way also, but on a bad way also. And that is where the goalpost is daily changing when we talk about VUCA. You come from Zydus, but apart from that, you have such an illustrious career on research, on statistics. How would you now define this challenging environment really unfurling, and what could be the probable things that you could actually envision around it?
Thank you for having me here, and I would like to thank Mr. Manish for inviting me for this, because I will just give example of a movie. Everyone talks about the policy makers, policy implementer, but nobody talks about the camera behind that, who is handling. So this is our role as a data scientist, so that what we are doing with this, because we are the just like what models we are building, based on that the policy will be made, and then that's how it will be implemented. So thank you so much for having me here. Related to like points on VUCA, I would like to say that the people, those who are impacted or challenged by VUCA is us. Everybody talks about like their problems, but yes, I want to highlight my problem also, because what happened, every day the data is changing. We are not having the data, quality data to build a good model, So what happened, to stay relevant, impactful and responsive, it's our responsibility to realign our goals to match this VUCA environment. So just like, because the title of this panel is the astrology. The astrologer, what they do, they predict based on the star alignment. We are the data scientist or biostatistician, we predict based on the data alignment. So until unless we have the good data, the quality data, we will not be able to predict what we are expecting. So in that sense, what I think that if we talk about the 4 components, volatility. So volatility means if we have to handle the volatility, we have to have some kind of real time forecasting and modeling. That is like adaptive modeling. We have been working, like this is my 20 years of career after PhD. We have been working in static models. We now want the adaptive models which runs. Why adaptive models? Because it runs and learn and evolve based on the data. So we have to have adopt the adaptive models which can give us, like there are some methods. We can use the Bayesian statistics and meta-analysis, evidence synthesis, causal inference approach, by which we can have the models which can give the more robust methods. The second thing, if we talk about the uncertainty. So uncertainty is always like we have the data which is incomplete or evolving data, especially in case of public health emergencies. We have the evolving data. We don't have the exact data which we want to. So in that case, what we have to do, we have to take the approaches where we can calculate the 95. We can quantify the uncertainty in some way with using the 95% confidence interval. So we can give the range of this and we can mitigate some of the uncertainty which we can pose on this. The third point is the scenario planning, which is the most important part to have the to deal with the complexity part of the VUCA, because you know healthcare is not a linear system. Like patient, providers, regulators, and the logistics, all are interconnected. So what we have to do, we have to have the models, those talk about the interaction of these things. So when we are talking about the interaction, we are including all layers of this. We can predict the multiple futures, which we can choose one of them. So we have to have beforehand so that the leaders or policy makers, they not stay behind but a step ahead. They are staying a step ahead of having these kind of scenarios. The final one is ambiguity, which in Venn diagram if we present, it is a combination, it is coming from all other 3 components, ambiguity. And we talk about the data ambiguity. Data, because as a biostatistician, as a data scientist, I will talk about only data. If we don't have the quality data, if data is ambiguous, so we will have the poor data, we will have the poor model, we will have the poor policy. So based on that, we have to have the data, because if we have the data but it is ambiguous, we cannot predict the future. For example, let me give you, like a couple of days ago, I was reading one article, and there we were claiming that we are far better than the patient-doctor ratio. That is, we are claiming 1:836, right? Which is far better than as per the WHO standard, which says 1:1000 is okay. But it has this average mask, the regional disparities. If we talk about the urban areas, they have surplus doctors as compared to the remote areas or the rural areas. It has like how many number of registered doctors versus the practicing doctors. It has everything like aggregate we are seeing. If we talk about the generalist versus specialist doctor, all are coming under that. So just to mitigate this problem and to handle that problem, we have to have the disaggregated data and dynamic data sets so that we can test the different scenario and work on this. And in the last, I will say, as a data scientist, we are not just the number crunchers. But in this VUCA environment, we can be not only the relevant in that case, but we have to be absolutely essential.
Great, great. I think oil is the new data. Everyone recognizes it, and you've summarized it well in that sense. We're actually running out of time. I wanted to have another question for the panel members, but then I don't think we have the luxury. But yes, I think this opening session itself, which talks on astrology, which talks on analytics, has really given us ideas how we are preempting VUCA, how we are looking at mitigating it, and how we are trying to potentially, dispel any VUCA, disparities that can actually make us more and more vulnerable. India's done a great job. You talked about Gati Shakti, where we looked at, how logistics and even supply chains have managed. I think we'll keep on doing the similar way, and by 2047, it's not only a Viksit Bharat, but I think it's a Viksit Bharat that is also giving other countries the developing quotient. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
I'll just take 20 seconds, not more than that. What's your data we said we're talking about thing. I think today, astrological intelligence, we're talking about AI kind of a thing for that matter. It's very important to have your data and your AI use. But remember, AI is artificial intelligence. Use your actual intelligence, otherwise AI becomes awesome intelligence or it could be awful intelligence. Remember that. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank all of you. Before saying anything about the panel, I would like to first start with the felicitation. So I would like to call upon stage CS here, Dr. CS Hiraman and Mr. Tanmay Hegre. So please be on the stage to felicitate our esteemed panelist. Dr. Rajiv Chibber. Dr. K. Madan Gopal. Dr. Ravi Gaur. Mr. Neeraj Jain. Last but not the least, Dr. Gayatri Vishwakarma. I would like to request on stage Mr. Hirender Singh, CEO, Hirender Medicare and Solution Private Limited. So please come on the stage, sir. Then we would like to call Dr. Sunil Khetarpal, Director of Association of Healthcare Providers, AHPI. Dr. Suchin Bajaj, Founder Director, Ujla Cygnus Hospital. So please come on the dais. Mr. Tantradas Gupta, Business Head, HOD and Senior Director, India and SARC, Samsung Health and Medical Equipments. Mr. Ashish Rohila, Executive Vice President of Ossphere IVF Services Private Limited. And I would also request everybody to please be more, I want this session to be long, but then we are running out of time. So please take care of that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. We are beginning late, so we'll try to keep the session very tight. I'll request the panelists to kindly restrict their answers to 3 minutes. And instead of going for 2 questions, we'll go for 1 question each to begin with. Right? So, or we can do that. Hanji. So the VUCA is a very critical part in any life. Healthcare gets half of its business through VUCA. If the patient were not to be hit by VUCA, he wouldn't really come to a hospital. in this session, we're talking about how to look forward, how to grow, what are the strategic initiatives that we need to take to grow and ensure that VUCA does not impact or minimally impact our business. I'll start with Dr. Suchin Bajaj. He has to rush to a meeting. Dr. Suchin Bajaj is a legendary person in the healthcare delivery space. He has taken the difficult path, gone out to the areas where healthcare cannot reach easily and set up a very successful set of hospitals there. Since we don't have time, I'm not going into details of his introduction. Dr. Bajaj, my first question to you, in view of VUCA, what are the key success factors for deepening existing healthcare markets amid regulatory and policy volatility, especially in the small towns, rural settings, and economically constrained environments that you have chosen to operate in? It was very easy for you to operate in the metro. You chose to go there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Everybody has their own acronyms for VUCA. We heard the vitals usually change anytime. For me today, I think it's very unpredictable conference agenda. Really sorry, but I'll have to run in between. I have a meeting out of station in Agra planned. So I planned it very carefully. But as we all know, man proposes and God disposes. So I had planned it to that point that, I will be free at this time from here, then I'll go there and then do that. I agree. So really sorry about having to run out in between, and very sorry for pressuring you to do one question instead of two. So what we do is we run hospitals in small towns, rural areas, and in communities that don't have access. We have 28 hospitals spread across 6 states of North India, and we are in towns like Kaithal, Rewari, Sitarganj, Kashipur. We are also in Srinagar, which has different kinds of issues, but still again access issues a lot. So we go to communities that usually do not have anywhere to go to in the golden hour. In the golden hour, if you are having a heart attack, if you have 100 crore rupees in your pocket and you are in a town like Sitarganj, there's nothing you can do about it, right? Because there's no cath lab, there's no cardiologist. If you have a head injury or an accident, there's no neurosurgeon there. So that is the community that we try to serve. Of course, these are financially challenged communities as well. And in this volatile environment, there are a lot of volatilities happening and uncertainties. One is the policy from the government. Sometimes you have Ayushman coming in. Sometimes they will say, like a week ago, the government said that you cannot do phaco surgeries for cataract under Ayushman, you cannot do hysterectomies under Ayushman. So they keep going and changing the environment, but also there are social uncertainties happening. There's a lot of volatility in the social environment in those towns. So this is where trust, I think, is the most important currency that plays a role. If you can build trust in the community, half of your job is already done before you've even gone out. So we do a lot of community outreach programs. They are called Sehat Chopals for us. So we go village to village, screening people, talking to people, making them aware about diseases, telling them to improve their healthcare seeking behavior, guiding them about the various government schemes that are available for them, how they can get, lesser out of pocket expense for their healthcare management. So a lot of that, if once you build trust in the community, it leads to a lot of adherence, a lot of awareness, and a lot of referrals as well. The community feels that, they are not just treating us when we are sick, but they come to talk to us when we are healthy also for preventive things, and we try and tell them how to keep out of hospital. Second, I think the important thing to do is be very, very hyper local in your thinking. What will work in Western UP will not really work in Jammu or not work in Srinagar or not work in Uttarakhand. So you have to be very hyper local and think. You cannot sit out of Delhi and think for 40 hospitals altogether. So I don't know if you can understand this thing. Our investors certainly couldn't. So we don't do a lot of integrated cancer, we started with, you know, because cancer is a very expensive proposition for us. We do very, very low cost healthcare. But we understood that it was not only poor physical outcomes that were destroying these communities. As I said, a heart attack and no cardiologist there, a head injury and no neurosurgeon there. It is also a poor financial outcome that's hitting these communities very hard. Because as Sir said in the opening lecture also, more than 60 million people in India are slipping below the poverty line just because of a single healthcare shock. And Onco is one of these departments where usually the big city hospitals that have the linear accelerators, etc., do not accept these government schemes like ESI or Ayushman. If you are unlucky enough to have cancer in a small town, you go to a big city, they will not accept your government card. You stay there for 4 to 6 weeks for the first session of radiotherapy. Your family stays there with you. Usually will lead to selling of a lot of assets. So when we thought about starting cancer integrated program, of all the places, we said we'll set up our first integrated cancer hospital with a bunker, with 2 linear accelerators, PET scan, etc. Not in Delhi or not in a big city, in a town called Haldwani. Our investors were quite zapped, like what are you speaking about? But that is what I said, if you are really hyper local in your thinking and you know exactly what's happening and you are not sitting in Delhi and making the plans, you know that Haldwani caters to not just the entire Kumaon region but also Nepal behind that. And they all climb down to Haldwani to access healthcare, which is a huge hub of people. And when they cannot access healthcare, they go on forward to Bareilly or Meerut or come to Delhi. So if you can stop them there, there's a huge business waiting for you there, and this is how you build for this. Third, I think, is partnership with the public sector. I mean, people usually in healthcare, in private hospitals, in corporate hospitals will say that we are here despite the public sector, despite the government, we are, you know, thriving despite government policies. But to work in a VUCA environment, I think you need to partner with the government and make sure that you are very, very aligned to what the government thought process is. And last, I think, as Chibbat Saab closed with, data is the new oil. I think you need to make sure that you squeeze the data enough. Right now, what we have from data is only information. That, you know, you are getting informed about all these things about you, but can you use this data and use this information to develop insight into what exactly is happening, make it very simple, because if you are running a large business, you can't keep scanning data all the time. You need to be a bit like, you know, in Matrix, I don't know if you've seen it, there was this guy Tank who had all these numbers flowing down, but in those numbers you could see there is a door here, there is a pathway here, only he could decipher all those numbers. So if you can have someone like that sitting with you, deciphering all those numbers and telling you there's a pathway on this side, there's a door there, and from that insight that this guy is giving you, then you develop the foresight to go and, you know, estimate, not the astrology part that we were speaking about earlier, but you need to be at least 2 steps ahead of the rest of the market to make sure that you survive and thrive in very economically challenged environments. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Dr. Suchin. That was quite insightful. I'll now get to Mr. Atarth Dasgupta, who's the head of Samsung Health and Medical Equipments in India. MedTech Center is a very critical area, Mr. Dasgupta. Sorry, I cut short the introduction. So I'll directly go to the second question, which is more critical, the second that we had reserved for you.
Okay.
What framework or tools have you found effective in managing risk and building resilience in healthcare businesses, specifically in the highly competitive MedTech sector? Thank you.
So now it's good afternoon.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. Because the theme is VUCA. So let us understand that which component has been grossly affected by VUCA. This is the human beings. So I will start with 2020, when there was a risk mitigation factor needs to be addressed, resilience needs to be seen, and the worst affected component was human being, be it an employee of an organization, medtech organization, be it the patients or the healthcare providers. So I will start that how do we engage the employees, the doctors, because we are working day in, day out with the doctors, and how the business has grown from that scenario. So suddenly, after Janta Curfew, if I remember, everything got closed. And there was an uncertainty, there was an ambiguity, there was a complexity, and obviously this is leading to a volatility. So what we have done, we have in touch with the doctors, and they also don't know what to happen, because we are particularly dealing with radiologists. And there was a sense of uncertainty everywhere. So then we decided how to keep our employees to engage, because it is the human resource which dominates the business, not a technology. Technology comes later. First component is human being. And in that scenario, our first challenge was to keep them together, and they should not get into depression, they should not get into uncertainty. Hence, we form a virtual, office or a classroom, anything, or a boardroom, and we keep in touch with each and every one. And then we have hired an online platform for 200 doctors, and we have requested one of the doctor to moderate a session, similar session, but it was virtual. And he got an immense response. Immediately, within 5 to 10 minutes, all the slots were filled up, and we started getting calls, every one of us. And then we realized, no, we have to increase the size of the platform. So we have taken a 3,000 platform. But what is important there was, we keep everyone engaged, not only our own employees, but also our customers. And in some cases, the customer's customer, that is the patient. So you opened up. And the result is, yes, the data. We got a lot of data, tangible data, from where we have found out that what are the problem statement and how the business needs to be grown. And the first and foremost, what we have accomplished, that we have kept our team intact. Nobody faced uncertainty, because we are talking to each other, everybody was engaged. And you can ask me that how? I can give you the straight away numbers. We have done 68 webinars in that year, and all our employees, even the doctors which we are in touch with them, they are also engaged, because it was, in some days it was 2 to 3 webinars which are getting conducted, and the response was enormous. That's how we build up a platform to grow the business. And now if you can ask me that what is the number, we were on 29 million in 2019. In 21, we grew to 50 million.
Wonderful.
So that's
congratulations. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta. Before I come on to the bigger canvas, I'll go to a focused canvas. I'll go to Mr. Ashish Rohela, who heads Oosphere, an IVF hospital. So I'm blending both your questions together, since we are running out of time. How would you deploy short-term agility for long-term sustainability and transform your single specialty hospitals due to VUCA and not be hit by it? How would you derive it as a business tool instead of an adversity?
Right. So, starting from scratch, like I'm representing Oosphere IVF Services, we are kind of a consultant who work in the fertility space and who works with gynecologists and advise them how to open IVF center. It's a new domain which is getting developed. So there are a lot of models which needs to build. So I'm representing them right now. My perspective, our perspective is on the agility, and given the VUCA scenarios, is going through two directions. One is like how we can do that from the strategic perspective, and another one is like how the government can play the role, because they are the biggest drivers. So we have to understand the whole framework, that when we need to work on the short-term agility and when we have to go for the long-term sustainability, we have to evolve over a period of time. There are always the challenges which is coming in the industry, but how we can handle that. So the short-term strategy is like what are the current scenario fertility space, like a lot of, it's a 8,000 crore market and almost 3,000 IVF center right now in India, and which is expected to grow almost 4 times in next 2 years. So that is how the space like it is growing, and for long-term sustainability, a lot of being a consultant, like a lot of roles are coming into the picture where what are the challenges from the regulatory perspective, economic perspective, and how the external atmosphere create a problem and the challenges in that. So definitely a lot more to evolve, and we are building that model and we are working on that.
Thank you, Mr. Rohila. Now I'll come to Dr. Sunil Khetarpal. He is heading the Association of Healthcare Providers. He has a very long pro forma. He has done a lot with his life, but since we don't have time, I'll limit myself to his first question, and I'll go to your second question first. We will train the leaders later. In the context of Indian healthcare, what are the key pillars of strategic depth that AHPI member hospitals should focus on to ensure long-term business sustainability in a VUCA environment? Could you share some practical imperatives or priorities that you believe are critical for navigating uncertainty and building resilience? 3 minutes.
Thank you, Harinder. I will be quick, short, sweet, and crisp. AHPI, I think as all of you know, is the Association of Healthcare Providers India. We are a not-for-profit organization, and we are mainly into, we represent majority of private hospitals in the country with 20,000 plus hospitals as our members. And we are into policy advocacy with the government, with the regulators, with the stakeholders, and we are also into capacity building, skilling, training, and many other collaborations. So I think a very important question, because we have such a large presence across the country. We have created 20 state chapters. Dr. Sachin will vouch for us, and he's part of us, of course. I think many of you who are sitting here are part of us. So HPI, having its presence across the country, and our actual motto of HPI is to educate our members, right? We educate our members. So this is very important in a VUCA environment. VUCA is now going to be a buzzword. I mean, whosoever has coined this term VUCA is something which is actually, which has been there, which is there, and which will remain always, right? So most important aspect for AHPI to thrive on the VUCA environment, that their members, what they should have, first of all, the hospital, because we are largely, I represent hospitals. So first thing is that they should have that clinical excellence and quality care, very important. Because what matters in healthcare is outcome. If you see the definition of healthcare quality, it is ultimately it is outcome, right? So clinical excellence and quality care, having clinical pathways, right, and following them, and quality care, accreditation, certification, which will streamline your processes, right? So you will do the things right. It will sort out a lot of issues once you have, and we actually encourage our members to go for these accreditations and certifications. Our Director General, Dr. Girdhar Gyani, being the quality guru of the country, who was the Secretary General, Quality Council of India, and the first CEO of NABH, who was responsible to bring NABH to this country. And just to inform you, yesterday NABH completed 20 years. So it is 20 years of NABH in our country.
2 decades of quality.
Mr. Anil Johri is here. He was the CEO. He worked under Dr. Girdhar Gyani. So I'm still working under him. So you have lost that advantage. So yeah. So he was the CEO NABCP, and I think things quality care, accreditation, something which the hospitals need to implement. And secondly, important aspect of this VUCA for our hospitals to thrive in the VUCA environment is to have a effective leadership. Leadership is very important.
Thank you.
Ultimately, everything comes from the leadership.
Absolutely.
And employee, of course, well-being is important. They are taking care of their mental health issues. And of course, another thing is that agility. We have to continuously train our people to be agile, to be adaptable, because the VUCA, if you say C is complexity, but complexity is mainly because of competition. And it is the third element, VUCA. We use C, but I will give C as on the top, because it is so complex. Healthcare is so complex. It is, the more the competitive market is, the more the complexity is.
Yesterday, 2 days back, I got up and saw the news, Amazon entering into diagnostic market. Dr. Lal and Dr. Gaur, I think Dr. Gaur is sitting here, I don't know. So, Amazon entering into, and Flipkart, Blinkit, Blinkit entering into ambulance market, having ambulances in Gurgaon. Amazon entering into, tomorrow Uber will go into ambulance market, Ola will go into, they have all the vehicles, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, tomorrow they will come for the ambulance market. So it is a competitive world. So you have to be resilient, you have to be able to cope up with this environment. You have to teach your team, you have to train your team to be resilient, to cope up, to be ready, to keep their eyes wide open, eyes and ears wide open. What is happening around you? And continuously have proper communication, coordination among the team, external communication, internal communication. Go into the market, see what is happening. So I think even you may add your specialty, you may like to look for some diverse revenue sources. Because it's market survey you do, you see that some of the specialties which you think that is doing well. Like he said, cancer is not their cup of tea. No, he's right, because he is catering to the low, socio-economic group people, and he's doing very well. I'm telling you, his model is a great model. So it is the need, the demand, how you adapt, how you thrive. Ultimately, I think having all these strategic pillars, of course, then only you can survive. Sustainability will come.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you, Dr. Khetapal. Before I open the question to the audience for one or two questions, I'll quickly come to Dr. Bajaj. We just talked of cancer. My business was hit with massive VUCA today. A prostate cancer patient came from Zimbabwe, was supposed to start radiation Monday. He passed away in his bed last night because of huge myocardial infarction. By the time we could rush him to the hospital that we had brought him to, he had passed away. Now, this is VUCA that the hospital, the healthcare delivery organizations face very frequently. Now, this may sound cruel, but how do we transform into a business development tool for a hospital or a chain of hospitals rather than letting it bring us down, destroy that relationship that you killed our patient? Doctor.
Yeah, I think, as I said, building trust is the most important part, and building trust takes a lot of time. Breaking trust is very, very quick. To build your name, you need to keep really working hard. Dr. Pratap Reddy has worked hard all his life to make a name for himself, right? Gangaram Hospital has been there forever and they've made a name for themselves. So if a patient passes away unexpectedly any of these hospitals, usually the patient's attendant will say, oh, it's our bad luck. We had come to the best place, but it's God's will. But if a hospital doesn't have a good reputation, if a person as a doctor doesn't have a good reputation, and this suddenly happens, the patients will have a lot of mistrust in their mind that what have you done to our patient? The patient came walking in, what happened to him suddenly, right? So this is why building trust as your sole currency instead of working on money, etc., is something that we healthcare providers have to focus on all the time. If you do good work, sooner or later, this will get built.
Thank you, Dr. Bajaj. Very succinctly put, very succinctly. He talked of trust and engagement. Sorry, I'll ask one more question. He talked of trust and engagement. So, how do you see consumer trust and engagement evolving in high-risk environment, healthcare delivery, where your medtech is playing a very key role? So, while you may not be in stents, I deploy a stent and that patient dies of a kidney failure. Right? So, how do you bring trust that no, stent was not involved? This is not just an example. Thank you.
Thank you for asking a very pertinent question, because the medtech device has got a unique characteristics in the business. They are not only working with the doctors, but also the patients, means the customer's customer. So there, the trust has to be two-pronged strategy. It will be with the doctors and also with the patient. Like you have taken an example of a stent. So there lies the crux. that whether the stent is compatible, biocompatible, those factors need to be assessed very stringently. You cannot compromise today. Today what is happening, it is not about, because I just heard in the earlier panel, they are talking of geopolitics. Here the geopolitics is also playing a big role. Because are we compromising the quality because of price? Are we introducing the latest technology in our country, or we are compromising on it? Are we looking for a cheaper option, or we are going to give a wholesome care to the patient by offering the best quality products? That needs to be looked upon. And this is not only the responsibility of corporate hospitals, but also the government. The government should act, and government should act judiciously. Another point I just want to touch upon, because you have asked these questions to me. We need to be very careful that our demographic data is not getting into the hands of nefarious countries. Because we have faced COVID, and COVID, there are a lot of research has been performed and found out that the virus, the tail portion particularly, the amino acid sequence is a synthetic one. So let's be very careful, because we have the largest amount of working population. The world is looking towards it. The population of our country is going to other foreign countries and serving those nations. So we should not risk our population. Our government, the healthcare professionals, the medtech, the industry person, and also the patients as a whole, or the society as a whole, we should be vigilant about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta. We have time for 2 questions from the audience. Yes, Dr. Varun.
Thank you very much for the insightful session, sir. I have a question for Mr. Dasgupta. Thank you very much for the insightful session, sir. I have a question for Mr. Dasgupta. While you were just speaking, you were speaking about integrating the best technology for patient care. So my question to you and to everybody is there a problem statement, or are we creating one?
Yeah, it is a problem statement, obviously, for a country like ours.
Yeah, let me finish, sir. My question is, the results were similar 2 days ago. The results are similar today when we incorporate the latest technology. We are identifying the problem statements which maybe never existed. We are giving it to market forces which are promoted by the West. The new technologies are coming in. Are we doubting our own decisions which we took 2 days ago?
We are not doubting our own decisions, because I firmly believe we can produce the most advanced technologies. Today, world is looking towards us. If you go to any leading organization, technological organization, you will find 60% of Indian scientists, engineers are working there. So why can't we stop that and bring those scientists or engineers in our country and engage them? Engagement is the key. You name any medical, because I am from a medtech industry, you name any medtech company, the leading ones, you will find most of the engineers, most of the scientists are from our country. And it's not only in West, but also the Southeast Asian countries you have.
We'll limit to 1 question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We have a lot of engineers working.
Sorry, Dr. Varun.
Yeah. So we are not compromising, because in medtech, in medical industry, in healthcare, compromising the technology is a sin, because we are dealing with lives. If something happens, the life is not going to come back. So we have to be very, very vigilant about this. It's not about India or outside. It is about the world as a whole. It is a global village, and the patients belongs to the world, not to a single country. Today, if you see, when you are talking about AI and digital health, we are talking about interoperability. Why you are talking about interoperability? We are not going to limit ourselves to one country, not even our patients, because I am traveling outside, you are traveling outside. If something happens to you, then who is going to take care of you? So the quality has to be maintained globally. It is not a responsibility of a single country. We should work together. Today, why the multinationals are here? Why are they in other countries?
That's correct. Thank you very much. We have time for 1 more question from the audience to any of the panelists here. Would anybody want to ask any question? Okay. I see that Mr. Rohila wants to add something to it. Please.
Yeah, absolutely right. I want to say that we have to changes like we have to understand change is an ultimate truth. It's going to happen, right? And then how we are going to adapt to those changes. So whatever the informations, whatever the work we are doing in the clinical work or maybe the healthcare segment technologies right now is what we are doing right now. But there are a lot of changes coming when we see technologies coming in. So say for example, let me give one example of technology. Last year we were using Google search and we are doing Google search and all that, and then how the information was coming in the number of links. Now since AI come into the picture, it is giving us a consolidated summary. So when technology is adapting with the reference to what is happening right now, is going to provide us more efficiency, more control, more robustness in our systems. So that is going to happen, and then how we leverage that is up to us. So we have to embrace the changes which are coming into the system.
Thank you, Mr. Vohela. That was quite insightful and helpful. I'll come back to Dr. Khetarpal, a notion of experience. Would you want to say something about how to transform VUCA into a growth tool and make strategic initiatives, take strategic initiatives? Yes, thank you.
I think, there are some practical imperatives when you want to really stay or sustain in the VUCA environment. First thing is develop a robust strategic plan. You need to clearly outline your goals and objectives. Number two, monitor and adopt a change. You have to adopt to changing market conditions. Market conditions are very dynamic, so you need to have that. Third is the foster a culture of innovation, embrace technology, foster a culture of innovation. This is the third point. Fourth point is prioritize your employee well-being. I am emphasizing, please. He also mentioned about their human resource. Employee well-being is important. Their mental health, acquisition of talent, retaining the talent, and taking care of their well-being. Simply, that's all. Then comes your leveraging their data analytics. Today, we are not, as Dr. Sachin Bajaj was mentioning, data is there. This is there to guide you. You have a lot of information. But data analytics to get you to the decision, clinical, how you clinical decision support, and all these are, we make you to take decisions taking. Your clinical decision, these things, they make you to take decisions better, clinical decisions better, data-driven decisions. Ultimately, that's very important because you need to have data analytics, clinical informatics, and take data to lead you to data-driven decisions. That to improve operational efficiency, outcome, and patient satisfaction, which is what we all are here for. Ultimately, it should lead to the patient delight, patient satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khetarpal. So to sum it up, VUCA hits every industry. It hits healthcare with three times more intensity and savagery. You have a patient that comes for cancer, and even before the treatment starts, the poor guy dies of cardiac arrest. As Dr. Bajaj, who just left, had to go to Meerut, as he said, reinforcing trust in your intentions, in your commitment to delivering the treatment. Being transparent is very important because VUCA, you either take VUCA as a tool to bring down your business, or you deploy VUCA to grow it further. And since VUCA would continue happening, on the risk of repeating myself, since VUCA would continue hitting healthcare more and more, it's very important to reinforce the trust and be as transparent as possible. With these words, thank you. I'll close this session now. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for the knowledge that you have shared, sir. And with that, let's take a picture first. Now I would request you all to please be on the stage because we still have to felicitate you. So I would like to call Mr. Manish Rastogi and Dr. Madan Gopal to please come on the dais to felicitate Mr. Hirinder Singh. Can we have a round of applause, please? Dr. Sunil Khetarpal. Mr. Tantra Das Gupta. Mr. Ashish Rohila. So with that, now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, the co-chair of Medical Device Committee, PhD CCI, and also the Managing Director and Co-founder of Evolution Healthcare Private Limited. Our esteemed panelists include Mr. Praveen Mittal, Executive Director of Medical Device Export Promotion Council, Mr. Lalit Singla, Founder and CEO of Steerx, Colonel Hemraj Singh, Co-founder of Ayushpay, Dr. Varun Bansal, the Consultant, CTVS Surgeon, Robotics and MICS, Indraprastha Apollo Hospitals. And this session is on VUCA Leadership Mantras. Over to you, Gaurav, sir. Over to you, Gaurav, sir. We can begin with the session.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The very testimony that we live in a VUCA environment is we have to compress a 1-hour session into 30 minutes and still keep it engaging while people are looking forward more perhaps to lunch than the session. So, we'll do our best. A lot has been spoken about VUCA, but personally I feel that today disruptions are not a situation that is the new normal that we live in. All of us have seen tectonic geopolitical shifts recently. I was to fly to Paris, and the flight that takes 9 hours took 16 hours because of closure of airspace, mobility restrictions. We've seen climatic shifts. So we live in the world where VUCA is the new norm. Now, my personal mantra for navigating VUCA environment is 3C, very simple framework: courage, conviction, and compassion. And we'll explore this more as we go through this constellation of leaders. I think it's a very, very empowered group of panelists as we delve, very diverse. But without much ado, what I do is I would get into the introduction of the panel. Praveen Mittalji, seated to my right, is an illustrious policy outreach advocate, starting as the Assistant Director and then the Assistant Secretary General at FICCI, and now as the Managing Director of the recently constituted Medical Device Export Promotion of Council. Warm welcome, Praveenji. Colonel Hemraj, an impeccably dressed Army veteran, MBA from IIM Ahmedabad to suit, and now the co-founder at Ayushpay, a leading digital health tech financing frontier. Warm welcome, Colonel Hemraj. Lalit Singla ji, catalyzing the next generation of medtech startups through mentoring and funding through a unique initiative called Steerx. We have a surgeon amongst us, Dr. Varun Bansal. Again, a very unique combination of cardiac surgery and an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad to suit, a very rare combination indeed. He's a practicing robotic and minimally invasive surgeon, cardiac surgeon at Apollo Hospital. Warm welcome, Dr. Varun. So we'll get started straight away. Praveenji, first of all, I would come to you. Global markets today are shaped by supply chain disruptions, as we've seen evidently in the times of COVID and otherwise. Shifting regulatory norms, we've made the transition from MDD to MDR 2017, and geopolitical uncertainties. And in the midst of all of that, India has a very, very aggressive target to go from $20 billion, hopefully in 25, to $50 billion. Now, as the Executive Director of Medical Device Promotion Council of India, how do you envision India's medtech exports being steered with clarity and conviction? A very loaded and layered question, but over to you.
So first of all, thank you for inviting me to this conference. We are a newly set up Export Promotion Council by Government of India, and the VUCA actually exposed also the Indian healthcare segment. If we see, COVID was the biggest lesson that we all learned, in which, as you rightly said, that the regulatory landscape, shifting regulatory landscapes, the geopolitical situation, the global landscape, everything taught us a lesson. From being an import-driven to changing the mindset for being self-reliant and then looking forward to the exports is India's, in a way, VUCA's response to the healthcare segment. There are a couple of things that were brought in by the Government of India. If we closely analyze and look, the PLI scheme. The PLI scheme was launched for both pharma as well as the medical devices. And the launch of the scheme was not just to look at the domestic requirement or the self-reliant, because if you see, we had no stockpiling. We had zero capabilities in terms of PPE kits, the masks and everything else. But from being within months, we scaled up, and that scalability came through the demographic dividend of the manpower, the professionals, when we all stepped in together. So first of all, it was not like an isolated intent of being a leader, but a collective effort to put everything together and address the situation. So COVID, in all respect and in all terms, I think in a way, it exposed the healthcare system. It exposed the vulnerability of the healthcare system globally, and simultaneously made us work towards so that we can not just be self-reliant, but even help other nations, and that we did, right from vaccines to a lot of other things that we did.
So Pravinji, you brilliantly touched upon how Indian medtech industry and the hospital healthcare delivery system showed tremendous resilience in the eye of the COVID VUCA storm.
Exactly.
Now, my follow-up question to that, Pravinji, is how can India pivot from being a net importer of medtech to being an exporter? And what is your vision for the industry?
So, coming back to what you have just asked now, that if we look at the PLI scheme, which I was just talking about, we came up with the PLI scheme to be able to support, and as the word suggests, production-linked incentive scheme. If we have to look at $50 billion, your question number one, that will not just come from exports or from the, everything has to be put in together. We're looking at a basket of $50 billion by 2047. We will have to give opportunity to our Indian manufacturers to be an equivalent partner in the public procurement. I'm a firm believer of this. We will have to create that ecosystem of our MSME segment. We will have to identify components and the products wherein we as India can have cost competitive advantage. We will have to leverage the technology or the IT professionals. We will have to create that environment so that we become the answer to the global healthcare requirement. Further moving from PLI, if you see, we launched 3 medical devices parks. Today, there are 89 companies that have invested into the newly coming up Jewar International Airport's medical devices park. There are some 52 companies that have invested into Madhya Pradesh. There are some 27 companies that are investing into Tamil Nadu. Now they're all looking at expanded portfolios because PLI launched was very categorical in terms of the critical care equipments. What my suggestion here is that together on the drawing board, the government and industry will have to come together. We will have to look at each other not in isolation, but in terms of a collaborative approach. The good part today is that the FTAs which were signed previously about 10 years back, I don't think the industry was consulted in that. Today, if you talk about any FTA or BTA that is being signed up, everything is a very collaborative approach. I mean, I have been reaching out to industry for inputs. Any FTA that is being signed is with a clear intent, how can we create market access for our domestic Indian companies to be able to work at the global scale. I think the mantra lies in looking at what's available as the resource, identifying right products, be a part of the global supply chain, look at scalability, look at cost effectiveness. We will have to give equal status to the Indian regulator and the Indian regulator approved products, treat them equally in the public procurement, create that market which is equivalent to all, and I think this will all help us reach that $50 billion mark by 2047.
I think brilliantly summed up, Praveerji. Market access, government enabling schemes like PRIP, PLI 2.0, etc. And then most importantly, as you said, creating cost competitiveness. I think a brilliant mantra. Now coming quickly to you, Lalit Singhlaji, medtech startups or startups in any environment survive in the eye of the VUCA storm. They look VUCA in the eye every day. And in your experience, funding cycles, market pivots, scaling decisions can very, very quickly change. As a company that is investing big time on creating the medtech leaders of the future, what is your personal mantra when ambiguity and complexity hit the hardest? And how do you, especially in these times, how do you take scaling and pivoting decisions?
Yeah, thank you so much, Gaurav, for the insightful question, and thanks to Manish ji also for having me here. I always get asked the questions around startups. First part of my career, I worked for large corporates, Fortune 50 companies over 23 years. But when I look at from the lens of VUCA, whether it is corporate or the startups, both kind of have to go through the same cycles. But startups by design have to be agile, nimble, adaptive, continuously driving innovation forward, rapidly prototyping, iterating, and coming out with newer innovations because of being small and lightweight, and hence they are the answers to the VUCA world. Because I believe VUCA is the only constant, right? So the world is always changing. It's not that COVID was the era of VUCA or anything has changed after COVID and it's a new world of VUCA. Like VUCA has always been there. That's the only constant that we always live in as humanity. And all the business leaders, corporate leaders, startup founders, like we should always tell ourselves that we have to be ready for continuously changing and evolving marketplace, continuously evolving and changing policy landscape, the geopolitical environment, no matter what, the consumer behaviors, all of that will continuously keep evolving, and we have to be ready for it all the time. Now,
so, Lalaji, I have a follow-on question. I think brilliantly put. What you're saying essentially is the crux of this meeting. But my follow-on question to that is that in times like these, compassion and conviction, I think those are two extremely important characteristics. All of us have seen that the journey from a TRL 5 to TRL 8 or 9 in a medtech device world is a very, very arduous one. And this is also called the valley of death, where 90% of the startups fail. And compassion has been spoken about in the various forums, where having a very compassionate approach, where having leadership that connects and shows them a vision is extremely important. What is your take on that, especially in the context of startups?
Yeah, so see, in the business of healthcare, compassion has to be always there. When you as a startup founder are building and putting your life behind building something, right, which is very unpredictable, you don't know whether it will see the light of the day, will it find success in the market or not. I think one thing that you have to continuously remind yourself as to why did I start to begin with? What is the purpose that led me to believe and solve for what I am solving. Rather than falling in love with the product or solution you are building, you should fall in love with the problem that you started to solve for, right? And why you took on that journey to solve that problem, right? For example, in the medtech sector, the problem statement that, hey, India as a country, like we are significantly under-penetrated, like we till date we spend $7 per capita on medical devices, put together everything that is consumed in hospitals, diagnostic labs, the instruments, OT instruments, ICU instruments, to whatnot, right? Everything put together, we spend only $7 per capita. Compare that to US, which spends like $425. You know, the whole world average is over $100, right? So that problem statement doesn't change, whether COVID or not, whether wars or not, right? That $7 might move to $9, you know, whatever. So there is a long uptick that we are overdue for, and medical, you know, medical devices as a sector for the country has to evolve. We till date import bulk of the devices for our own internal consumption needs. That is not changing, right? So if you started out to solve for something larger than life, right, you are saying that, hey, we will build best-in-class devices for India, for the Indian population, which exhibit the trust, which gives the world-class quality to people that, you know, even the Medantas and the Fortis and the Apollos and the doctors, they recommend and don't ask the patient the question, do you want the imported or do you want domestic, etc. Rather, you know, this is the high quality instrument. Doesn't matter where they are manufactured, same quality even if they are manufactured in India, right? So, you know, that trust has to be built, and you started out to solve for this need in the market, irrespective of how VUCA is evolving, right? Your need doesn't change, need still remains the same. Your solution might pivot, the way you are solving that problem might pivot, because now there is a newer technology, newer advancement, doing the same thing is easier or better now, right? So you use that technology to solve the problem that you started out to solve for. I think that's the first and foremost mantra for any leader, right? Always believe in the purpose, always believe in the problem that you started to solve for, and stay put for long horizon, persevere, be resilient, and position yourself to last for long, because you are running a marathon, you are not running a sprint.
So I think Dr. Lalit, you gave me a new mantra, purpose and perseverance. I think very, very clearly comes out from what you just mentioned. Thank you so much. Now, coming to you, Colonel Parmar, you have a dual lens. You combine military grade discipline with entrepreneurial agility. You know, coming from a very structured army background and now leading a very unstructured digital healthcare funding platform, you know, how do you balance the agility required in a complex digital healthcare funding environment?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Gaurav. So I was in uniform for 2.5 decades. I've done 3 tenures in J&K, I've been to Afghanistan, I've also been to Iraq. There was a time when I was also responsible for the security of Baramulla. That was one of the most severely hit cities in the valley, especially during the early 90s and well into 2000. So I have actually lived VUCA life throughout the military career, and we are actually trained to operate in a VUCA environment. The term VUCA was first used in Afghanistan at the height of Cold War, when the Americans were facing an asymmetric warfare. There was no well-defined enemy. The enemy had an option to choose time and place with the required strength to attack you. They were Fedayeen attacks. It also led to 9/11, and we know the aftermath, what kind of economic losses the Americans suffered. Right, so when I was in Baramulla responsible, I had one Rashtriya Rifles battalion under me. That's a very highly trained counter-insurgency battalion of almost 1,000 people. We would typically get intelligence at night that so-and-so house, there are X number of militants staying overnight. And thereafter we would launch a classic counterinsurgency operation called as cordon and search. We would surround that village into outer perimeter, inner perimeter, wait till the morning, and thereafter go on a house-to-house search. Now sometimes this information is very broad-based. You have no precise information how many militants are there, what kind of weapons they have, and which specific house they are residing, because sometimes what happens is they move from house to house. And sometimes these houses would have hideouts. They could dig deeper. You have taken dogs, you have searched the house, and militants are still inside and you couldn't find them. Sometimes you would get wrong information that the militants are in this house. You surround that house, they actually fire from another house. So in a typical VUCA world, our mistakes come in body bags. In the recently concluded Operation Sindoor, we had 1,000 options of attacking Pakistan. Our Navy, Naval Aircraft Carrier Battle Group was almost 300 kilometers from Karachi airport. Our armed forces were ready within the cantonments, and Air Force was ready to strike in strength. We just used about 20 plus BrahMos missiles. We have a stockpile of almost 1,500 and adding more and more. But we decided on one particular option. Okay, so to arrive at that particular kind of reaction among 1,000 actually requires leadership of the highest order. Today the world is in a flux. You know, there are trade wars, there is Iran, Iraq, there is Iran, Israel-US conflict going on, Ukraine-Russia war. There are tariff wars going on. There are other economic disruptions, realignment of the supply chains. The world is moving from single or dual pole to a multipolar world, and India is at the forefront of this.
So,
now drilling down.
Yeah, Himraj, sorry, in the interest of time, you made a very interesting point that during a combing operation search, looking for a bandit is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now, when you start a digital health tech funding startup, it's a very similar environment. You're doing something that is unprecedented. What parallels do you draw between your experience from those kind of operations to bringing healthcare digital excellence in IoT?
So, thank you. When we had COVID, our health systems were overwhelmed. We did not have beds, we did not have oxygen concentrators, we did not have tocilizumab and other essential drugs, right? So my company that time was running 3 telemedicine centers, right? Because the patients, for the fear of infection, didn't want to visit the healthcare facilities, and suddenly telemedicine saw 600 to 800% spike, and thereafter it ebbed. So the market dynamics change pretty quickly. There are policy decisions. Till then, till 2020, there were no guidelines for telemedicine. The consumer expectations are also dynamic. They also change pretty rapidly. So we saw that this as a business line was not very scalable, and we pivoted. So one of the major things which we do when we do a startup is that we start with certain assumptions, and those assumptions, when the tire hits the road, sometimes you may be proven wrong. So the resilience of the leadership lies in ensuring pivoting in line with the scalability. So we pivoted and scaled up. So when we look at the entire healthcare industry, today 2/3 of the population is underserved. We have surfeit of technology, telemedicine, we have wearables, we have 1,75,000 Arogya Mandirs, we have remote health delivery systems now in place, AR, VR, robotic surgery. How do you marry technology to ensure equitable, affordable, high quality, accessible healthcare delivery to the last mile is one of the challenges in the VUCA world. PPP projects, certain investments into the tier 2, 3 cities from the legacy players because they haven't gone to the tier 2, 3 cities yet. Apollo's, Fortis Max Apollo, bigger hospital groups, they haven't really reached there. Some of the governments are going for PPP projects to bring that kind of healthcare delivery to the last mile. So our health systems have to be resilient. The leaders have to keep their manpower trained and be open to learn, unlearn, relearn to make sure that you provide high quality healthcare delivery
I think
to the
what I
last mile.
just learnt is that you're a living example of the provision and revision piece. You very, very clearly spoke about making a change when the numbers ebbed from telemedicine and pivoting in another direction. So thank you very much for creating a live example of how you navigated that complex and ambiguous world when the ground changed. Now coming to Dr. Varun. Dr. Varun, inside an operation theatre, split-second decisions are the norm, where a right or a wrong decision could be the choice between life and death. And yet, cardiac surgery requires years of rigorous preparation. Now, as a robotic and MIS cardiac surgeon, you face uncertainty every day in making clinical decisions. What parallels do you draw between surgical excellence and guiding teams or healthcare systems, towards excellence in this world?
First of all, I would like to thank you Manish ji, and thank you everyone for having me here. Without wasting time, coming to the question. So I understand VUCA is life. Life is vulnerable, volatile, uncertain every day. And as Dr. Hiramat was right about it, the decision is between taking one stitch right or wrong. In cardiac surgery, there is no mid-term results. Either the patient goes home alive or he doesn't go home at all. He would not go limping. There are no intermediate results. So, when we work with technology and when we explain technology to the patient, we need to understand that the patient does not trust the technology. He trusts the person who's explaining, who's sitting behind the technology. When we explain devices, it's not about the device that the patient trusts. He trusts the person behind the device. So that decision which needs to be taken right then and there is extremely important and doesn't just come from experience, it comes from foresight as well. It's developing from insight, developing foresight. This might happen 2 days from now, this might happen 5 minutes from now. We are not gods, we cannot predict the future. But the answer to all these uncertainties are adaptability. None of the patients are same. Anybody can have any results. The same patient can have different courses of action over days or even hours. As another member of the panel said, vitals can change anytime. So this tendency of vitals changing every time is very, very prevalent in cardiac surgery. So taking the lead means, one, you have to be in the helm of the situation. Being the leader, sir would agree from army, if the general stands behind and doesn't lead the team, nobody would trust them. The surgeon, the doctor, the clinician, I would say, the doctors are several, the clinician has to be at the helm of the team, has to develop insight based on the experience and teachings, and has to develop foresight so as to see what can happen and what cannot happen and how it should be taken care of. VUCA is, again, it is going to be there. It is its only constant. We saw it in COVID, we saw it in swine flu. It would be there for any kind of diseases. People are getting sick every day, people are getting better. It's not just an industry. Industry comes from, one, reproducibility of results. I always say that reliability can challenge anything. Even VUCA can be challenged by reliability and adaptability. If you keep on coming with the same result over and over again, then people tend to develop trust in you. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter what background you come from, it doesn't matter whether you're polite or not, but if your results are good, people will take care of it.
I think you very nicely said that the best predictor of future is the past. And if you can show that you've had a very consistent past, especially in the medical world, Also, I love what you said about leadership, that leadership is about doing what you say and saying what you do. You cannot be preaching what you're not practicing yourself. So, Dr. Varun, just out of question, perhaps not of relevance to the topic that we're discussing, but there are matches where the whole team puts a brilliant collective effort, but the match is lost. So coming to a clinical situation, you've done your very best, your teams have done the very best, and still you end up losing a patient, not because of a bad decision, but because there was something where the hand of God was larger than the hand of the surgeon. How do you deal personally to cope with situations like that? How do you motivate your team to go to the next surgery with the same courage and conviction?
So I would add to it. It could be sometimes due to a bad decision as well. We cannot always blame the circumstances or the hand of God for the misdemeanors we come across. Sometimes it could be a bad decision based on the clinical expertise or the knowledge, or it could be a bad act or maybe inadequate act which was supposed to be done 5 minutes ago and was not done. With all these instances, I would say, my teacher used to tell me that doing good is one part, embracing failures is another. Failures keep you humble. Manishji thankfully addressed me as a youngest cardiac surgeon who was accepted to be trained as robotic cardiac surgeon in the world. But to be humble, to accept failures, even if it's yours, your team members, or an act of God, it's very, very important. And equally, it's important to get back from it, do good to the next patient, to whatever circumstances coming next to you. One, you cannot lose ground because that is your survival. Second, your team cannot lose ground on you. They cannot lose confidence, they cannot lose hope. So you have to keep on working. There's a very famous saying in movie Batman, why do we fall? To get up again.
I think, Dr. Varun, you wear a very mature head on your young shoulders, and what I'm hearing you say is that while it's very important to be nice, but it's more nice to, while it's very nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. So thank you very much. And Praveenji, coming back to you, you're heading a newly formed Medical Device Export Promotion Council of India. You have an uphill task from going from about $2.5 billion of exports to a very large number, multifold number. What could you do to inspire startups or medical device companies, some of whose founders may be sitting here, and give them the conviction that a Viksit Bharat, India will play a huge role, not only as the global pharmacy of the world, but as the global medtech supplier of the world?
Thank you, Varun. Thank you, Gaurav. Varun, very nicely said for your last question. I was remembering, I used to head Aero India and DefExpo projects at VUCA. And when aerobatic team actually performs those, air display at any of the Aero India shows, I'm sorry, I'm driving you out of the context. But in 2013 Aero India, we lost one of the Surya Kirans. And that time what we saw is suddenly the Russian fighters and the Surya Kiran rest of the teams, they all started taking off and flying over the sky. So that's the answer also, that it just keeps going and bringing in that conviction that everything is okay and you move on to the next thing. To your question as Medical Devices Export Promotion Council and the Viksit Bharat, I think Viksit Bharat, first of all, let me also put it in front. Today we are a $16 billion market. Very happy to share, we moved from 2.5 billion. The exports has touched $4 billion in the last quarter, which was in the month of March, we recorded $4 billion of exports. Yes, today if we talk about, we are large exporters of consumables and disposables, but I think the next wave is going to be another 2 years from now when we start really taking up the critical care equipments and the big, equipments on the exports map. As far as Viksit Bharat is concerned, I think $50 billion is a number, but the right policy in flux, cost competitiveness, as I said previously, also identifying right products, and for startups also, identifying the right products. We are there to create market for you. We are constantly working with industry. As an export promotion council, it's important for us to reach out to various geographies. We are trying to understand the regulatory requirements of the various countries. We have started a new practice at the council wherein we are creating dossiers for the countries, that this is the requirement of the particular country, this is the disease profile of the country. Please reach out to us in case if you want any information on any country. We are all working towards one aim of creating Viksit Bharat, which will not just be a part of the global supply chain, but will be a global leader in the medtech space, because healthcare is an important segment, and I feel medtech is the key lever to be able to bring that change and transformation in the healthcare space.
Thank you so much for inspiring that confidence, and very, very happy to learn that we've inched up from 2.5 to 4 billion. Now, for paucity of time, as stimulating as the discussions and deliberations are, we have a very, very diverse and very dynamic panel. Maybe I would open the forum for a couple of questions, if there are any. Sure. Can a mic be passed down?
Thank you, Mr. Mittal. I was hearing about your particular statement regarding regulatory requirements of different countries, right? So I don't think really that you really need to reinvent the wheel there. It's very readily available information. But there is a challenge when it comes to a startup. Everything across the world, give you an example of US FDA. Per product it goes up to $40,000 US, right? And the way, I'm sorry to say if there is a startup and you feel hurt, the way startups are working, they really have to change it completely. Because I always say from different platforms that all startups in medtech domain has to learn the language of regulation. It must reflect in their records right from the ideation stage. Why Indian startups are failing in many, many ways? Because they don't use the words which are used by the regulation across the globe. And the second problem is we are always in a hurry. I don't know why. Generate good data. The Export Promotion Council must conduct some sessions so that we can give them alignment. At the same time, I'll also say, please do not be dependent on doctors working in the hospitals or scientists working in ICMR or universities, because they also don't know this language. So you have to find out people who understand this language. And that will enhance the opportunity of putting the products for the world. These are altogether a different ball game, sir, and we really need to put it in a very right perspective.
To answer your question, sir, we've already started at Export Promotion Council a series of webinars wherein we are inviting people. 2 sessions have already been done. We will. I've understood your thought process. So when I talk about, you said the information on US FDA regulatory requirement, on CE requirement is all available. You're very correct. But I can tell you with conviction, 90% of the companies don't know the regulation. Second, do we know what the fee comparison is? Today when we are negotiating FTAs, the biggest problem for us is not just about the tariff barriers, sir. We keep saying that CE costs this much, US FDA costs this much. Apart from the tariff barriers, also you have non-tariff barriers, and which are more hurting us as an industry than the tariff barriers. We have conducted 2 sessions, one with DCGI and the other one with the Deputy Drugs Controller. Sorry, sir? No. Let me tell you, sir, the people in this room also would not know, sir,
I think, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but Dr.
Sir, they didn't speak about C marking. Hear me out. They didn't speak about C marking. They spoke about the work that CDSU has done, the regulatory approvals that are required. I can tell you another thing with conviction, sir, that half of the people in this room won't know what the export documentation is, where to go and access the free sale certificate. So Export Promotion Council is formed to be able to guide such startups and such people. We are not charging any cost. Please visit our website. We get a huge data from DGCIS. My colleagues here in this room, Sankalp and Ravi, they spend a week per month to put the data together to be able to actually access under 152 HSN codes what is the total export under each HSN code and club together under 5 target segments. So there is a huge work that's happening. And going forward, we'll be starting a series wherein we are going to invite the foreign regulator to talk about the regulatory landscape of this country and interact with business leaders, the international business leaders of various organizations, that what are the impediments or the problems that they face, so that we are able to create an ecosystem wherein the small and the MSME companies can take benefit of the entire thing. So I think there's a lot which is to be done together. My only point here is how we can come together and put that in frame.
So Praveenji and Dr. Gupta, I think the ability to identify and address the knowledge gaps is the key for us to become a net exporter of medtech. But I think I can clearly see hypoglycemia setting in. And for the lack of time, maybe just one question, not really a debate. Another question, we have some very distinguished panelists, 2 people who are leading the medtech funding space, a cardiac surgeon, young dynamic cardiac surgeon. Any question for them? Praveenji, I know, is much coveted and will be available post-lunch as well. But any other questions for our esteemed panelists other than Praveenji? Maybe one question and then we can close the panel. All right, thank you for the overwhelming response. No, Rajiv Shepard.
My question is to Lalit actually. We're talking on a VUCA world and we can see the war patterns actually now raising the entire component manufacturing costs that are happening. India's done great in terms of Gati Shakti. However, we've not been able to, weave it on a global basis. There are only a few factors that we're looking at. So how supply chain logistics as well as supply chain management is going to really have a VUCA moment? That's something which maybe you could... Leadership से कहीं तो corporate boardroom से आएगा सर, वो उसी को आप लेके जाएंगे.
I was actually going to say the same because, you are better expert and there is an expert panel coming after us on this topic. I would just say that, hey, from the startups point of view, always be innovative in the thinking in terms of how will you do the fulfillment and distribution of whatever products and services you are going to come out with. The world will continue to encounter the kind of situations we are encountering it, whether it is real war, tariff war, etc. All of that will continue to exist, but logistics and fulfillment, just like regulation, have to be built into your product service offering from day one. Consider that, build those channels, build innovative partnerships, make the reach outs to the ones who have cracked it and partner with them very early on, because you cannot take everything on your own shoulders, right? If you are great at building the product, so be it, but then how do you distribute? You don't necessarily have to take it onto yourselves. I think that's my short answer, but we'll look forward to learn more in the next panel. Yeah.
So Lalit Singla ji just gave us another mantra. It's the era of collaboration and not competition. And with that, it's been my proud privilege to lead such a esteemed, such a stimulating discussion with such esteemed panelists. Thank you, Colonel Hemraj ji. Thank you so much, Praveen ji. Thank you, Lalit Singla ji. Thank you. And thanks a lot, Dr. Varun. And
Thank you so much for the insightful session. Let's take a picture. Now we would like to start with the felicitation. I would like to call Dr. Rajiv Chibbar and Dr. Amit Asthana ji to please come on the dais and felicitate our esteemed panelists. First of all, we would like you to felicitate Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, Co-Chair Medical Device Committee, PhD, CCI. The next we have Mr. Praveen Mittal, Executive Director, Medical Device Export Promotion Council. Mr. Lalit Singla. Colonel Hemraj Singh, co-founder of Ayush Pay. Dr. Varun Bansal, Consultant, CTVS Surgeon. Thank you everybody for this insightful session. It was indeed a pleasure to have you all together on the stage with us.
This panel would be on mapping, mitigation and managing disruptive innovations. And I would like to invite the panelists and the moderator on the dais, please. May I request Dr. P.S. Chandranan, Director IQ Zyme MedTech, to kindly come on the dais. Then Dr. Ankur Lat, Dr. Amit Asthana, Associate Professor in HOD, Department of Medical Devices, Naipar, Hyderabad. Mr. Kshitij Kumar, Founder, Partner TDR Enterprises. Mr. Amit Bhandari, Co-Founder and CEO, Gen Tech Power Solutions. And lastly, Dr. K.S. Gopal, Associate Fellow, Health Initiative Observer Research Foundation. Welcome. I would like to now hand over the panel to Dr. P.S. Chandranan to take it further, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, welcome. Post lunch. Sorry to bother you, all of you. Since we are here, it's my privilege to take this panel, Mapping, Mitigating and Managing Disruptive Innovations. So, before I actually get into the panel discussion, I would like to set the tone by discussing about innovations. Innovation in medtech, has it reached a saturation point? Or is there scope with AI and automation coming in? How much of innovation is required in medtech? Is somebody in the country mapping these innovations? Do we have a national database of these innovations coming up? Are we wasting our resources, manpower, time, duplicating innovations? Having said that, repetitive innovations are required to cut down costs, to bring in competition. That is also one of the requirements for the consumer end. But to take this discussion further, I would like to take my panel, introduce my panel. We have Mr. Kshitij. He is the CEO of TDR Enterprises LLP. I have Dr. Amit Asthana. He is the HOD Medical Devices from Naipar, Hyderabad. I have Dr. Ankur Lat, and I have Dr. Uplabd with us. So before I begin, I would request all my panelists to kindly self-introduce themselves for in a brief line or two. Begin with Kshitij, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kshitij. I've been in healthcare for almost like 25 plus years, worked with large multinationals like Johnson & Johnson, GE and Philips. Last year I went entrepreneurial. Today I've set up my own consulting firm to help some of the startups to kind of come to the PE stage. I also work very closely with the PE ecosystem. Additionally, I'm trying to work on a medtech platform to get the latest innovations which are happening outside India into India much more quickly. That's what my ambition is, to get the latest and the greatest before they become stale outside.
Hi everyone, I am Amit Bhandari. So, I am ex-General Electric. I was part of their HR fraternity. I was leading the TA function for power, oil and gas, and transportation. Then formed an organization called Gemtech Paras in 2018, and we are an organization which actually onboards a lot of organizations who want to do business with government through government e-marketplace portal. That's about me. But before I give it to my colleague, I would like to specially thank Manish ji, because for last 3 years I have seen him very closely doing a lot of hard work, and today we have got an opportunity to be here. So I think so a big round of applause is definitely due for him. Thank you, sir.
Hello to all. Myself, Dr. Uplabd Gopal. I work as an associate fellow at the Center for Health at Observer Research Foundation, which is a geopolitics-oriented policy think tank. There I work in their health vertical, and I focus on evidence-based research around various topics of national interest and around doing policy holder convenings.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Dr. Ankur Lat. Basically, I am a pathologist, but I am working with Horiba India Private Limited, an IVD company. And here I look after scientific and technical support team. Earlier, I was in lab and hospitals, so you can say I have experience of both the worlds. That's about me. Thank you.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Manish ji for inviting me here for this panel discussion. So I'm Amit Asthana. I'm heading the medical device department in Naipar, Hyderabad. So I established the department 4 years back, and since then we are running medical device course over there. So over to you.
Thank you, panelists. So I would like to begin with the industry, Mr. Shitish. In a VUCA world characterized by rapid technological shifts and unpredictable global events, how can the Indian medtech innovation landscape address the futuristic needs of patient care across diverse demographics? This is to you, sir.
Yeah, I think since morning we have been talking about VUCA as if it's an event. And let me clarify, VUCA is not an event. It's an environment that we, all of us, need to get used to it, because it's going to get even more turbulent. 50 years back, our parents had much comfortable life. They probably used to go to the same organization, retire from the same organization. We probably work for a few organizations in this generation, but pretty much in a similar career path. If you're an engineer, you stayed an engineer throughout your life. Going forward, is that what is going to happen to our kids of tomorrow? Very unlikely. They're most likely going to have at least 2 or 3 career paths before they kind of hang up their boots. So what we are talking about today is there is so much change that is happening at the world level because of technology, because of increasing mistrust in institutions. There was always a social contract between the government and the people to be governed. That itself is getting challenged in some way. And larger ramification of that is happening across in a geopolitical scenario where we can always talk about Trump, and the full day will not be sufficient to really talk about Mr. Trump, but that's only a manifestation of how relationships are changing into transaction. And in that kind of a scenario, what is probably best for India is to adapt very quickly into this new geopolitical realization that you could still be friends with US and you could still be working and getting oil from Russia, You might have a Charbahar port at Iran, and you might still be supporting Israel. That's a new political world that we are living in. And that would have larger manifestation, not just for the medtech industry. Medtech industry is probably a small part of this whole ecosystem, but what we need to keep a watch on the horizon is this changing geopolitics. And that's happening across, including, for example, like China. China wakes up one day and says like, hey, rare earths, I own 90% of the refining capacity of the world. So it's not about mining the rare earths. Rare earths are just about $12 billion global market size, and yet they can squeeze it because the 90% of the refining happens in one country. And we have ended up into that situation. It's going to continue in a turbulent way right now, and every player in this ecosystem, which includes the countries, will come up with their own defense strategies. So over the last 20 years, we have kind of got so much reliant on some norms. Those norms itself are getting changed. Technology, for example, which we thought like will go here and there, the products will flow freely, it is a free trade organization, all that is getting challenged. And that's no exception that's going to happen to medtech. I would not be surprised when people stopped getting products into India because they had to cater to more ventilators in Europe and US, and they said like, hey, you guys defend for yourself. So all those things, will it happen to continue to happen in the future? The answer is clearly yes.
Thanks, Shitish. So thanks for addressing that. Your point that uncertainty with regard to equipment or infrastructure would be there at any given point of time. That gives an opportunity to the kind of innovations that is happening in India, and there is an ample scope of innovation in those sectors. Thank you. Dr. Ankur, considering the inherent uncertainty and complexity of a VUCA environment, how are medtech manufacturers and regulatory bodies in India, I repeat, how are medtech manufacturers and regulatory bodies in India collaboratively navigating the rapidly evolving compliance frameworks to foster innovation while simultaneously safeguarding patient interests and ensuring the ethical deployment of disruptive technologies?
Yeah. So, medtech is standing at a very interesting but at a very complex juncture. So, when I talk about the VUCA environment, it's marked by global uncertainties, healthcare uncertainties, I mean, and then technology disruptions, policy shift and all. So, there has to be, first of all, very high agility between the manufacturer and policymakers. So, first point I want to emphasize is a very high agility between these two. Secondly, India, we all know, is a country where nowadays a lot of innovations are happening, and at the same time, lot of policies are also coming out. So the Indian medical device rules is doing great, has provided a strong platform, but bodies like CDSCO and are doing a wonderful job, but there has to be more stringent, but at the same time more adaptive also. I mean, openness in inclusion, where stakeholders should be part of the innovation journey, so they can be taken into the confidence, so things can be properly done. Second point was fostering innovation while safeguarding interest. So nowadays, if we talk, they are mostly in the healthcare sector. High-risk innovations or high-risk technologies are coming out. For example, this robotic surgery, telerobotic surgeries, then AI-driven labs and all. So these has to be done under a very controlled environment, right? And with proper, under time management. Proper redefined time and controlled environment is the key to go through this.
Regulated environment.
Yeah.
Regulated environment.
Regulatory, yeah. So second point is this, all innovations in the healthcare system, in the medtech, will touch human lives. So there has to be a very delicate balance between safety and speed, right? So, and these all can be done with the controlled measures, fine. Third point is that, like you talked about the ethical deployment. Ethical deployment is very necessary because wherever innovation is there, it is based on the like AI and data science. So I think for safeguarding this ethical deployment, there has to be proper openness, proper fairness in the algorithms, accessibility, and then again it has to be correctly done by the post-market survey. There's absolutely, these things are non-negotiable. So I think if we take these pictures into account, things can.
That's a point well made. Post-marketing surveillance, that largely takes care of the outcomes of the consumption and usage of the medical technologies available. Coming to Dr. Asthana, so given the current innovation landscape for medical devices, is there scope for academia to conduct further research engaging emerging technologies in medical devices? If yes, what do you foresee are the areas that must be prioritized to impact patient care?
Thank you, sir, for your question. It's a very interesting question. So yes, answer is yes. In academia can help industry in innovation part. There are certain points which they have to remember. Any radical idea which industry has and they feel that because of commercial speed, pressure, they cannot take it. Academia can take it very easily because they have good infrastructure already there. IITs, ICERs, NIPERs, NITs, and many other CSIR, DST and DBT labs have very good infrastructure. So they can easily take those work. But while you are selecting the academic researchers, you have to be very careful. I divide them, being from academia, I divide them in three parts. One, who are not at all interested in what is happening around you, the basic researchers. They are sort of arrogant researchers. They will just think about themselves and try to come up with basic research which might be useful or may not be useful. Second one is the one who will always look outside and see where is the need, and they are the innovators. They are the inventors, not innovators actually. And the third one is the people who do so-called, in academia they are called as incremental researchers, but they are the most smart and cunning researchers because they find the mistake, they find the need, they innovate the inventor's device, whatever inventor has done.
So among the three, who do you think is the real opportunity?
So the real opportunity for industry is with the third one, where they are innovators. Inventors can also be approached when you have something which is, there is an unmet need and you need to talk to them and get the invention done.
Are there technologies being translated to medtech from the academia?
There are many, especially from IITs. There are some devices, diagnostic devices, they are already in the market. They are doing quite good work. From NIPERs, we are trying, some of our products are coming into market now. So it slowly, it is academia is also moving in that direction. Major problem with academia was that our performance was always evaluated based on papers. Now things are changing. Now they are evaluating our performance with what we are translating also.
I know you are an expert in microfluidic, devices and development and research in those areas. One of your expertise areas is that. So, is NIPER Hyderabad due with any kind of, game-changing devices or products anytime soon?
Yes, we have one device which is now in a position we can bring into market. That is a paper-based device on blood typing. So where you can have a drop of blood which will move in the paper, then wash it, and wherever you have agglutination of RBCs, that will mark. So we now know that this device is working very nicely. It took us 10 years to optimize the whole process. Now it is well optimized. So through the company which one of my students had opened, we are trying to bring that into market. Then we have made another device, we have patented it through ICMR.
So the grouping includes the identification of rhesus spectra as well, or just the grouping?
Yeah, it is RH grouping.
Okay, the complete, okay. Go ahead. The second.
So second one is DNA extraction device. So it's a paper-based device for DNA, RNA or nucleic acid extraction. So we are in the process of replacing silica columns with this paper column. So these are the three which are coming from my group. Apart from that, there are two startups working with us. BabyQ, so they came up with a device which differentiate between viral and bacterial infection. And Dr. Sanjeev is helping them now. We have done the prototyping for them. We reached to a stage where now they need much better expert to take it to market. And then there is another company called 3Mere, where they are working on POCT through natural blood. So we are developing devices for
Excellent,
that.
nice to know that. Mr. Bhandari, coming to you, sir, having the existing disruptive technologies in medtech been completely adopted by government procurement agencies?
The way it is to be looked, and in fact, the previous panel has also put some insight onto it, is the best way to predict the future is to look into the history. Because today, no matter what you say, as Kshitij has already said, VUCA is a very important part of life. Even if you look into geopolitical thing, on a lighter side, I think so President Trump should use VUCA as his middle name, because every morning you are practically plagued with something you haven't heard of, you can't imagine, but that's the way the most powerful person in the world is managing. Now, if I go back into the history of the last 10 years, what all happened? GST, one big reform. So what did it brought? It brought efficiency into the system, seamless procurement and digital as its backbone, one nation, one tax. So what did it trigger? Efficacy and efficiency. Next is demonetization. What did it brought? Before that, I actually haven't heard of things like Paytm or electronic wallets and all, but it actually forced us into that. The third thing is, if you look into COVID, now what exactly COVID got? We professionals, the first thing what we received there was to do virtual meetings. Because before that there was nothing called virtual meetings. It used to be just face-to-face meeting, and then actually these three things, if you look into it, it has become a very integral part of our life, and it is actually helping us to improve our quality standards. Now, the next thing that has happened is, where I can definitely throw some light, is government e-marketplace. So one of the important things, well, GEM actually started in 2016, but one very important thing at that point of time, if imagine what could have happened if you have a supply chain collapse. No matter what you say for the current regime, but one thing is very important, the supplies were there, maybe late somewhere, black marketing was very less into few spaces, and the most important thing is you are able to bring all your stakeholders digitally. So that is where we have progressed to next level. So we as an organization realized that technology should be something which is going to be the backbone of the future. So if we need to look into it, how we are going to do things tomorrow, one thing is very important, that we need to do transaction today, bring some sort of predictability for tomorrow, but rest assured, those predictability may not be more than 50% correct, but even if it is 50% correct, it gives you an insight into the world you are operating into. The next thing is very important, is to look into it, is how you embrace change. Being coming from an HR fraternity, trust me, for 2 decades I realized one thing, and that was very difficult, is when I used to talk to people, they are not ready to embrace change. So in a VUCA world, it is very important. One, if you have to survive, you have to be adaptable, and if you have to be adaptable, you have to look into it, is how do you leverage technology in terms of larger scheme of things.
Thank you. Further follow-up question maybe to Bhandari sir. What I'm trying to understand here is the existing medtech technologies that are currently commercially available to the Indian market. Has it been categorized, coded for identification of immediate procurement by the agencies, institutions, individuals? Is it that way? Is it in the GEM place, or is it still to be done in an appropriate manner?
Sir, I will always say, when you are dealing with the government, it's work in progress.
Okay. So there is scope for improvement.
Yes, there is a work in progress, and one thing is very important. If I look into my journey for last 7 years into this space, I think a sea of change. And one thing is very important with trade bodies like PhD, where we are sitting today. There are a lot of stakeholders where there is a huge amount of opportunity, with regulatory bodies also taking a pivotal role in terms of going and educating the stakeholders, because you may be an expert, but I may not be an expert. But if we collaborate together for a common cause, because today public procurement, one thing is very important is it needs efficiency, it is scalable, we need to look into it is how we can add value there.
Thank you. Coming to Dr. Uplab, is it time we retire the term disruption in healthcare? Shouldn't our focus be on harmonizing innovations with existing clinical workflows, care, ethics, and public delivery systems, rather than glorifying change for change's sake?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Chandranan. So I would like to just say that in the healthcare space, we often hear the term disruption a lot, and it is especially coming from people who are from the tech space. But in medicine, disruption isn't always the case. So it can sound reckless, even threatening to people who are working for the patient's life and for public safety. But when the clinicians or the people involved in public safety hear the term disruption, they are likely to think of harm or say liability and instability, especially in a VUCA world. So if we were to put disruption in terms of the VUCA framework, it could be volatility, as we already know that healthcare is very unstable. So if we add something like a disruptive innovation into this space, it would be like adding chaat masala into jeera soda, so it will just bubble up entirely. Then secondly, for the VUCA framework, we have U, which is uncertainty. As we know that any innovation without any integration plan with existing frameworks, people will be very hesitant to trust this. Looking at C, or the third pillar of this VUCA framework, which is complexity, we have multiple actors, we have so many regulators in healthcare. So if innovation doesn't harmonize, so that will certainly add more to complexity. And finally, the fourth pillar, which is ambiguity. So when I said this term comes from people who are from the tech space, disruptive healthcare innovation. So disruption is a very conceptual and ambiguous word. So that is again lending to the uncertainty of things. So as we know that what tends to work better is integration that is thoughtful. So innovations that are embedding into India's existing systems. A good example of this would be the eSanjeevani platform, which was launched. So it didn't try to replace, but it only tried to use the existing public infrastructure that was there. So over time, this has led to a very huge scale where hundreds of millions of consultations are being done. This sort of approach also builds trust among the public, because it doesn't overwhelm or even alienate the people that the system is supposed to work for. So for example, say there's a flashy app that a new company might have launched, but this app doesn't talk to any referral network, or this app doesn't have any contact support with the doctor network, or you can always say that this app ignores documentation standards. So that is something which will often fade away with the initial hype. A good example of this would be the case of Epic Systems, which is from the United States. What this company is a EHR, or electronic health records company, but since the Supreme Court of the country mandated the company to share its data portal system with third-party apps, this company refused to do so. So what we need is open source policies. Secondly, another glaring...
so you would try to include the open source policies as one of the innovations or disruptive innovations? How do you look at it?
I would say open source policy would be an innovation, and I would argue against using the term disruption.
Disruptive, okay.
Look from Dr. Asthana's example on what NIPR Hyderabad is working on. I'm also reminded of a company from the US which failed, it's a very big recent, happened a few years ago, called Theranos. So what they promised was to disrupt healthcare by just taking one drop of your blood and performing all sorts of blood tests on it. But ultimately what happened is they took your money, they provided false tests, they didn't have any documentation protocols, and
The objective
they
of
defrauded,
that,
they
yeah, the
defrauded
objective of the
investors.
project was different in that case. Anyways, moving forward, due to paucity of time, I'll take one more question. One common question among all the panelists, and I would like to have each one of your views on this. Please listen to it carefully. Each one of you, please give your views on this. Given the volatility and ambiguity of global markets in the medtech sector, what specific strategic filters, performance metrics, and policy restraint frameworks should India implement to attract and nurture potentially disruptive medical technologies, ensuring they remain cost-effective and accessible for both domestic and international markets? Thank you. Kshitij. Begin with Kshitij, please.
Yeah, so I'll probably use the same framework that I use in my PE space, which is the 4 A's, to test a technology and say like, do we go ahead or we don't go ahead is in this one. The first thing is about the awareness. So the technology cannot be so rocket science that it becomes a task in itself for the doctor or the nursing staff to actually use it. The second A is about affordability. It has to be cost effective. It cannot be like $1 million technology and is going to save a few lives. Probably that's not what we do. The third A in that A is about accessibility, which means that the technology is not meant to be working at a -5 degree and the cold storage chain, etc., which probably is not the way it will work. It should work from at least in our parlance, anything from a 4 degree to 44 degree, it should work pretty effectively out there. And the fourth A is really about the technology. So first we started out by saying that, hey, it should be easy to use it, awareness part of it, affordability, accessibility, and finally, when we look at the technology, it should be integrated into the system. It cannot be saying that, hey, I will do only this part of it and will not be working in conjunction with anything else that is doing, which means that it should be able to network it. For example, if you got a new technology in an ICU and you're taking the parameters in the patient and that does not speak to the monitoring, doesn't work. So that the digital connectivity part of it has to be extremely, extremely important and looked into it. And those are the 4 parameters. Whenever we are evaluating a new technology, look at these 4 parameters very clearly, and you'll probably be able to get most of the answers there.
So you're saying in times of uncertainty and ambiguity, data integrity, the workflow integrity should be, is a way forward.
Absolutely, because people come up with the technology and say like, hey, I can do this test very, very well. Yeah, you can do this test extremely well, but what do I do with the rest of the stuff?
Thank you.
Right? I can monitor this for you in the patient, but if it does not speak to rest of the things, then it does not make sense for me. So it cannot be an isolated island. It has to be working in conjunction with my medical practice. It has to be understood by the doctor. It has to be working in an environment that we work in. It has to be working in conjunction with other devices that are there.
Thank you. Can we hear from Dr. Uplab, please? Uplab.
Yeah, so I would like to say one part of the answer would be design. Since technology supports the clinical interaction, but it should not take it over. So some hospitals have certain things like voice-based tools and medical scribes. Certain studies have been started coming out from the US where it's shown that out of say an 12-hour work day for a typical doctor, the US doctor is now spending 6 or 7 hours a day doing documentation or in front of a
So you're saying design should be one of the filters?
Yes.
And whom will you put the accountability to the manufacturer or the regulator?
I would actually argue against more burden on the regulator. I would say it should partly come from the manufacturer's part and it should be upheld by the regulator.
Okay. Okay, the next. Any other filters that you would like to put to the upcoming innovations or any performance metrics that you would like to measure an innovation?
Not a performance metric per se, but I would like to say that we should focus on what is the final goal of the disruption, who is the beneficiary of the disruption, what is the hidden agenda behind the goal and the benefit from the disruption? If the answers to any of these evidently do not involve the term patient, then I don't think it is worth the investment, at least from the patient side, the patient's money for their insurance and so on.
So actually Sitesh ji and Dr. Uplabh has already covered affordability, design. These are the two major things which we have to think. Apart from that, I feel that industry should reverse pitch to academia their unmet need, and to some extent they have started. C-Camp in Bangalore have recently launched a program where industry has given them 10 different projects. They are unmet need, and if somebody has some innovative ideas, they are ready to fund. So these are two, and third is, which ICMR has already started doing, project submission based on your TRL levels. So if you are early, apply for small grant. If you are in between, then you apply for intermediate grant, and if you are in advanced stage, go for car projects. So I think these filters should also come with other funding agencies.
Would you hold any policy holder accountable in the country, and if so, who should be it for the innovations?
So for innovations, I think it will depend on all the stakeholders, starting from the institute where you are working, the industry where you are involved, and then in government sector also there should be a clear-cut policy about how innovation will be evaluated. And
Dr. Amit, what I'm trying to understand is, do we have a framework to actually set the ball rolling for innovations? Like when I say framework, the idea of innovation is there in my mind. So when I start inventing or innovating after having my funding in place, what is the first thing that comes to my mind? Or is the innovator, if the innovator is not aware of the design, development, testing landscape, for example, standards, accreditations. So all these things, generally innovator is not aware of, he is caught off guard while the prototype is ready. And then the regulator says, boss, this particular prototype doesn't fulfill your particular testing criteria, say biocompatibility or EMIMC or any particular, it doesn't address those issues. So when I'm saying these kind of filters, who are responsible, which institutions, which organizations, regulators or policy makers should be held responsible for such, unless we don't fix accountability for by the standard setting bodies, regulators, policy makers, innovations, disruptive innovations are welcome to reduce cost and end user access. But what kind of institutions, organizations should be held responsible for these kind of decisions? This is what I'm trying to understand.
Basically, regulators, I think they should be more responsible for all these things. And again, there should be a forecasting organization. TIFEC is already doing it, but TIFEC, whatever they are forecasting, it is not reaching to the...
I'm sorry I'm putting so many questions to you, because you are also, having testing innovation lab, and you are looking after other research projects as well.
Yeah.
So the grants being got into these funding areas and things like that, not only academia, even in the industry should be using a justified manner. So what I'm trying to understand is the ecosystem working in synchrony, or do you understand they are still working in silos?
No, they have started working in synchrony now. Few years back it was quite isolated, but now everything is done in a very systematic manner, and the framework is started coming up very nicely.
Dr. Ankur, your views, please.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to add, nowadays adoption is more challenging than innovations, right? So there should be some checklist, like everyone has already emphasized, but I would like to add one important point is validation. Like that whatever is being done has to be strictly validated at every level, especially not only from the end users, but from the service provider side also. And then again, how to take it forward, there can be many points. I will just like to sum up. First of all is, I think modernization is in our curriculum should be done. Like most of the institutes or most of the universities teach in silos, right? But they don't go together with the innovations or with the AI. So everyone should be a part of it. Maybe a AI student should know the clinical workflow. Maybe a biomedic should know AI. So these things will give a way how to go about it. Second, there should be industry-academia partnership. Like I come from Horiba, and we have done partnership with few of the, like Nagpur University, then Adi Sankaracharya Institute, then Madras Medical Mission. So I can see a lot of advantage about these partnership, right from the like how the product was developed, how to go through it. There has to be proper individuals to carry out the...
To sum it up, you are saying that industry-academia interaction should be more?
Yeah, it should be.
To have the innovations, appropriate innovations in place.
Exactly.
Bandari sir. Yes.
Sir, I'll just take up from where you have left. If you look into the three pillars, industry, academia, as well as government, I don't think so we can look it into silos. One important fact, because each of the stakeholder has a very important role to play where they need to complement each other and they can't compete. Because of our legacy system, yes, we have found in the past that there were a lot of things where you didn't get support from government and all, but if I take again example for last 5 years, there are a lot of initiatives which are actually going in terms of creating innovation. When we make this word disruption, one very important thing is maybe something is doing very good, but still there is a scope of disruption because disruption brings efficiency into the system. So that's the need of the hour. Now, one very important thing there, which you'd also ask about the matrix. Now, if we look into today the matrix, and there was a ma'am who was speaking.
Performance metrics.
Yeah, was talking in the morning also. Reading data is not issue, but the very quality of data which is getting analyzed is something where if you do wrong, then you make a huge mistake and it takes a lot of time. So my submission onto it is data analysis with experience, do one thing at one time, do it small, because at the end of the day, it is very important because right from inception to actually going commercial life, there is a huge time lag and it is something that's which hurts us.
Thank you. Yes, please.
One thing
Yes,
which
yes.
I want to add is, we are always talking about academia, government and industry. We are forgetting about clinicians. When we are in healthcare, we should consider them also. So there are 4 pillars. Apart from that, 5th pillar is the public, the normal person who you are going to treat or diagnose. So these all pillars should come in synchronization.
That's what I was trying to, I'll sum it up, saying that the ecosystem should not be working in silos. All the components of innovation should be involved right from stage 1. Thank you. Now I would like to open the floor for our audience, please. Thank you. No questions? May I proceed further?
May I add something?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I think something that I would like to mention is we are measuring so much in our hospitals. We have so many different parameters. We have wait times, we have documentation rates, bed turnover rates. But what I feel is missing from this conversation is, did the patient felt heard? Did the doctor take enough time explaining the various nuances that he could? So I think building empathy and communication into the feedback systems is one thing. Then secondly, I would like to put a strategic filter which would be being careful against monopolies and monopolies because for example, monopolies and monopolies in healthcare innovation could be good. For example, if China has taken over its medtech market and it's basically controlling the entire thing. But on the other hand, it could also be a signal for something drastic. For example, if you take India, where certain startups in the e-pharmacy systems are acquiring their competitors and just to get their e-pharmacy sales. So that is something we, as a filter, that we need to be careful for.
Thanks. Point well noted.
Thank you so much, everybody. This was really insightful, and I'm sure we have had so much knowledge from your people. And it's not just about the panel. This is going to go on and on, right? So the discussion never stops. So first of all, we'd like to take a picture. And I would request everybody to please stand up. And yeah, of course, a round of applause to them. Now I would like to call upon stage Group Captain Anoop Chibrol and Dr. Sunil Khetarpal to felicitate our esteemed panelist. So please be on the dais. Dr. P.S. Chandranand, Dr. Ankur Lat, Dr. Ankur, Dr. Amit Asthana, Mr. Kshitij Kumar, Mr. Amit Bhandari, Dr. K.S. Uplab Gopal, Supply Chain, she is our moderator. Dr. Kuldeep Sajdeva, President, Chief Medical Office, Mall Bio, Diagnostic, Bangalore and Goa. So please be on the dais. Mr. Vikas Goyal, Head Supply Chain Management, Fortis Memorial Research Institute, Gurgaon. Mr. Girish Joshi, General Manager, India and South Asia, Medline Industries. Last but not the least, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, Managing Director, Intrust Consultancy, IVD and Medical Device. Over to you, Jyoti ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, our esteemed panel members. I'm truly honored today to moderate this panel discussion on a very much needed and critical topic, that is de-risking supply chain. As we all are aware, the supply chain is the core and much needed system of the healthcare system, without which our healthcare cannot work. So COVID was pandemic. It was not only a health crisis, I will say. It was a stress test for our healthcare system, and which made us realize that how fragile and fragmented our healthcare system is. So thereafter, of course, we tried our best and did many steps to strengthen the system, did many activities, but of course, we still needs the system to be more systematic, coordinated, and make it more futuristic and strategic. So today, we are here to discuss this topic. So first of all, I would like to introduce our panel member, Dr. Kuldeep Sajdeva. He is President and CEO of Mall Bio Diagnostic, coming with 35 years of experience in public health. He was heading the Ministry of Health, the two major national health program, National TB Control Program and National AIDS Control Program. Next is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta. He is Managing Director, Intrust Consultancy, IVD and Medical Devices. Next, Mr. Girish Joshi. He is General Manager, Medline and South Africa Medline System. And Mr. Vikas Goyal, he is heading supply chain of Fortis. So I would like to start with Dr. Kuldeep Sajdeva. Since you are coming up with a great experience of public health, and of course, no one can better understand the nuances you must have gone through in the supply chain system of the various programs you have headed. So if you had to recommend one specific policy action to the government of India that would make the healthcare supply chain future-proof for the next 5 years, what would it be?
Thank you, Jyoti.
as you said, my experience is more on the public health side, and where I handled the two programs at the national level. Procurement supply chain management was one part of it. Having said that, we had seen both the plus and the minus side of supply chain management in the program. As sometimes we were reported stockouts from the periphery, and many times things moved very smooth. Now coming back to the question which Jyoti is putting to me, what is that one intervention which you would like in the supply chain management? Pointing out one single intervention actually would be quite difficult, but if you want me to give one intervention, that would be putting the system in place, which is put a totally digital integrated solution into the supply chain management in place. We did have initially only the manual system. Then we went to the sort of an Excel-based system, which probably you were also managing.
Yeah.
And then we went into an integrated,
phase.
totally integrated digital system. And we have seen challenges and successes and failures with all the systems. Manual system, of course, you all know that many times people in the periphery will report stockouts, but when you look at your stores, you will have ample stocks within the store. So that was a major drawback of the system at the manual level, because there was no communication or transmission of reports from one end to the other side. When Jyoti and her team started with the Excel-based monitoring of the system, they used to get regular feedbacks from the states and districts and the peripheral things improved a bit. But the same problem which was there with the manual system still persisted, because there was no real-time information. All the information you were capturing is at a point of time. So there was no real-time information. When we moved to the integrated system, things improved a bit, but still the challenges were not over. Even though there is a real-time intervention, there is a person who is supposed to make it real-time. And that was a big challenge to how do you actually make it real-time in person. So when I talk of now integrated digital systems, the best one was, of course, the integrated system, where the main challenge we faced was that we couldn't make persons do the job in real time, and that's where the whole chain of suggestions will come forward, that training, capacity building and embracing change, somebody said that, is very important. So people are very reluctant to embrace change. So you have to train them very properly, make change management a process, show the benefits of the system. If you are not able to show the benefits of the system, they don't actually accept it as it is. Then again, I just joined in the previous discussion in the midway somewhere there, and we also noticed technological infrastructure. So your technological infrastructure has to be very strong, robust, and they should be able to handle the system. And there also we observed some changes, challenges when we implemented system initially, that you have to sometimes improve on technology as you encounter solution. So again, a good thought has to go into that, which system to adopt, which technology to put in, and which infrastructure or which softwares to use, or what should be the load which you are anticipating. So everything has to be very pre-planned. So having said that, it's all in a process. At one time we also did away with manual reporting. We said no, nothing doing, we will not going to accept manual reporting. And it's almost been more than 10 years, a decade now, and after I think 6, 7, 8 years, people started using that integrated system. So I'll say to the extent of 80-90%, it's now working well. It's still not what we would envisage it should have done, but that is the way forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Very rightly said, digitization and digital strengthening of digital infrastructure is most important requirement in supply chain, which can only meet our supply chain requirement till the last mile, I'll say. And VUCA, we are talking about the VUCA, so I feel that VUCA and supply chain is the synonym. Nothing is more volatile and fragile, which more than this supply chain healthcare, which we need to strengthen. So now coming to Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, he is since coming from the more of expertise in MDR and task force system. So how recent regulatory reforms as MDR, India joining GSTF Global Harmonization Task Force is beneficial for India medtech industry? How this can be leveraged by MSMEs to explore the global market opportunity? So please give your insights on it.
Thank you, Jyoti. I'll come to the question after a few comments. This morning when I got up, it was really a VUCA moment for me because I got up at 3:15. I wasn't sure whether I'll sleep here or what is going to be. Somehow I managed that VUCA period to be over. I was here. And I've been hearing several people since morning. People have given reference of COVID. People have also given reference of the post-COVID. I want to share something very interesting for you. Many of you may believe that during COVID time we did a lot of innovations. Let me tell you, we had zero innovation during COVID time which worked for COVID. If anybody has a doubt, want to challenge me, can stand up and challenge me. I will tell you how. We believe that we innovated tests in India. We did not. We just built up the assembly capacity in India. That's not innovation. Same goes for PPEs. We think we innovated something, neither the textile nor the machine. Zero. We just innovated our capacity to produce. That's what is the reality. Let's not live in a world which is whims and fancies of the people. I'm very supportive of Prime Minister Modi, but certain realities will give us right path. You want to talk about rapid antigen test? We innovated nothing in rapid antigen test. Till today, India doesn't have a monoclonal antibody pair for COVID antigen detection. Every single nanogram is imported from China. That's a fact. But yes, what we did, our industry was still very, very resilient. I will give you some facts you may not know. COVID time, CRP testing was done enormously. Let me tell all of you that 40% of the CRP is produced in India, exported to the world, and it comes back as a product in India. You may not know it. Same way the tumor markers like 15-3, 19-9 and other tumor markers, they're manufactured in India. 50% tumor markers are made in India. It goes out and comes back as a product. So what we are doing, we are very good in having a resilient manufacturing system to repack and bring it to the market. That's a reality of COVID time. Some people might say we innovated ventilators. Sorry, we did not, because companies open up and put their design into as open source. We just assembled it. There was no innovation done. So that's what the clarity I want to give it to you. But coming back to de-risking the supply chain, right? It has a lot of meanings for different people. Now I tell you that one of the best thing happened in the COVID time was ministries came together and they worked in an emergency atmosphere where even the regulation was put on a back burner. If the regulation was not put on the back burner, we would not have many things into what was there, right? That was one of the biggest advantage we had during COVID. But what has happened after COVID? Let me tell you, ambiguity has increased, the complexity has increased, unpredictability has increased, and we are into a more serious VUCA man-made problem than the natural problem. We wanted to make Mpox a pandemic, knowing very well that Mpox is not going to be pandemic. So, our thought process got stuck, and today we are talking about, are we prepared for the next pandemic? Pandemics don't come like this. Pandemics come because of specific reasons, right? So what we are going to de-risk? The de-risk has come into still a campaign which is called Atmanirbhar campaign. So what's happening, I'll tell you, that for this, India started a very good platform wherein It is supporting the point of regulation to the innovators right with their thought process. Earlier, it was not there. CDSCO has a room in the CDSCO headquarters, which they say PRO office. But it's not PRO. It's a harassment office. Okay? What I want to tell you is, you know what is the first harassment? You go there, they say, Acha, what is your application number? You suddenly won't remember it. If you manage to tell the application number, they say, when was it submitted? You may not remember it. Then even if you manage to tell that, or did you get any query? What are you sitting for? You should know everything because this is given to you in advance. Increase in complexity. But it doesn't mean the regulator is not doing good. So what today regulator is doing in India, Swatiji, is it is talking to innovators face to face. But what is innovator doing? Okay? Regulators started talking to innovator. Now innovators started teaching regulator. I have done innovation. My product should have been registered yesterday, not today. So complexity is increasing, ambiguity is increasing because people are not investing time in understanding what is required today. That is where I would say that our regulation is very good. We becoming a member of GHTF brings no tangible immediate benefit to the country. It only adds a little value in our licensing process. That's the only advantage we get. But the real disruption or de-risking would be when a manufacturing license given by CDSCO is as respected in US FDA as US FDA approval is respected in India. We have a long way to go. All stakeholders have to walk hand in hand, then the real joining that GHTF will help. I hope I have given you a larger picture of everything.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, very rightly said that innovation should not be compromised with the quality and regulations. Ultimately, we have to deal with the patients. So that is the paramount importance. So I think you may like to cover how it can be leveraged by MSME to explore the global market opportunity if you are following this MDR and other regulations.
Some very learned person said, if you want to be into medical device domain, don't be an MSME. The reason was very clear. If you want to go to US FDA today, the per product in a simple 510K clearance costs you $25,000 US. Minimum 3 establishments have to be registered. Each establishment costs you $7,000 a year. That means you are looking at 25 plus 25 almost. $50,000 per product cost, initial cost, and then at least $25,000 subsequent years, right? MSMEs perhaps cannot afford it. So we should be very clear in selecting a product line which serves in India and join hands together if they can to come out with a product which they can back up with these kinds of investments. And testing and everything is very, very expensive. So we MSMEs have to select a right product where they can keep the initial costs low. And there's one more challenge, whether it's innovator or MSME. You can't sustain anything with one product. We have got to be very, very careful.
There should be
there's nothing today in this world which is a blockbuster.
Yeah.
Nothing.
So I understand MSMEs and MSME exemption will not work much in the global market as per India government at least given these exemptions, MSME and startup exemption, but still we should be very thoughtful in choosing our product line and going for this and if we are planning for the global market. Thank you so much for the insightful. And now, Mr. Guri Joshi, having your experience in the pharmacy background and operational of the various equipments you have managed. So how global MNCs are approaching China plus one to do risk supply chain? How global MNCs can support India's MSMEs to scale up further?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, let me thank moderator for getting me onto this panel discussion. Secondly, thanks to Manish ji and PhD Chamber for getting me involved into this discussion. To address the question which has been posed, as a global multinational company, we were always looking for multiple sourcing options across the world. And for a simplest product, like if I have to give some example, a simplest product like an examination glove used in a hospital setup, we source it from about 40 odd manufacturers around the world. So primarily de-risking has been part of our strategy always, and that is how we help multiple supply partners to come up to our speed, because our volumes are phenomenal. For this one particular product, we ship around 40,000 containers a year, and that's the kind of volume. So we definitely need to have multiple supply partners.
Supply base, you have to increase.
I think we have built our strategy in terms of China plus one, but that plus one is multiples for us. We are not dependent only on one country plus China. So we are looking at developing supplier base in ASEAN. India obviously is another big story, because our volumes of export from India to global market is more than $100 million. And it starts with very basic product, but we have a very large volume. Simplest product, if I were to tell you, could be a cotton ball. We ship about 8 containers a month. Another example could be alcohol swab, a very simple product, smallest product, right? We ship about 8 to 10 containers a month. ECG electrode. India is one of the finest manufacturing capacity of ECG electrodes around the world. So we need to tap on specific products where we work with people who have excellence in their process and systems, and we work with them. And that is how we bring them up to speed to reach to the global market. Because then they are championing the cause. They know where to bring in the process excellence. And that's how we work with supply partners to focus on specific product line where we can partner and help them to take to the global level. So our de-risking is China plus one plus ... So we are looking at not only one country as a China plus one, but we are looking at developing a supply base around many nations than just one. Thank you.
So further, the question I asked, I may like to add to you. So what initiatives are required to achieve the medical device regulation compliance by stakeholders in India? If you can put some insights on it.
I think in my view, we talk about all international regulation when it comes to products in India. We talk about CE marking, we talk about US FDA, but we don't talk about our own regulations and standards. I think as a Indian healthcare industry, we first need to start respecting our own standards. Many stakeholders in the industry themselves are not aware that there are product standards defined by BIS, there are product standards defined by the regulatory bodies, that these are the products, these are the standards product must have, but we don't look at them. Probably we need to start respecting ourselves. If we don't respect our own standards, nobody in the world is going to look at our standards. Then it is always like US FDA and CE as a reference point, and Indian standard would not get a meaningful respect. So I think that needs to start happening. Second, first is awareness of those standards. Second is practical implementation of them. When we look at hospital and healthcare systems, because of lack of awareness, hospitals are not aware, the stakeholders are not aware what standards are or what regulations are. So as an industry, instead of trying to expect everything from government, I think it is also our job as an industry to create that awareness. One of the veterans sitting in our audience today, Jody sir, he has been doing a lot of sessions for industry to create awareness on these standards. So and he has been kind enough, thank you sir, to post all your presentations in the public domain, which hospitals have now started referring to. Hey, this probably everybody may not be able to attend those sessions, but at least people are able to look at it, refer to it whenever they get time. We also refer that why don't you look at these presentations available online. This is the information. There is a FAQ document available from CDSCO. So at least create some level of awareness among the stakeholders. So as an industry, I think we have a much larger role to play, because regulators have their own limitation. Authorities will always have a limitation. But if we as the stakeholders in the industry can take this message down to the stakeholders, that would help uplift the quality standards in the country. That's my view.
Yeah, that's great. Actually, it's a collaborative effort. It cannot be done alone. And
creating awareness and capacity building about our regulation and compliance is, I think, one of the key area which still needs to be looked into it. Now coming to Mr. Vikas Goyal, who is heading the supply chain management of Fortis Hospital. So Fortis, everyone knows, is a chain of hospital, and you must be going through the lots of supply chain disruptions. And so having your large experience of the hospital sector, I would like to, maybe we would like to understand what role can large hospital chain like hospital play in driving demand aggregation and long-term purchase agreements to reduce supply chain volatility for medtech products, and how large hospitals do supplier procurement de-risking beyond price. So some of the best practices which you want to share.
So if we see from Fortis, so Fortis is a chain of hospitals having a national presence, and we have around 28 hospitals. And if we see in a VUCA in a supply chain, so it's not from the pre-COVID, post-COVID or during the COVID, it's always exist.
Yeah.
Because in a supply chain, whenever the patient come in the hospital, we have to treat. We can't hold it. Like in automobiles, we can give the waiting time of 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But in a hospital, we have to treat it, we have to stabilize and then forward it to for the next course of treatment over there. So there is a huge pressure on the supply chain for the hospitals. Whatever the stock is required, that has to be arranged, available, or last mile requirement has to be fulfilled from the hospital sides. So just considering that aspects, to what all activities we are doing to make it our supply chain efficient, transparent, regular, and scalable. So first is we have a long-term partnership. So we are not doing a single purchase or single procurement from the suppliers. We do the long-term partnership, engagement for the 3 years, 5 years, 1 year, as per the capability of the manufacturers, and then we do the long-term relationship with that. Second is we are going for the VMI managed inventory, so that there should be a partnership beyond just the supply. So the vendor can manage the critical items in our hospitals, which are very cost effective or very selective or nature in use over there. They can manage the inventories in the hospitals, and from procurement to pay, we can go for the model for use to pay model over there. That's we have a process for the VMI inventory over there. Third is we have a pre-approved supplier list, because we have a geographical distributed hospitals over there. So we have a approved supplier list. So any hospitals can refer the same and buy the product from the approved suppliers as per the approved list over there. Next is we are going for the multiple suppliers. We are not working with the one supplier. For the each category of items, we have a multiple suppliers, and we prefer for the local suppliers as well. Because as a corporate hospitals, we have a responsibility for the ESG. And not only for the hospitals, the supplier has to be compliant for the ESG also, like they have to use the green fuels, electric vehicles, they have to be using the less than 18 years manpower in their services over there, and they have to be compliant with all the state drug authorities over there. That's why we are preferring the local suppliers to supplies to our hospitals over there. Third is we have a centralized procurement system and decentralized distribution system, so that it makes the efficiency and effectiveness for the supplies and the single standard rate contract and standard items going across the hospitals. Now, secondly, we are doing the partnership with the manufacturers and suppliers also. A lot of companies are doing a research, development, and making the product as per the Indian standards and requirement. Because if we see a lot of stents, balloons, and the implants, which is very good in USA or Europe, but they are not fit for the Indian peoples or the Indian systems over there. So they are designing to our doctors, clinical team, doing the partnership with them, making the products in our hospitals, doing the testing, evaluation, and then we do the long-term partnership to use the same over there. So the most recent case is the robotics. So we have 2-3 companies who are providing the robotic services to us, and the consumables also, which is developed in-house by the Fortis team along with their R&D team over there. Next is we are shifting from transactional procurement to the modern procurement. That is a collaboration with the suppliers. That is mutual for the industries as well as for the Fortis hospitals.
Thanks for the input. So a few of the major things which is being highlighted by Mr. Vikash is increasing the supplier base, long-term agreement, going towards a modern procurement, rate contract, fixing the rate, some reliability on the local suppliers. So definitely the big hospitals or even a small hospital needs to do all these things to manage the much critical requirement and consumables and equipment for the need of the patient. So now I would like to discuss one questions from all of you members. So I'll start with Dr. Sachdeva. So what national level task force or institutional mechanism is needed to continuously monitor and de-risk the Indian medtech supply chain ecosystem? So you can give your view from the point of view of policy or as per your experience. So national level task force or strengthening is needed.
So first I'll differentiate that when you are asking a question to me, I'm referring to the healthcare system of the country. So I'm not referring to the healthcare system of an organization, mine, yours,
Yeah, that is the reason
or a hospital. Okay, so when you look at the healthcare system of the country, you have to first see who are the stakeholders who will actually be are important for you. So we are referring to medical devices, so you have two important stakeholders, which is Central Drug Standards and Control Organization, and other is the Department of Pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
You refer to sort of public supply chain management, and other the Gati Shakti program also
Gati
becomes
Shakti, yeah, one of the
important stakeholders.
major initiative by government.
Is there an institutional mechanism already existing? I think there is already a task force on or a high-powered group on medical devices by Department of Pharmaceuticals. Does pharmaceutical department has more say in supply chain management, or is it CDSCO, or is it the other departments? My personal feeling is CDSO will limit itself to regulations, licensing, etc. Pharmaceutical to some extent will be concerned about supply chain management also, because they will. Gati Shakti is a separate, is an interministerial, so a lot of, probably the nodal ministry is Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So for us the best bet would be the Department of Pharmaceuticals. So maybe we can have a sub-task force under the existing mechanism, and then give them certain tasks, how to de-risk and how to go forward. So that is the way I think, where you can get stakeholders from logistics sector, you can get experts, you can get academia, you can get industry officials, get people from CDSCO on board, Department of Pharmaceuticals on board, and then come out with certain suggestions. Also that you can also have an operational framework below that task force, that they monitor the operational framework, which I alluded to earlier, that you have a digital infrastructure. So somehow you also manage how the supply chains are being managed in the country, how the Gati Shakti program is performing, are they able to actually leverage on those platforms, is deliveries on time, are supplies being reaching to various places on time, etc., etc. And the general dictum within, when I worked with the government, was that if you monitor something, it gets done. If you don't monitor, it doesn't get done. So M&E remains, monitoring remains a very important tool to see that it gets done. So the best answer to me is have a task force under the existing mechanism under Department of Pharmaceuticals, have an operative structure or a secretariat under that, and then take it forward.
Yeah, so having a sub-task force with the collaboration from all the stakeholders, I think is one of the area where, Dr. Sanjeev Gupta, your inputs on this.
I think that's a very good point made by Dr. Sachdeva. I just want to highlight for everyone's benefit what government has been doing for de-risking in medtech segment. I think there are a couple of good decisions taken in last 3 years. One is the PRIP scheme, bringing in a lot of money, which helps industry, academia both. I know that rolling it out has been a challenge, but now agency has been approved and agency has been started working on those projects. Another good thing which has happened is that ICMR has taken a lead role as far as the health technology is concerned. I'll tell you one single achievement which has happened in last 3 years. India did not have the phase 1 trials in India. In last 3 years, ICMR has established 70 phase 1 trial centers across the country. Now, if you have a molecule, whether it's a vaccine, whether it's a large molecule, whether it's a small molecule, whether you have a medical device, whether you have a diagnostic, take it to ICMR. They will make sure in how many ways. If you have an IP, they are helping you in patents at their cost. If you want to be evaluated, they are evaluating it at their cost, irrespective whether you're coming from industry or you're coming from academia. So the money is being spent on getting a lot of things into India, for India, so that we can de-risk a lot of things in your future. So much so that different departments are collaborating. For example, there is all government procurements happen through national programs. For any product to enter into national programs, it has to undergo through a health technology assessment. Now, health technology assessment is run by Department of Health Research in Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Now, every month, ICMR is talking to at least 25 to 30 innovators, wherein innovators are coming with different life stages of their innovations. Something is in a proof of concept, something has gone into a test batch, something has gone into manufacturing this thing, something has been selling. So they bring stakeholders together to take them from this stage to next stage. And it's working wonderfully. In last 2 years, at least 600 applications have been entertained. At least 200 crores have been spent on all this, and money is going to be flowing like anything. So I suggest that all of you should encourage innovators, existing manufacturers, even the importers, to go and make use of this. This is going to work wonderfully.
Great. So you mean to say that Government of India is also funding a lot in this sector?
Yes,
and
I forgot to add one thing, Swatiji.
Yeah.
People used to feel that regulation is becoming very complex. In these meetings, 2 senior regulators sit and talk to the people one-to-one and give them solutions right there.
So
That's the beauty of it now.
So that is, I think, one of the big initiative by Government of India, that they are creating awareness about the regulations and also providing fund. So ultimately, all these process and actions taken by government will lead to the de-risking in supply chain. So inputs from Mr. Vikash Goel.
So, see, as a from point of the user, like we are the healthcare providers for the society over there. So we see from the what we required from the government and industries, like we have an NPPA who is controlling the pricing for the stents, implants, etc. We have a CDSOCO that is controlling and giving the approvals for the drugs, etc. We have a BIS, ISI, AGMARK, different acts over there, which is giving the standardization and standard mark after their evaluation of these products over there. But we don't have any national pharmaceutical or metric supply chain authority in India, so that who can regulate these supplies across the tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 cities for the Indian people over there. Because in a metropolitan cities, we get everything within 24 hours, 48 hours. Supplies are very good. Manufacturers, distributors, getting a potential they can do. But we have a lot of hospitals in tier 2 and tier 3 cities where there is a shortage, scarcity. We have to pile up the stocks on a higher cost over there. That is goes for the wastages, expiry, because we are using a lot of shelf life products in that hospitals. So that is creating a problem and increasing the cost of providing the services at that area also. So this National Pharmaceutical or Metric Authority can do a lot of things for the healthcare of the Indian people. First is they make a grid, like storage house for the critical items, like the National List of Essential Medications or critical equipments, and then do the distribution to all the tier 2 and tier 3 cities of the hospitals across the government as well as for the private place over there. Next is do the testing and evaluation, like online evaluation of the manufacturers, what they are producing. Like we have a lot of MSME, small scales industries coming over there. So make a regulations, what the government have regulations, they have to adopt the same, follow the same and deliver the same standards in their products across the time and always over there. That is the need for the NR over there. Second, to increase the production, besides giving the land on free, electricity free, that is a common thing over there. They can build the production linked incentives. They have to produce that much, they will get that much of rebate. That will reduce the shortage of the materials across the India, as well as the excess material we can export to the other countries also over there. Secondly, this authority can make a SOPs, policies, quality guidelines, so that everyone can adhere from good manufacturing practices, good distribution practices, as well as for the good logistics practices across these materials for the supplies over there. Third, we have a very important IPC, like Indian Pharmacopoeia Commissions, who is making a monographs of the drugs and consumables. Under that, we have a 2 program, this is PVPI and MVPI, who's looking after the adverse drug reactions and malfunctioning of the equipments over there. That we have to strengthen, and that has to be linked with all the government and private hospitals over there. And whenever they see any fault, any adverse reactions, or any ADR related concern over there, that has to be reported, highlighted, and shared with all the hospitals on a single platform, so that they can take proactively action and stop the usage of that material in the hospital. And last, all these agencies has to be worked together for the common goal to make the healthier the human people, the Indian peoples over there. And we have a globally, we say, if we want to make India as the pharmacy of the world and lifeline of the nation, that only we can achieve this statement.
Thanks, rightly said. I think your points reminded me also many things. Of course, Indian government at their level, corporate and hospitals, everybody is working at their level, their supply chain management system, they have their own SOPs, their own warehouse, but I think everybody working in silos. So maybe this is one of the, I think, good suggestions, that we should have one supply chain, national level supply chain stock status kind of thing, like Gati Shakti is for some other purpose. In a similar fashion, something where at the national level we can visibility of the stock status for the public program also, and for the corporate and private sector also. I think this is one of the...
And that is also important, because in India the health is a state subject.
Yes.
So national authority at national level consolidation is very much important to spread equitable healthcare to all the peoples of the India.
So I think Manish ji can note this, one of the major outcome that is being suggested by the panel, that something like national level stock status or digital system can be. So now Mr. Gurish Joshi, last would like to take your inputs on the same.
I think within Indian government system, things have definitely improved what we are seeing from a medtech medical device perspective. One of the first steps which Department of Pharmaceutical has done is that they have identified a list of about 300 most commonly imported items. And the production link scheme was primarily targeted to replace that import dependency on some of those commonly used equipments, more as an import substitution mechanism. I think that list will get expanded over a period of time. The way NPPA's scope has been expanded across all the pharmaceutical, I think in coming time that will be expanded to more and more number of medical devices, and that will strengthen the local manufacturing of many medical device products, and that is where we are seeing the setting up of multiple medical device parks coming up. Government setting up a support system in terms of laboratories for testing of medical devices coming up, and they are getting notified, accredited. So I think efforts are on across. We just need to have that one common sink, which is the common goal of better healthcare for our Indian patient as the common point, which will help all the stakeholders to move along together. That will be helpful.
One last suggestion you want to give concerning the project and program you are saying that you're already on.
Yeah.
So what is missing? What do you think should be added, or one suggestion for?
The first phase is already started with 300 medical capital equipment devices or technologies. Next step will be expanding that scope to more and more medical devices and make it more inclusive. Because if you look at number of medical devices used in a hospital, they could be in thousands, not just few hundred. So in a short span of time, probably that list needs to be more and more inclusive, and then start looking at building the supply chain capability within the country.
Of course, then you'll be needing more resources and a better supply chain system. So thank you so much. So since now we have discussed, now the questions open from the audience, if anyone wants to. Any questions you want to ask from the panel members are? So I think we can close. I would like to...
Just one thing I would like also take, because a lot of government peoples and private peoples are over here. So I think in a supply chain, we are more focusing on L1. We have to buy from L1. So I think we should move from L1.
Most debatable.
So we have to see the quality, availability, other parameters, the cost on the research and development, the manufacturers and implemented over there. That also has to be considered, just going on with the L1.
No, you rightly said L1 should not be the criteria, and I'm in 100% in favor of that. I think Dr. Sachdeva would like to add to it.
I just wanted to say
So we have QCBS method also. Quality, we give more weightage to the quality.
People in private always,
Work only L1 only. Q is L1, just buy it.
We have QBS also, only quality-based selection.
so when you say diversification of sources, most, even in government organizations now, they are going for L1 and L2, they are splitting orders. It's become quite common.
Especially in, I think,
We
this
have done that
goods
about
procurement.
3 decades
it is
ago
how.
with medical gases. We do that for lot many critical drugs. And in private sector, of course, L1 is not always.
Thank you so much. I would sincerely like to thank our esteemed panel members for such a engaging and thought-provoking discussion, and which is summing up with the thought that it is not the de-risking supply chain is not a silos effect, it is a collaborative effect, and everybody have to come forward and work towards it to make our healthcare system more robust and strengthened. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And last, I would like to thank Manish ji and our Healthcare Continuum 9-Worm Publishing for organizing this event and giving us an opportunity to discuss on this critical topic. Thank you so much, sir.
I just want to share with all of you that if you get an opportunity, you must visit the Goa plant of Malbio. They have created a capacity which will be unutilized for next 10 years. They have created so much of capacity. It's so beautiful. You know, there is a general instrument called lyophilizer. There is a corridor of lyophilizers, 30 plus lyophilizers. That is a kind of market disruption they want to do globally and produce so much that they can capture bigger markets.
Thank you so much, everybody. Let's stand up for a picture. So for this now I would like to call Mr. Anil Johri and Mr. Vishal Khanna ji for the felicitation of our esteemed panelist. Ms. Jyoti Singh. Dr. Kuldeep Sachdeva. Mr. Vishal Goyal, Mr. Vikas Goyal, I'm sorry, Mr. Vikas Goyal. Mr. Girish Joshi. Mr. Sanjeev Gupta. Thank you all the panelists. So through this session we got to know how essential supply chain strength. Moving ahead with our next panel, which is corporate jugalbandi at boardroom, and we are skipping the high tea this time because we are running out of time. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Shelly Vishwajit, who is also our coffee table book editor. So please be on the dais. Group Captain Anup Kumar Chobrol, the Managing Director of Transcath Medical Devices. So please come on the dais. Dr. VK Prasad, Managing Director, Projoins Laboratory Private Limited. Please come on the dais, sir. Mr. Vishal Khanna, Director, Hydilco Medico Private Limited. So please come on the dais. Dr. Mukut Kamath, the board member of Nutrify India Academy. And the last panelist for this session is Mr. Jitendra Francis, who is the founder and CEO of Chainworks Digital Private Limited. Over to you, Shelly, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shelly Vishwajit, moderator for this session. I'm an author and a journalist and also a legal consultant. I'm very privileged to introduce our panelists, very esteemed panelists. I'll give a very brief discussion, and I request them to introduce, telling us few key points, key achievements about themselves, their organizations, and then we will have some question and answers, and maybe if we have time, we will take up questions from the audience. So let me introduce first of all to my right, Group Captain Anup Kumar Shebrol. He is Director of Transcat Medic Devices Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Then on my left is Dr. S.V. Prasad, Managing Director, Progenics Laboratories Private Limited, Hyderabad. Right? Then, sir, on my extreme right is Mr. Vishal Khanna, Director, Hidelco Medicore Private Limited. Welcome, sir, to the stage. And then, of course, we have Dr. Mukund Kamath, Board Member, Nutrify Today Academy. Welcome, sir. For some reason, the panelist on the left has not been able to. So, sir, coming to Group Captain Anup Shebrol. Sir, kindly give us a brief about your work, about your past, and especially focusing on how from being an Indian Air officer, Air Force officers, you decided to take the plunge into the entrepreneurial world. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views here. I'm an ex-Indian Air Force helicopter pilot, served for 27 years. Just had an opportunity to meet another armed forces person who is there. Served for National Defense Academy, moved on to commissioning, then served 27 years, took a voluntary in 2016, and set up a medical device manufacturing unit. We have indigenized the complete range of central lines and hemodialysis catheters, right from neonatal to complete cardiac level. All catheters we have indigenized. First time in the country, and you'll be surprised to know that all this, we have got 10% import dependency on these catheters in India. 10%. 80% is from China and 20% is from European and American markets. Chinese dependence, out of the 80%, 70 to 75% is from one company. So how we came about to this, this side is that we used to do a lot of analysis on military prowess of China. I have retired from here, Subrata Park. We used to do a lot of wargaming and all. We used to analyze what is the military capability of China, how do we sustain a war. Along with that, we used to analyze all the industrial capability and various other capabilities which can actually squeeze us in case of a war. Industrial capability and especially what imports we are dependent on. So that's to our shock, we realized that more than the military capability, China can incapacitate us within a very short period of time if they can just squeeze the imports. Your APIs, complete dependence, medical devices, mostly completely dependence. So I personally wanted to do something different. All my colleagues are flying in civil airlines and civil helicopters. So we just checked out a product which was not too run-of-the-mill and not too complex, because at that stage I didn't have any exposure at all. So these catheters was one particular product which we wanted to, which we found we had 10% dependence and not a single Indian company was actually manufacturing them. The entire Indian market companies were just importing, packaging and selling it. So this is where we just we jumped in, and as good armed forces guy, once you jump into the river, there's only one way you get out, the other side.
Wonderful. Wonderful, sir, wonderful. I mean, somebody from the medical healthcare sector may not have noticed that niche segment, but you noticed it. Good. Great. Sir, Coming to Mr. Khanna, sir, you also please give us a brief introduction about your work yourself. And again, what gave your company, you, the confidence to enter a market which is still very much dominated by imports?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good evening everybody, and thank you Manishji for giving me the opportunity to be on the dais with so distinguished panel. So I am an engineer by training and electronics one at that. So when I think I was the recipient of the beneficiaries, or rather I'll the beneficiary of the reforms. So middle of the 90s, I was in the multinational companies. I served in Datex Omeda, which went on to become Wipro, and then ISAB India, which is a Swedish multinational company, then Draeger. I spent 2 decades in Draeger and leading from customer support engineers to a leadership position. So COVID changed a lot of things. So COVID changed a lot of mindsets also. So and because we were also having time, otherwise, we were so much busy. And multinational companies keep the employees very busy, so they don't have to, think. They should not think. And they give them the good incentives also not to think, but that gave us the thing. And there was a few turning points, personal turning points, that we were associated because Draeger used to be, or the companies which are top in ventilation, top ventilator companies not giving a single unit to India. And despite government giving them the pressures, because the price point of Indian customer rates and the European ones or American ones are different. So that gave me the realization that we have too much dependence on this. And there was no idea, because when I was there, I was in a very responsible position. So people directly used to call me up and they will weep and cry for the ventilators and other things. So that moved me. And I think that was one pivotal point for me then to realize that we should be doing something for our country. So that was one emotional moment for me, but I decided, okay, let this thing get over, but I'll do something about it. So, and that was the reason why I got the change, number one. And number two, we were also, because we were in the sales and marketing and business development domain, we were seeing that the companies, European companies mostly, are working, in a very high-end market and having very big margins. And I was since part of the leadership team, so I got to know what are the global gross profits and other things, what are the legacy profits, what are the R&D profits, and all those on top. So the end user device should be more than the affordability of a common Indian hospital. And that was pushing the company into the niches. So we were only catering to say 5 to 7% of the market. So there we saw, because everybody was liking the product, they said that they aspire for those kind of products, but they could not afford it. So that was one idea where we took that the larger market is still unaddressed. So we should be doing something about it. So that was also my reason to change. And we saw an opportunity also that yes, if I am able to provide that kind of technical competence with the products, giving the right adaptability to the users also, the training part and the user experience, then I think that is a opportunity for me to do this pivot. So that's about it.
Wonderful, sir, wonderful. As you know, the healthcare sector has many verticals, right from pharmaceuticals to hospital chains to medtech, medical devices and all. And India's journey to the global market began with the pharma sector. Now we have world-class hospitals, and I'm very sure the kind of entrepreneurial spirit I'm seeing in medical devices, we are going to emerge global leader in that sector also. And you never know, tomorrow with a lot of merger, acquisition, technological things, we may see 50,000 crore, 1 lakh crore market capitalization medical devices companies in our lifetime, very soon. Okay, so before I come to Dr. S.V. Kamath, who is in a very interesting field of genomics, I will, Mr. S.V. Prasad, I will like to ask Dr. Mukund Kamath. Of course, Dr. Kamath is in a very, very interesting vertical, which I would like that you yourself tell us the story of your journey and your Nutrify Today mission. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so first of all, wish you all a very good evening, and thank you, Manish ji and PSG CCI for this opportunity. Well, I've spent about 23 years predominantly in verticals that have not been spoken of since morning: FMCG, OTC, and pharma. I know a lot of medtech companies have been spoken about, so I think I bring the diversity here in the room from that perspective. I have been leading businesses for companies like Colgate, Pfizer, and Torrent Pharma, and in countries like India and Middle East. So VUCA as a concept, especially for those of us who have worked in Middle East markets, it's something that you wake up to every day. Geopolitically, economically, and growing in those markets needs a lot of different skill sets, especially when you're looking at thriving from a growth perspective. So that's one part of the hat that I'm wearing. The other is also I serve as a board member on the Nutrify Today Academy. The Nutra industry in India is well paced to reach $100 billion by 2030. While it is driving strong double-digit growth, there are certain capabilities that we need to build in leadership of this industry as we move forward. That's what this academy is looking at driving. We are privileged to be in a position where we have partners like IIT Jammu and some of the best minds which are working on curriculums suited to the industry, both in terms of leadership as well as in Nutra, science, regulatory policy, along with a lot of support from the Government of India, which is helping this particular, really nurture the ecosystem that is helping the nurturing of these minds into tomorrow's leaders. So that's in a nutshell about what I do and what Nutrify Academy is all about.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamath. I will come back to you again on this. So, on my left is Dr. V.S. Prasad. Sorry, let me come back again. So, on my left is Dr. S.V. Prasad. Sir, kindly give us your brief profile introduction, and especially please focus on how genomics, which is a very niche field, is changing the very landscape of the healthcare. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sheliji. And I would sincerely thank Mr. Manish ji always. Even I little bit push back, but he always he push forward.
Manish is the real star of today's proceedings.
So thank you very much. So myself, Dr. S.V. Prasad, I'm the founder of Progenics Laboratories Private Limited that caters genomics services.
Are you able to hear?
Yeah, please speak
Or, sir.
Achha.
Hello. I think
Hello.
you have to speak.
Yeah. So this genomics company caters to most of the genomic services. Before that, I have to give a brief introduction. Like I have been associated with health medical field since before COVID. That is where I met Mr. Manish, where we were working together in AMTZ. So we know the stories before and after COVID also, right? So by the time I already started a company called Prolog Biologicals that caters probiotics for the health segment and the environmental livestock management segment. And later we have started Actec and Biotech Private Limited, that is for nutraceuticals. Now, if I have to connect the dots to give the precision medicine services to the public, I may have to include genomic services. That is how we have started genomic services. That is what Progenics Laboratories Private Limited. So, as we know, like many people doesn't know since 2020 what is PCR, RT-PCR. Many people doesn't know. But this word has been used in the internet search during 2022-23 that increase of that usage is increased like 5,000 times, 5,000% is incremental. So it means that people started knowing about genomics little bit at least by the name of RT-PCR. Now, before COVID, we thought of simply starting a RT-PCR based or PCR based diagnostic services. But the COVID compelled the people to understand more about the genomics, just not only the diagnostics, but it has also compelled the people to know more about the health consciousness. So as we also know, both the pandemic phases, after the pandemic phases, many people have seen cardiac issues, particularly above 40 years age people. There is a huge surge in the cardiac issues. So that also compelled the people to become more conscious about the health issues, the personalized health issues, like what might be happening in my body. They don't know what to do. They have gotten all sorts of tests, but everybody is saying that your parameters are vitals, everything is very clear. But still he must be having some suspicion in body, in his mind. So that is where we have expanded our thought, not only just genomics by normal whole exome sequencing, but also we are thought of there is a necessity for wellness genomics, preventive genomics. So that is where we have to find out the whole genome based problems if there are anything. And that based on that we want to give personalized diet charts, personalized even fitness exercises, even pharmacogenomics point of view also, very precise drugs that can be used to counter any regular anomalies that they are having. So that is how we have started this genomics work. So when compared to other players in the market, so how we are peculiar and different is, as I told, we already have an experience in probiotics and nutraceuticals. Now, in the sense of personalized medicine and precision medicine, we completely map their problems, the individual's problems, including gut health. Then we prepare a nutraceuticals like nutrient diet chart and nutrient supplements. So that is giving wonderful effects. That is how we are entering and we are making some change in the market.
Okay, thank you very much. Just would like to ask a supplementary question. In a country where people are still reluctant or do not have the resources to go for the basic preventive medical checkups, how do you see the future of genomics, preventive genomics in healthcare? Will it become a tool for better healthcare for the elites only, or can it be used for the common people, common masses also? Please give a brief answer.
Well, as I told, the search of the searching RT-PCR method in the Google itself is increased 5,000 times after COVID. It means it has brought the people to a level where they have to understand the genomics, one thing. And the second thing is, as I told, the cardiac issues when the people are facing, they are, even though they are not affordable, but that threat is there in their mind. They want to see, what is happening in my life, somehow we got rid of pandemic, we are happy, but now further how to sustain ourselves. So this is the thought in their mind. So forget about the financials, but they understand the need for the very precise and personalized medicine testings, first of all. And then, we are being Ayurveda, practicing Ayurveda since long. And we know, there are so many supplements, we are not properly exploiting. India is also trying to exploit a lot of Ayurveda concepts to bring into the market of the 100 billion concept of market. So we are just connecting the dots, what is the person's problem, what is the genetic problem, and what is its Ayurvedic, that tattva, vata, kapha, pitta. Based on that, we are suggesting this diet charts. So having given this kind of suggestions, having seen this kind of samples coming to our company, since last 2 days, we have seen, month on month, we are seeing more than 200 to 300% of change and the incremental of the sample coming into the lab.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, coming back to Group Captain Anup Chevral, sir. This session is against the background of the coffee table book that is Jugalbandi at the corporate boardroom. And Mr. Shukla, the publisher of 9 bomb, sounds like atom bomb. But anyway, so it's not only about healthcare solutions, but also how we manage them. It's also about the management. And sir, as you know, today's management is very different from a management that was a decade back or 2 decades back. And with a boardroom filled with a lot of talents from diverse background. I mean, who could have imagined, say 2 decades back, an officer, decorated officer from Indian Air Force leading a medtech companies, you know, somebody trying to bring together the various platform to provide better nutri-care, right sir? So genomics, I mean in healthcare, a very niche field. Mr. Khanna, I mean he has been a pioneer. So sir, so coming to boardroom challenges, let me ask, I mean, how does your defense background help tackle a civilian or a management kind of boardroom, and especially in the healthcare sector? Has it been a blessing, or did you have to go through a totally different mindset when you took up on the latest venture that you started?
I think wherever you go, first and foremost, when you are in the armed forces, like Colonel Parmar just now told us, it's always a VUCA situation. So there is nothing different that we are facing everywhere. Armed forces trains for war. War is the highest VUCA you can ever face. That's the top notch. So you are always training for VUCA. You transition, it's a similar situation. The biggest advantage in a manufacturing setup is when you transition from a military background is that you learn to make leaders out of men. That is what is the core thing which I could get out of the armed forces into the manufacturing system. Right now my entire team is very young, around 25 to 26 years old, just out of ITIs and all. So we could pick them up because new medical device setup, there is no expertise, no one will give you expertise. All the people who are engineers and all are settled somewhere. We couldn't afford a big package. We got in small ITI trained, CPET trained technical people, got them together, empowered them, made them responsible, and then gave them the authority to experiment, and we guided them. And then that is where the transition started happening slowly. Once you started believing that you can achieve the product, the transition happened. Now we are actually we are producing European and American class catheters, that quality, and we are putting it into the market at a less than the cost of the Chinese manufacturing cost. That is what we have achieved here.
Even less than the Chinese?
Yeah, less than the Chinese.
That's wonderful.
The imports which are happening, I'm not talking about landing cost. If you go out to China, buy the catheter from China, we are putting it at selling price here and still managing to make some money. So the advantage is getting the people together. Most of the manufacturing ecosystem exists in India. I spent 3 years of my time after I got out in 2016. 3 years I spent 24/7 going to all nooks and corners of Hyderabad, sitting with the mold makers, sitting with the technicians, understanding the product. So I didn't know anything about it. But I found wonderful talent everywhere, like small examples of getting small dies made. A small die, first die we ordered from a US company for around $1,500. Then we spent a lot of time with the local die makers, and now we make the same die for 10,000 rupees in India. Is that there's no difference?
Wonderful.
We cut the cost, we squeeze the cost. Most of it, like I think Dr. Gupta was telling us, there's not much innovation in India. We are just copying whatever is there and trying to squeeze the cost in such a way that then we can get a good product out into the market for the Indian consumer. We could achieve that. That's what mattered.
Mr. Khanna, do you think over the time, over the last 4, 5 years, 10 years, the confidence of end users or say your large buyers, it could be hospital chains or government agencies, has their confidence in Indian products, Indian medical devices, has it increased or still there is this feeling that Chinese or Vietnamese or maybe US equipments could be better? And in reality, is it more psychological or actually we need to catch up in certain fields?
So I can give you this example. When I was, very little, we used to, because I belong to Lucknow, so we used to go to Nepal and bring imported products from Nepal. So that is the, the romanticism or the charm of imported thing in India. And I think there are some legacy and some like you suggested, that it's all psychological. And there were two things which were very peculiar. When the market was opened in the 1990s, all the big multinational companies came and they came up with all their products, the state of the art, because they were there in the field for more than 100 years and so innovation based products and everything. Because of the advent of those kind of technology, India also got, benefited with that. And in India, we were also seeing few of the things, manufacturers coming up in Chennai or Bangalore, in Delhi and other places, even in Kolkata, in Mumbai. And there was a nascent market of Indian manufacturers back there in 1990s, which I can say that after the, 1999 Kargil war, then there was huge influx of Chinese products, medical devices at that, because India was making one particular device for 100 rupees. China, then they flushed the market with the 50 rupees same device. So they eventually killed the market in the early 2000s, and we, I think, were left without any, medical device manufacturer of big. There are certain few, like BPL and other companies were there. So there was this, very thought, they had strategized and they killed the market by flushing the products. So that was also there, so that we also saw, observed. So doctors were, pampered first by the multinational companies, and yes, being the life-saving equipment, because we are also, and I was in the critical care field only, so more than 27 years now, I'm blessed to be in the critical care field and anesthesia, LEG and point of care, which is called acute point of care. So there is this element of life-saving equipment, and we were told as a sales strategy from the multinational companies that go and tell the doctor, if the patient dies, you are responsible. So we, not very bluntly, but very sophisticatedly, we used to tell that. So that somehow, entered into the minds of the doctors, and they were also going to on the junkets to Disneylands of the world and other places also. So there was the corporate part also involved in that. So there we were seeing these, and our all medical colleges and things, they were flush with the imported products. So there was this, preference for, and I can tell you now, since we are manufacturing Indian products and in Class C medical devices, life-saving one, doctor asked us if your relative is put on this thing, your product, will you be comfortable? So that is the, the training and the mindset that has gone into.
That's very heartening. That's very positive news. Thank you, sir. Dr. Kamath, you have had a wonderful journey with plenty of accolades all along your cross-country, cross-industry professional journey. So, what are 2-3 key things that healthcare industry can learn from other industry verticals? Something you must have noticed that, okay, there is this gap, or there is these kind of things that healthcare sector must implement or adopt. Thank you.
So, There are quite a few, but like you said, top 3. So I'll narrow it down to 3. I think the first one has been spoken about since the morning panels as well, agility. If I take pharma as an industry, and in this industry from regulation to market, the timeline is 18 months. And this is if you're lucky, right? If there's no other obstacles in place. Today, AI is helping, innovation is helping to cut this timeline down to 9 months, 6 months. So one is, there is a need to be more agile. At the same time, there is a need to be bold. Risk-taking is not something that is inherent in this vertical, because it's predominantly conservative in nature. Because what has worked for the last 50 years is not going to work for the pharma industry for the next 50 years. And you see this happening a lot, where more and more companies are going OTC and shifts are happening. It's a world where urban citizens, urban consumers are actually having different aspirations and different needs versus rural, right? Gen Zs are looking at consulting through digital first rather than in person. So there are many differences, from that perspective, and hence there's a need to be bold. One of the things that pharma can learn from FMCG is to really test, launch and refine, do more pilots. The third part is the last C. So if you, the most important one for me is consumer centricity. And I'm calling it consumer centricity, but in the space of healthcare, it can be patient, it can be care provider, it can also be in general public, consumers. Because listening to people is very, very important, because people's needs are changing constantly. I'll give an example of tech. In my generation of millennials, having a high megapixel camera was good enough. In today's Gen Z, a high megapixel along with AI to correct images is what they are looking for, right? So similarly on health, I mentioned a few examples of digital first consultations and so on and so forth. So health monitoring is getting remote. You see a lot of apps coming out with health monitoring systems which are remote and face scans and so on. And that's again a changing need. So to summarize, the ABC, as I would like to call it, agility, be bold, and consumer first approach.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was very, very insightful. Coming back to Dr. S.V. Prasad. Sir, about the genomics you talked about in the beginning, so I'll skip that for the paucity of time. You have also co-authored a comprehensive MVT tasks report commissioned by Vivekananda International Foundation, a very highly respected think tank, very close to the current establishment. So how potential is MVT for genomics, and how do you plan to approach this potential business vertical? MVT, I'm sure this refers to medical tourism, right? Medical value tourism.
Yeah. Because of the Indians' nature of very good communication through English and a very good infrastructure in the genomics point of view, and also good hospitality, that what we are already catering in different healthcare segments. Because of these issues, we can cater very well into the MVT. And also, I can say that the Indian healthcare segment is very much seasoned, because we have, I think, more than 4,000 caste and subcaste ethnic groups, forming a peculiar monogamous genetic structure because of centuries of reproductive isolation. So catering to all such kind of people with our existing healthcare system, we are already matured enough to handle any kind of people across the globe, because we have handled already very huge diversity of people. I don't think no other country in the world is having such a diverse ethnic groups. So in that sense, we are already seasoned very well. And adding value through genomics is because we have got already adopted a lot of technologies which are available across the globe, and we are just now entering into not only just rare disease diagnostics, we are also entering into the preventive genomics and gut health, and precision medicine and personalized medicine and supplement subscriptions. We are already doing it. I think this is the best place compared to any other place in the world to give a better value for the MVT.
Okay, thank you very much. We have 2-3 minutes left. I will request panelists if anybody wants to add anything, or the audience, if you want to ask any questions, we can take 1 or 2 maybe.
Yeah, I will add something.
Yes, sir, please.
So coming back to the, now the preference to the Make in India devices. So since there is a strong push by the government of India and Prime Minister's Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, so there are a lot of incentives right now are provided to the Indian manufacturers, and we are thankful to the government. And right now the government is also making sure that in tenders there is some preference to Make in India products. So that is good getting there. And like we were having this quality discussion on the BIS and European C certification, so there is now is equivalent in most of the government quarters that BIS certifications or BIS standards should be the first, and in the absence of the BIS certifications or the standards, the European C or US FDA should be applicable. So these, I think, are long-term, government policies which are going to benefit the Indian manufacturers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think that's a very critical aspect that you have touched upon. 1 month, 1 year, the government taking 1 step forward, then they take 2 steps backward. I made other organizations, they have gone frustrated totally. Some new ministers come, they have some idea. Some new health secretary come, I don't know whether I should go on and on. But, at least give the industry a clear path, whatever path you want to give, for at least 3 to 5 years, so that they know they will be working within that parameters. So that will take medtech industry, healthcare sector. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much, audience, for your patience hearing. Thank you very much, sir. Everyone.
Thank you so much, our esteemed panelists. I would ask you we'll have to take a picture. I would like to call Mr. Manish Rastogi, sir, and Ashwini, sir, for felicitating our esteemed panelist, Mr. Shelly Vishwajit. Manish, sir. Mr. Shelly Vishwajit. Group Captain Anup Kumar. Dr. S.V. Prasad. Mr. Vishal Khanna. Mr. Mukud Kamath. I would like to thank all our esteemed panel. So finally we are on today's last panel of the day, ESG and climatized supply chain, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Rajiv Tiku, the host of Sustainability Karma podcast. So please come on the dais. Mr. Anil Johri, the ex-CEO of National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies. Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh, the Senior Advisor at PHFI. Mr. Mukesh Sinha, Director OSCL Devices Limited. Mr. Ritik Mahajan, Business and ESG Supply Chain Consultant. Mr. Samant Murthy, Partner ESG Compliance and Consulting, SRS Consulting. I would request Mr. Rajiv sir to please start the panel.
Hello, thank you very much, and thank you PhD CCI and Maniji for this opportunity. For taking time to be here, it's really kind of them. The session is on ESG and climatized supply chains, which is the last session of the day, and I think we don't have too much of time and we don't want to hold back people also. At the same time, we're keen to talk about issues also. A couple of days there was a headline in the newspapers which was issued by CMD of Nestle, and what he said is that crisis is a new normal. Whether he was talking about himself because he's an outgoing person or his company or the industry, but all of us are in the same boat actually. We're also facing the similar kind of situation. And VUCA conference is very timely, and VUCA itself seems to be getting a VUCA taste, because I was doing a bit of Googling and I realized there is another term which is competing with it. It's called BANI, brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. So coming back to this, the times are very uncertain. And in this context, ESG and climatized supply chain is a very important topic, and at the same time a challenging topic also. We'll hear from the experts how they're walking the talk on this difficult challenge actually. And particularly when we also know that there's an anti-ESG movement in the US, ESG related funding is plateauing, it's not really going up. And banks are pulling out of what we call net zero alliance. And then, of course, Indo-American professor Ashwath Damodaran Saab has been contributing to this anti-ESG movement quite a bit. So in this context, walking the talk is a double challenge actually. So we'll hear from the experts how they're doing it and what they have to say for the future. So I'll begin with my all fellow panelists. I'll request them to talk a couple of lines about themselves and also their perspective overview on ESG supply chains, climatized supply chains. Then we'll get to specific questions very quickly because we have very short on time. So I think for I'll begin with Johri sir. Johri sir, who is a veteran in this sector. So sir, please, a few lines about yourself and then the overview on the subject.
Yeah, good evening everybody, and thanks Manish and PhD CCI for inviting me on a topic on which I am not an expert. Neither a healthcare expert nor a climate change expert. So. But okay, from my experience, I mean, I've been, like has been said, I've been CEO of NABCB. My expertise is accreditation actually, which takes me to various sectors because needed everywhere. So I am in CDM and Article 6.4 accreditation panel, to Ayush, to yoga, to medical devices. That's what brings me here. I mean, as far as ESG compliance is concerned, or I broadly say sustainability rather than ESG compliance, only ESG reporting. I mean, it's something that we have to be ready for. It's a demand of the time. Typically, we have been slow on regulations, unfortunately, as a country. Two parts to that. One, I think 1991, the liberalization created an environment where we started to, it became fashionable to say we are over-regulated. It is still fashionable to say we are over-regulated. Fact is, we discovered, some of us discovered earlier, but surely we discovered during COVID that we were actually under-regulated. Every single product that you heard about, whether it was PPEs, whether it was masks, whether it was oximeters, whether it was ventilators, all of it was unregulated at that point of time with no assurance of quality at all. Fortunately, we had just issued a regulation and we were on the way to regulation. Fortunately, today we are regulated. But somewhere in 2017, I was part of a governmental meeting where it was stressed that we are at 15% of EU's regulations. Textile was unregulated, medical device was unregulated, chemicals was unregulated, telecom was unregulated, toys were unregulated, machinery safety even today is unregulated. So there were a whole lot of sectors that were unregulated. So that is one problem that we face, that we are not regulated enough. On the product side in healthcare we are, on the services side we still are not. In the morning I was discussing with Mr. Harinder Singh whether medical value travel facilitators should be regulated, and he was in favor of regulation. But where to then I quickly messaged DGHS whether medical value travel facilitators will cover under Clinical Establishment Act, and immediately got an answer, no. So the first problem that arises when you start to regulate is under which act there is a provision to regulate. So, well, there seems to be no act right now. But there is one act which has not been used for regulation of this kind, which is being overused today for regulation of products, and that is the BIS Act. We hear about QCOs at one place, second place, third place, whole lot of controversy about QCOs. But the fact is that the act allows you to regulate products, processes, services, etc. And we have never touched process and services there. So that is one part of the issue that we are facing. The second part is the voluntary standards, and sometimes I am concerned about this mix-up that we do between regulations and standards. Now actually standards means, in terms of WTO language, it's been technically defined as voluntary standards. So when you say standards, you should mean voluntary standards. And when you are talking regulations or compulsory, what were called mandatory standards when I joined BIS way back in 1980, you should talk regulation. You simply say regulations. And this is a distinction we need to make clear, because a lot of our problems are also because of this mix-up. So to begin with, I'll start with this as a setting up scene, and then we'll come to more.
Thank you, Dr. Johri, for making those distinctions which lots of us are confused about, not very clear, ambiguous about. Thanks a lot for making those distinctions. I'll come to Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh, who is from PHFI Center for Environmental Health. Sir, a few lines about your work and quick overview on the climatized supply chains.
Thank you. So first of all, good evening everyone, and I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conversation. So I am a physician trained in public health. I've been practicing public health for the last 35 years, primarily focusing on health systems and primary healthcare delivery. At this point of time, after my completion of a regular job, I've set up a startup at IIT Delhi with a few professors there called the QVI Initiative, focusing on the quality, equity and inclusiveness of healthcare services. I also consult with a couple of organizations, including the Public Health Foundation of India, where I oversee the environmental health work. What I wanted to speak about very briefly is that in terms of environment, the first E, it does not happen in silo. The whole structure of the environmental work is actually based on 4 pillars. With the agencies that we work, primarily the private sector healthcare, the 4 E's that we work on. The first is about efficiency. We cannot talk about the environmental goals to be reached without focusing on the institutions efficiently delivering the healthcare services. The second is about the equity part of it, that whatever we talk about in terms of environmental health, we need to understand that there is a vulnerable population that is being affected by the environment and the climate changes, and therefore the service of the healthcare that we design will have to provide equitable healthcare services. The third E is about the environmental norms that we must maintain, the environmental standards that we need to follow, And finally, it is all about the ethics part of it, that there are various ethical considerations that need to be taken into account when we design our ESG principles for the service that we would like to deliver in our healthcare services. I'll stop here and we can speak.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. It is interesting to hear about quality, equity, inclusivity, and also environment in the same breath. Thanks a lot. I'm sure it's going to bring lots of value to it. And we'll come back to later to Dr. Ghosh, because PHFI has set up a platform for ESG for healthcare sector, which not many of us know actually. We'll come back to that later. So I'll come to Mr. Mukesh Sinha. Sir, a few lines about yourself and also about your overview on the topic.
Okay. So once again, very good evening to all of you. My name is Mukesh Sinha. I'm a director, listed company called OSL Devices Limited. I have another company working, we are working on the AI side. Within AI, it is a conversational AI side. And I have organic company also. So this is the brief about my current working. As for the topic is concerned is, every day we are seeing we are feeling and not seeing, in fact, we are feeling every day that kind of climate changes are happening and other things. So ESG is no more just textbook. We every day across the globe, the things are happening. And we need to take it more conscious decision. There are regulations. As far India is concerned, still it is in quite early stage. We are filling the data, but we are not that way acting as for the need to be done in the things there. So that's the context, I would say, the current situation. But of course, now we have signed the agreement and other things. So going forward, it is going to be concern for anyone and everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for sharing those observations. Very interesting. We'll come back to that later. I'll come to Mr. Ritvik Mahajan, who has come all the way from Jammu to talk about his briefly work and also the context of the topic.
Yes. So very good evening, everybody. I want to thank the honorable panelists and for the organizing team for having me here. I am a management consultant. I work with the pharma companies optimizing their supply chain. So my consulting company, we primarily work with the pharma companies of the like of Sun Pharma, Dr. Reddy's, Zydus Cadila. We manage their warehouses and high-speed inventories. We design and develop algorithms to reduce down their expiration cost and hence increase the profitability of an organization. Apart from this, I also work with the leading hospitals of India to make their purchase decisions. So we'll be primarily talking about how we have worked out using technology, artificial intelligence and machine learning. We have designed certain algorithms that has reduced the redundant work that was initially done manually, and we have switched to smarter platforms developed on SAP, which is helping us to achieve a sustainable supply chain.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. Mr. Mahajan is essentially an engineer who is also a management graduate. So that's very interesting kind of a mix in pharma. So I think we need more of such people here. And I'll come to Shamant Murthy, who's come all the way from Bangalore early in the morning, started at 3 and has had a long day. So Shamant, a few lines about yourself and the context of the topic.
Sure, sir. Again, thank you everyone for having me here. Such an honor to share a seat with all of these dignitaries. To begin with my introduction, I am into providing consulting support for both businesses as well as investors when it comes to tracking and improving ESG metrics. While for businesses, this may mean not only looking within their own organization, but also across their supply chain. Again, it would be a meaningful part of their supply chain, because I would not claim to help any company track their entire supply chain. And on the other hand, for investors, this would again mean developing frameworks and tools to help them measure the entire ESG impact of their investments across their portfolio of companies. Now, to share my perspective of ESG and climatized supply chains, specifically supply chain becomes all the more important here because it is a critical nexus where any company's sustainability ambitions meets its operational reality. And the key challenge is to maintain a healthy balance between the two. And I, being a tech enthusiast, again believe that technology is a very strong enabler in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamath. I mean, it's very interesting to hear that health is not only health, it's health plus lots of things combined here. So I'll come back to Dr. Johri here. Sir, how can Indian regulators use FTAs or global forums like WTO to ensure that Indian exporters aren't unfairly penalized? So that's one thing. And secondly, is there some way of harmonizing carbon accounting, probably to our advantage also, where we can really preempt CBAM type measures?
Well, a very tricky question actually. See, the first thing I would say is, are we prepared for FTAs? I mean, before we go into leveraging FTAs to our advantage, are we prepared for FTAs? When it comes to regulations, we face two scenarios. A, there are regulations abroad and there are none here. We have faced this situation. CBAM is there is nothing equivalent here. And B, there are regulations there are regulations here. Now, if we have a regulation, for example, let's say medical device, the MDR. Is MDR compatible with global regulations? My answer would be no, it is not, because it references BIS standards as the first choice. I wish it was international standards as the first choice. Then we would be able to say that our devices meet international standards, and where there are no international standards, we go for our standards. But right now it's the reverse. So even proving equivalence of the regulation to international regulation is a problem. Where there is no regulation, for example, CBAM, there is a regulation there and we have no regulation here, even more difficult. What it requires then is, let us assume, and I think it's a fair assumption, that most of our regulations are not globally compatible. Whether it's medical devices, whether it's food, whether it's whoever, whatever is there. So therefore, and in second situation where there are no regulations here, so there's nothing here. In either case, what we need to do is to build an alternate system where we can certify the industry to those global standards which are acceptable. For example, I know for sure that we have the tools available and the expertise available to create a system of verifying emission statements which are being submitted to EU today. Now, if we were to create such a system and go to EU and say, you accept our system rather than imposing your, we will produce an equivalent system and you can do this. That will ease our problem. That would certainly bring down the costs, if nothing else. You get, even before you submit your statement, it's already verified, you're through with it. You don't face all the challenges that you'll face after you submit to EU and you get all the queries back from there. But unfortunately, the problem is that the understanding of these issues in government is poor, in industry is poor, and therefore nothing happens. So this is the challenge we are facing. So, I mean, I do not, as far as the BIS Act is concerned, I mean, of course, fortunately medical devices are regulated under Drugs and Cosmetics Act under not BIS. But where the BIS and medical devices are getting affected by some of the QCOs which are affecting the components. The model of using a national standards body for regulation itself is globally incompatible. You do not find this model in any of the developed economies for a simple reason that standards bodies there are actually private sector, they are industry driven. So they cannot be leading the regulation. In India it's a governmental body. So we have a host of problems. So when you say, can we leverage FTAs to our advantage, my answer would be, at this point of time, we are not even prepared to for FTAs because we do not have a system in place which we can present as globally equivalent or either regulation or or a voluntary kind of system.
Sir, why do we begin and how do we break this vicious cycle? You have worked at the highest level across sectors.
Very difficult to make government understand, honestly. I mean, in last 2 weeks, I have written to 2 regulators, met one, written to another, and I'll give the examples. We are developing a carbon trading scheme right now. And there is a advertisement out for accredited verifiers, empanelment of accredited verifiers by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And I am asking a question, why are you accepting all kinds of accreditations from around the world when the world does not accept our accreditation? Why should you not insist on NABCB accreditation or verifiers to begin with, and then use this as a leverage when you talk to others, that, oh, all right, we are willing to accept your accreditation if you are willing to accept our accreditation in reverse. Same thing, I went and met Chairman APIDA. APIDA has issued a circular to all its certification bodies, organic certification bodies, please bring in ISO 17065 accreditation. And I went to him and I told him, why are you accepting all kinds of accreditations coming from outside India, and why not Indian accreditation, and then leverage it. To give you an example, I have been part of some of the negotiations. One of them is India-US, where we are under tremendous pressure right now. And US has been pressurizing us for the last so many years. I participated was 2015. They are pressurizing us to accept test reports in relation to electronics and IT products. That why do you accept our reports, and regulation demands test reports. Regulation only demands test reports. So I was asked to talk to USTR in one of the this thing. I said, fine, let's agree on a principle. What is the principle on which we will accept your test reports? There has to be some principle. And once we have agreed on the principle, let's agree on the sectors where we will accept test reports. He immediately jumped, no, we are talking only of electronics and IT sector. I said, but how is that? We have no interest in electronics and IT sector. We have an interest in agri, we have an interest in pharma. So let's agree on a principle and accept test report. He backed away and the matter stayed there. Matter still stays there. So the point is, if we have to, we need, everyone needs to realize that we need levers to, to be able to negotiate. I mean, way back 2007, I still remember, I made a presentation to Commerce Secretary in 2007. G.K. Pillai was Commerce Secretary. And I told him, you are in no negotiating position. He said, why? I said, two reasons. A, half the places we do not have regulations, so what will you negotiate? The other person is having no problem accessing your market. You have all the problem accessing his market. He is not interested in a dialogue. Second, where we have regulation, your regulations are substandard. These are developed economies where we have a problem. They have standards, they are using international standards in their regulation. They have no problem still accessing your market, but you have a problem. So how do you negotiate when you can't create a problem? So that is where we are. So I am very skeptical about whether FTAs will bring us much relief, not on tariffs as we see. I am not an expert on tariffs, but what I am reading. But on my area, which is technical regulations, non-tariff measures, as of now, I do not see we are really equipped to leverage FTAs to our advantage.
I hope you're able to influence the government and people who matter.
Chairman APIDA did say, he told his team, please change the rule and say accreditation.
Thanks a lot. I'll come to Dr. Rajasekhar Ghosh. Sir, we keep on hearing from time to time that private sector is adopting ESG measures, but what is your experience and a bit about your platform also, and how can government sector, public health sector really take to ESG adoption?
Right. Thank you. So I'll be very brief given the time constraint and this hour. We at Public Health Foundation of India manage a platform which is called the Health Platform, Healthy Environment Leadership Platform. It is a platform for private sector hospitals to connect to each other, and we'll talk about whatever I speak, I'll speak in the context of the health network. And I'll just highlight 3 points. The first is that we strongly believe that the future of healthcare, both in the private sector and the public sector, will be driven by 3 T's. The first T is about technology. So therefore, we look at how technology can be applied in order to ensure that we are becoming environment compliant. The second T is about teamwork. So we identify who are the complementary partners, including the community, who we can join hands with. And the third T is about trust. That trust needs to be built across all the stakeholders that we work with and we cater to. The second is that we have a framework, and the framework is called the I framework, across which we work on environmental sustainability. The first I is about the integration of environmental activities within the larger framework, the one that I talked about, efficiency, equity, the economics part of it, and the environment. The second thing, the second I is about the innovations that we can bring in order to drive the ESG platform within the hospitals. The third I is about looking at all the investments that we need to make, and the investments are not the rupees or the dollars, but the investment is the capacity building of the various workers, the health workers, the various kind of hospital service providers whose capacity needs to be built, in which we need to invest. And the fourth tie is about the institutionalization of this within the existing system. And the last thing that I want to say is, for us, sustainability is something which is in continuum. It is about RST, the alphabets. R comes from the responsibility factor, which is again mandated by various regulatory kind of compulsions that are there, but also there are various kinds of for-profit organizations who are becoming quite responsible towards their output in terms of the environmental issues. The second, obviously, is the sustainability framework that we discussed. And the third T is about the trust, how all this work can build trust within the patients, within the communities in which the service is delivered.
A question quickly, but how can public health sector learn from the experiences you have?
The partnership that we have with the National Center for Disease Control, we are applying the same kind of principles, the framework that we talked about, the I framework, about measuring the impact of it, about understanding how it can be integrated within the National Health Mission, about how the investment can be made in the healthcare workers, building their capacity, and finally at the state level, how this can be institutionalized within centers of excellence in each state. Each state has a different center of excellence, and we identify those centers and institutionalize this. So this is a learning from the private sector that we are adopting at the National Center for Disease Control.
Thanks a lot. Maniji, probably something which can be taken to the larger audiences because they may have missed out on this point actually. Thanks a lot. Welcome to Mr. Mukesh Sinha. Sinha Sahab, you're running so many companies. Now, how can the policies at the board level be helpful in promoting ESG? Can we link up, for example, incentives with emission reduction targets? It's happening in some companies worldwide, but in India also, can we do something similar, or maybe some other alternatives?
India just started, as far the compliance is concerned, top 1,000 listed companies, in terms of value-wise, they have to present their ESG report apart from the financial report. So it is just started, and of course there are some good companies, they have started this position dedicated like manager sustainability or fancy kind of designations are there. But practical point of view, still I would say walk the talk is always not the same. And there is a great example, and it's a published data, just example L&T. It's one of the India or probably now leading global companies, the building companies, infrastructure companies. But if you go the data and other things, most of the work is outsourced. So there, because the biggest as per ESG is concerned, one is about the labor related issues or in environment. When you talk about the building, it's the environment. They have given the contract to the third party, and third parties again been outsourced. So it's not end-to-end map that has to be done there. So government is okay, they started the process, okay, you submit the report, but going forward, because when we talk about the compliance, source has to be matched. All the vendor has to map from where the source are coming, whether they are also ESG compliance or not. So that is the biggest thing, but good thing is started already. Second, about incentives, so like carbon market and other things. So when you are particularly on the export market, you have to, Europe is particularly quite concerned about that. If you are not ESG compliance, you are not able to do the business in coming few years. In fact, they have already started offloading the vendors if you have not started the process. So wake-up point for India 2030 is one of the biggest challenges. So most of the company, particularly who are on the export business, they have to have, and process is started. Skill and other things, I believe in India, that is one of the concern. I think Government of India, MCA are trying to promote the sustainability courses, all the leading centers. So process has been started, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot. But my experience with some of the industries, top industrialists, I'm talking about the legacy businesses, they're still struggling with scope 3. And some of the new age businesses, they're doing it in silos actually. Scope 3 is something which everybody is completely in dark. So apart from the regulators and the global pressure, can there be also some bottom-up pressure from SMEs particularly that they need to be integrated into the system before they really hit hard?
So, like particularly you talk about SME, so recently, not recently, it's already for a few years, so one of the scheme or certification called JED. JED stands for Zero Effect, and we talk about Zero Effect, it is effect on environment, and Zero Defect. So if you, and it is like a bronze certificate and gold standard, they are the, I think parameters are quite good. And particularly for MSME and other things they have started. In fact, we are also JED certified company. So that is the first, I would say, very credible. Sometimes there are another NABH and other things, particularly hospital construction and other thing is concerned. Green building and other thing, all these things are linked to that. And governments are also giving some incentive to that.
Thanks a lot for making those points. Ritik Mahajan, you have been working on pharma supply chains particularly. Yes. And I also understand that a case study has been published by Ahmedabad also. So could you give us a quick context about that and also talk about how is the supply chains really reacting to trade fragmentation in this globalized world and how is it playing out on the ESG aspect actually?
Yes. So honestly, COVID was the time that gave a nudge to the Indian public to start the trade fragmentation and start rethinking the supply chain strategies wherein we started manufacturing in India. And Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi supported the initiative by Make in India movement, wherein India would have never dreamed of manufacturing the medical devices, API drugs, and all the technological innovations in India. So that was the time when the trade tariff for imports were increased and people were forced to make in India. And now the demand versus the supply was a big gap, and there was a surplus production on the manufacturing side, and people didn't know how to analyze the demands. So we stepped into the picture. We started designing smart software solutions that used to analyze the data from the GST portal, from the HSN codes to that level of derivations. We were trying to analyze the demands in a particular region, and that data was shared with the pharmaceutical and medical devices industries to regulate their manufacturing. Eventually, this dependency on technology actually gave them more accurate data. Initially, there was a big loss to the pharma industries of the expiration cost of the drugs. So the drugs which get expired on the shelf, so there was no real-time analysis of data through the software, through our algorithms. So these pharma companies were real-time tracking the shelf replenishment of the pharmaceutical drugs, and they were producing accordingly. So we designed a system in which a leading player of the pharma industry has eliminated all the levels of manual intervention for designing an order. Initially, it was a more than 20-man job in which a person used to analyze that how much sale has been done in a month, and then a medical representative used to come. He used to see whether my target has been matched or not. If not, he used to place a surplus order to the company, and that was where the dumping was done. So using the smart technological system, these dumpings were monitored and were reported to the companies. So let us suppose a pharmaceutical salt like a PPI, which was not being consumed in the month of January in Jammu Kashmir, was moved to Punjab, understanding the demand. So that really helped to regulate the inventories, and the expiration cost was reduced, eventually reducing the carbon footprint. And I belong to the industry which contribute almost 60% of the global carbon footprints, which is the supply chain industry. So most of the manufacturing, when it started in India, so the shipping cost was also brought down. That gave an opportunity for more employment, more job creation across the region.
Can we have a similar type of intervention where probably a SAP type of platform can help us enforce sustainability at every standoff, where it can just flag, okay, there's a violation, there's no reporting, or there's no accreditation?
Exactly.
Is it possible?
Yes. So that is what the Mankind, one of the sponsors present for the event today, and Sun Pharma did. So they're using this SAP platform to build smart systems to analyze the market demands, seasonal demands, and manufacture accordingly. So that has really helped them to, again, alter the cost and reduce their supply chain expenses and losses as well.
Thanks, Ritvik. I'll come to Shamant quickly. Shamant, you have been using technology quite a bit now. Do you see bigger role for emerging technologies like AI or blockchain or IoT in improving supply chain transparency and emission reduction?
Yeah, I mean, there have been very well-established use cases, and there are promising applications out of these technologies, be it AI or blockchain. Again, there have been marketing people who have loosely thrown out these terms around, but they have very serious use cases. Just to quote a couple of them, the company UPS has recently come up with the Orion system, which is helping them map and optimize their on-road fleet for over 55,000 of their vehicles. And on an annual basis, it is helping them save over 10 million gallons of fuel. And similarly for blockchain, there are a few promising applications. For example, as Anil Johri sir was mentioning, we have a classical use case of inventorization of emissions for monitoring carbon credits and their transactions, for which blockchain is seriously being considered. However, having said this, I still do not call either AI or blockchain as a silver bullet for such use cases, especially when a supply chain is being involved. Because you will have to see further nuances on its on-ground implementation. Just as Ritvik was mentioning, integration with existing SAP systems, that might be a fantastic use case for the first or second tier of suppliers. But down the supply chain, as and when you move into the informal sector, this becomes a huge hassle. And again, considering blockchain as a technology, the inherent transaction costs and latencies that are involved, they make blockchain prohibitively very expensive for mainstream adoption, especially for larger scale operations. Now, having mentioned these limitations, we also prescribe a couple of approaches that companies could explore when it comes to adoption of these technologies, so that they can make a meaningful use out of them, despite having these drawbacks. So first, rather than jumping headfirst into a technology such as blockchain, companies any day have an option to consider transitionary technologies. For example, they have an option to explore quantum ledgering, such as Amazon's QLDB. So just to very briefly touch upon this, QLDB, what it does is it offers the same immutability and transparency across the supply chain transactions, while also being very economical and being more suitable for larger scale applications. And the second approach would be to adopt a phase-wise strategy when it comes to implementation. So for example, if any company can say that I can identify top 10% of my suppliers who contribute to about 40% or 50% of the transaction value across the supply chain. So that would be a fantastic point for them to start, because these are the top suppliers who have very well-established digital assets. So integrations and implementation would be hassle-free, relatively. And the level of impact that these players have on the supply chain is also very considerable. So covering them would also cover a significant portion of the ESG metrics across your supply chain. So this is how we help companies at least begin adopting these technologies to exponentially improve their tracking and improvement of their ESG metrics.
If I may come in here briefly, you talked about the ESG part of it. If I come from that angle, there are so many reporting requirements, different formats, different standards and different regulations, and it's very difficult for companies to do that. Now, are there third-party options available where you can have data points and probably pull in the data for whichever report, there's GRI, hai, ya aapka European है या Indian है, for example, BSRR है.
Yeah.
So is there that kind of a thing? I know, for example, Renew is a big company.
Yeah.
It has created a metadata matrix where they can pull any data from anywhere and put it together.
Yes.
That's very optimization.
Yes.
But what is available for mid-level, small-level companies?
Yes.
They can't be spending their life and time on only reporting actually.
Yeah. Again, that is a severe challenge that especially the MSME is being plagued with. So we did try our hand at implementing generative AI for this particular use case, but the challenge itself is extracting and interfacing automated data exchanges on ground. So again, that is a manual process that still happens. So there is a significant lag between whenever a client company asks for its supplier to give their ESG reporting metrics versus when they actually get it. Because again, in Europe, there is a clear-cut case of CSRD, wherein companies beyond a certain threshold of revenue, they are being asked to track the ESG performances of their entire supply chains. The challenge that the companies are facing is they are unable to consolidate these data points and prepare meaningful reports within the reporting timeline itself. So that is one hassle that is still plaguing this particular sector.
Thanks, Dr. Shaman. I think we're short of time, so I'll quickly have one quick round of 1 minute each for everybody. If we could have one recommendation based on this today's conversation and for this section which could be fed into the reporting.
I would say enhancing understanding of industry and policy makers on issues involved is the biggest for me challenge, because most people do not understand the issues that are actually involved in terms of regulation as well as standards.
Yeah. So India, I think, did it as for CSR is concerned to make it legal, right? So CSR little bit part of the ESG. Similar things can be implemented to the regulation also, and should be given the opportunity for timeline. Okay, you find out, because there is no historical data, so you need to start from somewhere voluntarily and then go to the compliance point of view. So that could be the one of the things I would recommend.
Thanks, Dr. Ghosh.
So my only kind of recommendation would be around the building of competent workforce in order to drive India's sustainability, governance and accountability agenda forward.
So my take would be educating and implementing technological systems to reduce the redundant supply chain in order to reduce the cost as well as improve the efficiency of the system.
One strong policy prescription that I would like to share is again a call for standardization of different ESG scores and disclosures. Again, it should be machine readable as well as auditable, so that any chances of greenwashing or politicization of ESG as a core concept could be avoided altogether. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Shaman. I think those are very interesting points. Those are very interesting points and takeaways from this session, and I hope we can close on that note and thank the organizers again for giving us an opportunity to be here. Thanks,
Thank you all the esteemed panelists for your insights today. So I would like to call Mr. First we'll take a picture, then we'll do the felicitation. For the picture, I would also like to call Mr. Jatin Nagpal. Sir, please be on the dais.
Maniji, I hope we are not going to do badly on time.
I would like to call upon stage Girish Joshi sir and Jatin Nagpal sir for felicitating our esteemed panelists for this session. Mr. Rajiv Tiku. Mr. Anil Johri, Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh, Mr. Mukesh Sinha, Mr. Ritik Mahajan, last but not the least, Mr. Samant Murthy. Now, we still have vote of thanks by the mind of the conference, Mr. Manish Rastogi, sir. Please come on the dais, sir, for your vote of thanks.
Well, good evening, everybody. I extend my sincere thanks to all of you for making it happen. This has been a long time project. We wanted to sensitize healthcare industry about the VUCA, and we wanted industry to be strategically aligned with the geodynamics of VUCA, all those things. So thank you, all of you, once again. Thank you.